The iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona hits its final 6 hours here on RaceSpotTV. My name is Connery Maddock, and well, I'll be joined by Peter Mackay and Stefan Schlacker for this final portion of the broadcast. We are very, very thankful to have you with us for this final run to the checkered flag here. We've already had, well, about 18 hours of racing under our belts, but it's just that short run to go, just a couple more stints, especially if you are in the GT class, to get yourself to the very end of the race. And well, while we're here, we just have a little bit of a recap of each of your 3 classes here today. Let's first look at your prototype class because, well, VRS Coanda Simsport in their number 8 machine have really schooled the entire field here. They lead by a considerable margin over their number 18 counterparts. Of course, they're in the middle of a pit stop cycle right now, so the gap isn't as large as 90 seconds as it's showing at the very top right now. It's more like 20 or 30 seconds between P1 and P2 at the moment. And right on cue, VRS Coanda Simsport's number 8 heads their way down on towards the pit lane. Further down the order, you have, well, a bit of an interesting battle for P2 between VRS Coanda Simsport number 18, Williams Esports, and Movano Sim Racing. That's going to be where the main bulk of action's going to be for the prototype in terms of those final battles for the final podium positions. And then you've got all those positions down towards the top 10 with the likes of VRS Satellite Racing Red and Inertia Sim Racing further back as well. Your retirements from this race in the prototypes: Team RSO, RHG Esports, M8 Racing Esports, VRS Coanda Simsport number 81, and Yas Heat Microsoft. And for the GTE fields, well, Peter, you've got that one, as I'll bring it up on screen.
I do indeed, and it's a pleasure to be here for the final portion of the 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing. At the moment, it's the number 1 car, the MSI Esports Red, leading by just 9 seconds from the 210 AAA Esports white machine. BMW leading that one. Of course, this car been very, very successful in the real world. Rolex 24 Hour at Daytona winner the last 2 years. Can they go 3? They're looking good with their pace at the moment. Kova Sim Sports in the number 707 machine are in 3rd right now, with BMW Team BS competition in 4th. Those guys got a lot of pace, absolutely dominated the IMSA iRacing Triple Crown Challenge a few months ago, so they are super quick in that car. BMW Team GB are 6th, and BMW Team Redline in 5th, followed by Astro Gaming, Altus Esports, AAA Esports, Black Sport Team Competition, and Alpine Eagle Racing rounding out the top 10 in the GTE category.
So that's a recap of the GTEs. Let's have a look now at your GT3s, because there's been some interesting action down here as well, especially in the mid-pack. Stefan, you have the order.
Yeah, most definitely, Connery. And we have talked about the P2's schooling somewhat. Well, it's the same thing for the BMW Bank team car. They are leading right now by over a minute over 2nd place Bila Racing Team Euronics. A minute 40 right now. The gap actually is to 2nd place BMW car there. Third place right now, it's the 141 of the Veneval Sim Racing Red, but they're already a full lap behind your leaders, so they have really put down the hammer on the rest of the field. Right now, fourth place, the Sim RC Carbon car is as well still racing. There you have them on the screen. Also still a BMW, as well as the fifth place car Urano Esports HKM team. They are not too far behind a Sim RC Carbon car, but as said, fifth place. Mother Racing team, sixth place for them right now. Also BMW racing around. They are still on the same lap as everybody in front of them, except for obviously the leader. Team Fortilla, another car there in the BMW. It's a very BMW heavy field here in the GTDs, so expect not to see many of the Lambos. But we have the first one down in 8th place. That's Veneval Sim Racing Blue. They are your first Lamborghini in this race. They have been struggling a little bit with pace throughout, but still a very good result from the 9th place. That is another Lamborghini, the SRC Squadra Corsa Black. They are, I think, not too far away from the guys ahead in Veneval. No, they're just about NASCAR Turn 3 and 4 behind, so you might see something happening here. And rounding out your top 10 right now, it's the other Bila Racing team. Euronics is the 452. They are also not too far away. Your guys, and yeah, there's been a little bit of an up and down in the GTDs, as well as I think throughout the whole race thus far.
As the rate of attrition has actually been relatively okay across the board. Of course, some classes have fared a little bit better than others. We've actually seen the least dropouts from the prototype class, actually. So it seems like the prototypes themselves are able to keep out of trouble. It's just some of the GTs that have really fallen by the wayside as far as the opening portions of the race were concerned, and of course that very grueling middle portion, the graveyard shift is what we like to call it. Of course, it's a little bit different here in sim racing due to the international nature of things. So if you have drivers from different parts of the world on your team, then you can get them to cover, you know, certain times which are going to be very difficult for you otherwise. But you know, that's not the case for every single team out there, Peter. And you know, we were talking about this in the first couple of hours of Dawn. That's when the fatigue was really usually gets very obvious, but I don't think we saw too many mistakes as a result, so good job for everyone involved.
Indeed, and I mean, these guys are operating on such a high level, and I think that's one massive advantage that sim racing has as a kind of a prospect, as a fan, if you like, because of course you can hop into any of these cars on this circuit and have a go and just compare yourself with the very best in the world, which is something you obviously couldn't do in real world racing. A rather expensive endeavour to take, well, for example, a Dallara P217 out onto the high banks of Daytona in the real world. But the level of speed and the consistency of lap times that these guys are doing is just extraordinary. When you throw into the fact of having a bit of a delay before the start, the guys would have been practicing a lot on the lead up to the race, so it's a huge demand on energy. So yeah, and of course that amount of screen time as well for the drivers, they'll be used to it. But yeah, you're kind of brought out of, you're kind of woken up in a hurry in the racing season with a 24-hour race straight out the gate.
Yeah, you really are. We're currently looking, at least on this brewing battle, for the final podium positions in LMP2, and this has kind of been a theme over the last 6 hours at this point, because you know David and Chaz touched on it many times. You know, this whole P2, P3, P4 battle in LMP2 is still very much undecided at this point. Williams Esports making some amazing progress in the middle portion of this race, Stefan. They are going like a bat out of hell, and even in some instances and some stints going faster than the two Coanda cars that lead this race. So they're doing very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, and you said it, they have been going faster than both Coanda cars, and we all know from experience, being faster than a Coanda car on an endurance race is one of the hardest things you actually can achieve. So really have to give kudos to that middle stint driver lineup they had going, because they were really putting the hammer down and really putting pressure on those Coanda teams. Now, the gap right now sits at about 25 seconds, so it is really in terms of endurance racing, still 6 hours to go, not too much they have to make up, so I wouldn't really put it far from them to actually be able to close in at least those, 7 seconds they have to P2 and ruin that chance for Coanda to actually have that 1-2 in 6 hours time.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. The number 8 Coanda car maybe a little bit too far down the road for Williams Esports to be thinking that that's an option at this stage to try and go for the race win. But you quite rightfully mentioned, Stefan, we've still got a long time in this race to go, just under 6 hours. And while Coanda were pretty clean throughout the night with not too many issues and keeping themselves out of trouble, that can all change within the space of a couple of seconds, Peter. So it's they can't really get complacent at this stage.
Definitely not. Definitely not. We've gone into an era of endurance racing where it is just a 24-hour sprint. We hear it so much that it's almost becoming a cliche now. But when you look back in the history of particularly this event, the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, and you look at the standout drivers like Hurley Haywood and Scott Pruitt, Scott Dixon, and many others, and particularly when you go back into Hurley Haywood's day in the 70s, and you're winning by 15 or 20 laps. Of course, now in the P2 category, we've got 4 cars within a minute in the lead, which is just exceptional. And to maintain that level of pace over the distance is just an extraordinary spectacle, as we see Mac Backham running in the VRS Coanda car. We now know him as Mr. Lego Technic. Of course, he's got a very eye-catching Lego Technic paint scheme on his car in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which, of course, you lead the commentary on, Connery.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's interesting to see Lego become a sponsor. When you think about sim racing and you think about motorsports in general, the first company that doesn't really come to mind, it's probably on the bottom of the list, is Lego. So it's an interesting partnership that they've been able to find here, and hopefully it means more good things for VRS Coanda Sim Sport. I'm not seeing much influence in terms of the livery at the moment, although we haven't really got too many zoomed in cameras to try and spot anything here. But yeah, those guys, to have those big companies coming in and sponsoring the team. Of course, we all know that VRS Coanda Sim Sports are one of the biggest sim racing teams out there, so of course they're going to attract a lot more attention than some of the other teams out there. But to have what we call a non-endemic sponsor, a sponsor that isn't related to esports or sim racing, it's going to be quite a boost for them, because people starting to realize, there's marketing opportunities here.
Absolutely, yeah, it certainly is. Of course, the Lego being a Danish company, as well as so many fast Danish drivers, both in sim and, of course, in the real world. Tom Christensen, Nicky Thiem, Marco Sorensen. It's a huge, long list of drivers, and I think it's quite cool because Lego are really pushing the kind of Technic side. You can get a 911 RSR, GT3 RS. You can even get a Corvette in Lego Technic form as well. So lots of things to keep you occupied in the lockdown times.
Now, of course, Peter has to bring up the Corvette right there because it isn't in this race anymore. But that's just the joy of sim racing, isn't it? It can bring in those sponsors like Lego, like other sponsors, where you wouldn't really see in the real world motorsports, because sim racing is just that much more open to outside sponsors sort of things. And speaking about outside things, I want to shed a light on a competitor that we haven't seen for a very, very, very long time on track. Actually, and that is actually the Team RSO 97. 269 laps down. They're back out. They're racing for the last 6 hours. Great to see them back on track.
Yeah, so they were down on towards pit lane for, I actually do have the figure, they were on pit lane for 426 minutes, 32.5 seconds. So it's been a long while. I think they've just taken the night off, and they've woken up this morning and decided, you know what, we can get a couple more laps in. There are two drivers ahead of us, 2 teams ahead of us that have retired from the race. And with still a couple of hundred laps to go, those 2 cars about 50 laps ahead of these guys, there are a couple of positions to pick up, even one in class, because they can pass our Ferrari Motorsports who've retired from the race.
Yeah, and they just have passed another car, the Romain Grosjean Esports number 8 car. So they have already made up one position since they came out of pit lane.
Yeah, so great job there for Team RSL. This is the endurance racing spirit, Peter, isn't it? It's, you know, you're going to get to the checkered flag no matter what. And, you know, no matter if you take a large break in the middle of the race due to, you know, having that earlier incident with the Team RSO car, it was the a situation with lap traffic ahead of them, I believe, in the night hours where they got taken up in a pretty big pile-up on the NASCAR banking. Very terminal damage to that Team RSO car, but it looks like the pit crew has done a good job in the 6 hours in the middle of the race that they've had to repair that, and looks as good as new, but, you know, many laps down.
Indeed, yeah, that you hit the nail on the head there. It is the spirit of endurance racing, that tenacity of never giving up and keeping going. I mean, I remember I had the great fortune to be at the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona last year, and the then brand new Corvette C8R, they had a kind of up and down race. The number 3 car was very, very good and finished in 4th on its debut. But the 4 car hit technical problems quite early, but it's kept going. And of course, I mean, you talk about test mileage. I mean, 24 hours, it was perfect. And the car then went on to win the championship. But also for the prototype class, the number 7 Penske Acura DPI of Elio Castroneves and Ricky Taylor was taken out very, very early in the race, within about an hour and a half. And again, they got it fixed and they kept going. And that, again, provided them the kind of information that they needed to develop the car. And they also went on to win the championship. So there is always something to be learned, always something to be gained. And above that, there's something quite romantic about keeping going and seeing that checkered flag at such a prestigious venue.
I'm trying to remember the exact situation. I'm a bit foggy on the details, but I seemingly remember a couple of years ago in Le Mans where one team were able to pull off basically an entire engine change and somewhat with about 30 minutes or something like that. I can't remember the exact figures because I'm just kind of blanking on it right now. It's been a very early morning for me, and I was on the first part of the broadcast as well, so the fatigue is there. But you know, that's the thing. You know, even if you do get heavy damage, you take that time to get it repaired, you know, whether it's 20, 30, even an hour, get back out there, still might be positions on the cards at the end of the race.
Indeed. I mean, my favourite one is the in the real pomp of the Audi domination in sports car racing in the 2000s, and my fellow countryman Alan McNish actually crashed on the parade lap to the grid. In those days in the LMS, there was no tyre warmers, and the tyres were just like bricks when you came out the pit lane. And that Audi diesel had so much. It's got a bit of bit of a squeeze there into the bus stop, quite normal. But yes, the Audi, of course, the Audi diesel at that point had enormous torque, over 1,000 Newton meters of torque. And Alan crashed into the wall going down the S's at Road Atlanta for Petit Le Mans, and the Audi team managed to repair the car and get it out on they think they started about a lap and a half down. And I remember speaking to Andy Lally, who's racing in the Rolex 24-hour this weekend, and he said, I've never seen teamwork like it. He says this was just like, funnily enough, talking about Lego, he says it was just like a big Lego kit, this Audi P1 car. They got it rebuilt and they won the race.
Yeah, it's just those sorts of cars are very, very modular in their nature. Mm-hmm. You know, you can basically change pretty much everything with the exception of a couple of things. So you can take the entire front end off. You know, they basically have for all intents and purposes, have another complete front clip ready to go. You just stick that on. You know, all the components as well. It's incredible how quickly things can change in modern endurance racing, especially with the prototype class at the end of the day. But we've got this little battle in the mid-pack of GT3s. This has been a theme throughout basically the second half of the race right now, because Bila Racing Team Euronics and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, we made it a bit of a meme, shall we say, in the last portion of the broadcast, that they, no matter what, seem to be sticking together. Of course, the gap fluctuates in and out as the pit stops come and go, but they're back to within a second of each other there, Bila and Vendaval. And you can see P8, P9 aren't too far away either. They are 3 and 5 seconds away off the back of this one apiece as well, Stefan. So, again, 4-car fight for P6 with 5.5 hours to go. That's pretty impressive, especially considering we haven't had any safety cars to bunch the field up, because we don't have those in these iRacing special events. So to have these battles so close is great to see.
Yeah, and it is the dynamic of Daytona. You also see it every single year in the real Daytona 24 Hours. The GT3 field, somehow, those guys are always somehow able to find each other and start battling in the last 4-3 hours. But these guys, as you said, they have been battling in and out throughout this race since halfway point of this race. So it's really incredible how these guys just keep finding each other, keep battling with each other. But I think it's one of the first times we actually see the Euronics car ahead of the Vendaval Sim Racing Blue team, if I remember that correctly. As there's also an LMP flying up behind. That's the Obsidian Racing number 30 LMP2. Goes to the right side there of the Vendaval. Nicely done. It's going to cost a little bit of time though to Max Esterson. So a little bit behind now. But yeah, it is just the dynamic overall of Daytona. It has that great feel, and it also makes... That's the reason why it makes it such a great testing opportunity at the start of the season, because you have those long straights, you have very harsh braking points, and that really tests your car on how much baton it can get until it starts to break down.
Absolutely. So as we watch this battle continue its way around, we've got the MSI Esports red car trying to work its way by on the high side of the banking there, dipping back down to be able to get the slipstream off of the GTD Bila car. But the MSI machine goes back to the high side and gets the passes done before the bus stop, which is exactly what you want to do when it comes to the traffic. If you're a faster class, you do not want to get stuck behind slower traffic coming through this high-speed section, the bus stop, towards the end of the lap. Otherwise, you're going to lose a whole bunch of time, even more so if you're a prototype trying to pass one of the GT classes. So that's where the tricky spots have been for the prototypes, but we haven't really seen much class-on-class contact, at least for the past couple of hours. I hope I'm not giving anyone the kiss of the commentator right now, but with me that does tend to happen in endurance races, so we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, everything's been pretty clean for the last couple of hours, and whether or not that'll continue into the checkered flag is a different situation, considering drivers get a little bit more desperate and a little more aggressive in the final hours of the race. But hopefully we can, it's plain sailing from this point forwards.
We see Max Esterson here in 7th place in class. This is what I love about the GT3 cars. They have this really, really useful kind of LED display telling them the position in class. You can see the Bila car in 6th position right now. But Max Esterson at the moment for Vendaval Sim Racing Blue in a perfect spot here. He actually had a really strong run on the Bila Lamborghini there of Lucas Jestat. But was able to basically lift off nice and early and do a nice big lift and coast and save a good chunk of fuel there coming into turn 1, a very difficult corner. But, you know, we've still got about 5.5 stints or so, maybe 6 for these cars. So a little bit of fuel saved here and there, especially when the guys are driving at such a... It's not as if he's being held up here. Because the field is just so deep that everyone in this race is absolutely world class. So for Max Esterson, he's in just the perfect spot here to get towed around. And I wonder, I wonder how long Nicholas Coates will put up with this. Sorry, Lucas Jestat. My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the tough situation being the front of the pair, considering that you're not going to get as much of an opportunity to do any fuel saving, to hit your numbers for the final couple of hours of this race. And that's the main point here. Everyone's been working on their strategy since basically hour 1. And the final couple of hours is where it all comes to a head, because, you know, even at this stage of the race, Stefan, we're still really conjecturing about where people will be inside those final hours, because everyone's off cycle compared to each other in terms of the pit stops. But the closer and closer we get to that final hour, we will start to see where everyone actually is on the circuit instead of trying to do the maths.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, you're always starting at hour 1 with your fuel strategy. You're not really planning on a fixed target that you want to have. It's more like a fluid. Whatever comes, you're going to calculate that in, have a little bit of repair, you add that as well. And we're in the time where people really start to backtrack their pit stops and see what could we have done different, what can we still do different, and how many more stints do we need, how much fuel can we take on without losing time. And it is that dynamic even in this battle right here between those two, because Max Esterson in that Vendaval Sim Racing blue car, they are 9 laps longer into the stint already than the Euronics car. So that's also why Esterson is having to save that fuel, and I think Lucas is content with him having him behind, because as said, he has that advantage in the fuel stint, and 9 laps, that's still a lot of fuel.
I'm really intrigued right now, Peter, about this battle for the podium positions in LMP2, because it's all closing up. Like, I can't help but feel like that's happening at this point, because, you know, I came into this broadcast with about 10 hours to go, and the gap was certainly bigger than what I'm seeing right now. Of course, it does change over the course of the run sometimes with traffic coming and going, but Williams Esports are closing up on Coanda 18, and Coanda 18 are closing up actually a little bit on their teammates in the number 8 car. So this could get very, very interesting. If that trend continues for the next couple of hours, we could see a 3-way fight for the race lead, which would be amazing.
I think that's exactly what we have, although they're not absolutely nose to tail right now. I mean, after... Wow, it boggles my mind. I mean, after 18 and a half hours of motor racing, their 20 seconds separates the whole podium. That's just, that's outrageous. And of course, the VRS Coanda SimSport cars, they have maybe a slight advantage by having 2 of their cars in there, and they'll all be in communication, and having a little bit of strength in numbers can sometimes come in handy as well. But Williams Esports, I'm just looking at the lap times, and yeah, lapping that little touch quicker than the leading car. The leading car just taking a little steadier on outright pace. Actually, the Williams Esports car is right there, and actually the leading car is a good 3 or 4 tenths on absolute best pace. So it's an intriguing battle at the front, and I think as the pit stop cycle carries on, but you know, these prototypes, they have to pit every sort of 37, 38 minutes or so, depending. And you know, each time, each in lap, each out lap, it's gonna go back and forward all the way to the flag.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how this develops, because this could get exciting very, very quickly. I guess very quickly in endurance racing speed, which is probably like an hour or 2. So it's a little bit of a different philosophy here on the endurance side compared to a lot of the sprint racing that we tend to do, but definitely one to keep an eye on there, and a lot of traffic right now for Coanda as well, which isn't going to help their cause, getting stuck up behind the GTD battle, I believe, or GT3 battle. IMSA versus WEC take a pick, but Coanda down the inside at the International Horseshoe will get the traffic done in quite short fashion. But yeah, it's just this train of GT3s at the moment that's causing some of these prototypes a bit of a problem. It's basically this battle for P5, 6, 7, and 8 all stuck together on track in GT3s, Stefan.
Yeah, just a lap ago, Lucas of the Biela Racing Team Euronics actually did let Max Esterson by, and Esterson has been able to pull ever so slightly away from Lucas since then. So really interesting that Lucas decided to let that be, and there you can see the gap has really opened up. Max is pulling ever so slightly away. Last lap it was only 2/100th of a second. But obviously, if he can continue to be able to pull away, and that also with the draft that Lucas has, he might be out of the draft window in not too long.
Yeah, Vanderbilt are doing a very good job right now. Getting that pass done, able to extend the gap as well. And remember, Vanderbilt are on double-stinted tyres at least at this stage. They took fuel only in the last stop, but it was a long stop for Biela, however. In fact, a little bit longer than what you'd usually see for a full service. So there's fresh tyres on that Biela car, yet they're still not able to keep up with Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that just shows you how what sort of pace is being delivered by Max Esterson right now, and it's you're always kind of keeping one eye in the mirror, trying to just break where you can. But you know, of course, there's always opportunities for the pack to be split up with the prototypes coming through and the GTE cars as well, especially as well. And it's getting, goodness me, I can't believe how busy it is. You mentioned the attrition rate, Conry, not overly high for this length of race. And that's, of course, meaning that the traffic is still pretty busy out there.
It really is. There's not a lot of room to work with, especially coming through the infield section where the track surface itself is pretty narrow. So if you're getting cars going too wide at some portions of it, it can get very sketchy very quickly, and there's no runoff to speak of in that infield section either. So as soon as you dip 2 tires, across the white line and into the grass, then you're not going to have a great time, shall we say, especially, with the grass as slippery as it is in iRacing. It can cause you a major, major issue. But everyone negotiating that little lapping procedure that we've just had, absolutely fine. No worries for anyone trying to head their way through. SRC Quadricorsa, which is the car we're currently looking at, is lost actually about 2 seconds in amongst that lapping procedure. So it didn't go too well for everyone, but look at all this congestion. There's a car out into the grass there. That's the number 24 inertia car. Huracán taking an off-track excursion, going for a bit of rallycross before rejoining the circuit.
Well, they do have a rallycross circuit here, but maybe not entirely suitable for that that beautiful Dallara carbon fiber prototype. Let's see what happened then to Eero Toivonen. So coming into the bus stop, goodness me, it's like downtown New York there. Oh, now is there contact? Do you think there's maybe a little bit of digital aero wake there, guys?
That's the best term I've seen to refer to that in a long time. But inside the first apex, we just lost it over the curb, I think. I don't think there was any contact or phantom contact or whatsoever. I think the car got upset over the curb and spat him out into the grass.
Obviously that did cost him a lot of time, but also did cost a lot of time to Lucas Jested, who was that Lamborghini to his right side. He really did lose connection now to Max Esters outside of the draft window, I think, as well. And obviously this now really brings in Camillo Pezzoli of that SRC Quadricorsa black team, your first chaser of these guys. He's now just, 2 seconds back, 1.5 seconds back from Lucas Jested, and he has the draft of Laurin Heinrich, the team BMW Bank BMW leader of the GT class. He is lapping, or going to lap, Lucas Jested in just a few corners, maybe a lap or 2.
I also remember a situation during the night where there was a GT3 wanting to hold on to their lap, and we're kind of blocking the race leader in class, BMW Team Bank, from getting by, and BMW Team Bank weren't really too happy about it, but I think they'll just get a relatively simple slipstream pass this time around, going around the outside at the tri-oval over the Biela car on the brakes in towards turn number 1 as well. So I gotta say though, that turn number 1 is probably the trickiest turn number 1 in all of motorsports, because you're having to deal with the transition in the banking, coming off of the tri-oval onto the flat part of the circuit. On the infield, you also got a lot of bumps down into that corner, and you're also having to turn the car at the same time as well. It's a very, very tricky section of track.
Oh yeah, it's super tricky, and of course for the guys in the P2 category and in the GTE category, they don't have the advantage of anti-lock brakes as well, which the GT3 cars do, and that would, like you say, when you're trying to brake and turn at the same time, the ABS can be quite handy, certainly for amateur drivers like oneself, but maybe not so much of a problem for these World Championship standard guys. But it just does that little extra safety net that can be quite handy. Now, isn't it amazing that BMW have their own bank? Now, I remember when I used to work occasionally in Germany, and apparently you need a €1 billion reserve to start up your own bank. So there you go. BMW have such cash reserves sitting about.
They have money. Money exists for them, and is likely not a limitation in many cases, shall we say. So it's interesting. I didn't know they had a bank either, so I guess it's good advertising, spreading the word that BMW do have the bank, but obviously you can't get it here in the UK, considering it's a German bank. But the battle still rages on behind them, though, between Biela Racing Team and SRC Quadricorsa. SRC looking high side, coming in towards turn number 1 then. It's just a look, no sting in that little move there, but it's certainly a look of intent.
look of intent as well. Yeah, and the lapping of that BMW bank, that's what brought the SRC Quattro Corsa Black really close to the back end of that Duranx car. And since we were on the topic of that turn 1, there's one more thing you're not allowed to forget. You also have the transition as well in that turn 1, where you have the off camber that gets worse and worse and worse as closer you get to the apex. So that's another point you have to look out. You're not allowed to get onto those marbles too much, because then you're really gonna have issues with that outside wall.
Speaking of the track evolution, we had the point raised by one of our driver interviews about 2 or 3 hours ago that they're really concerned as this track temperature heats up now, because there's been so much rubber laid down, which is fine when it's cold temperatures, but as the track temperature creeps up, that rubber lying on the surface that's been baked in starts to get a little slick. So they were worried about the grip coming into this these final couple of hours. So we likely, and as a result of the track temperature being high, that those tires are not going to hold on for as long as they were during the night either. So a couple of influencing factors as far as tire wear is concerned, and tire performance is coming into the final few hours. So watch out for drivers maybe sliding out a little bit. I'm just trying to look and see what the track temperature is right now. Okay, it's crept up by about 2 degrees inside an hour here, I think. So it's steadily starting to climb, and it's got about another, 4 or 5 hours to climb even further high up still until we get to the middle of the day.
Yeah, it would appear so. I mean, as the sun keeps rising, it's the track temperature will rise. At the moment, 24 degrees centigrade should be quite nice for the drivers. It's interesting watching these two Lamborghinis here, the Bila car of Lucas Yestat and Camilo Pizzoli in the Quadricorse Black. If they can, well, that's going to make it more difficult. If they can hang on to the BMW bank car, the leader in class, as long as they can, that'll be very much in their benefit. If you can hang on to the coattails of the leading car, even though they're not in it, they're a lap down, or they're not in the fight necessarily, being able to get a little bit of a tow around, hook in that caravan is always helpful.
Yeah, and I think about an hour and a half ago, we actually did see Laurin Heinrich, or at least the Team BMW bank car, being followed by the 142 of Veneval and the 451 of the Bila Racing team. For pretty much half a stint, they just weren't, or a BMW bank car just wasn't able to shake those two for that half stint, and so they just kept dragging them along, while also the two guys behind were able to fuel save. And to pick up one more time at that topic, with the track now starting to get really slick because of all the marbles and the rubber that is baked into the track, it really poses a big challenge for your setup guy as well, because you obviously want to have a little bit of a loose car starting off with it, because you don't have that much grip, so you want to build your own grip through the suspension and everything. And then obviously you start to have to, that's a little bit of a slide there for the leader. No, it's Copa actually.
Kova Esports. That was a little too hot coming into turn 1. I think that's a little bit of an understatement, but finally we'll get at least one bit of lap traffic done in the International Horseshoe. Let's just take a look back to see exactly what happened there with Kova. In fact, we were just right on board with them for a couple of moments. On board with Matti Sippola, going around. Oh, the back end just came around just as he was trying to, increase the steering input to get into the apex. So the rear letting go on that BMW and causing a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment, but good job to keep a hold of it.
Yeah, a very good demonstration of exactly what we were talking about. It's almost as if he did a demonstration for us, just to make us sound clever, because that was a perfect exhibition of how difficult the entry into turn 1 is. And I would imagine there might have been a little bit of a pinch on the brake there as well. Probably not enough to cause a flat spot on the tyre, but very, very well held. You can always trust a Scandinavian to gather up a big moment.
Yeah, absolutely. The rallying culture is strong in that area of the world. And we do have Williams Esports down on towards the pit lane. So this was second in class in LMP2. They've decided to take a pit stop once again here. They went for a driver change as well. So Michael Romanidis is now behind the wheel of that number 6 Williams Esports prototype. So I assume they're going to take some, if not all, of the tires in this stop while they get the driver change done as well. That would be the sensible option for them. So at this point, it's probably the second to last driver stint for Williams Esports. You want to put Michael in for maybe 2 or 3 hours at this point, and then maybe put someone else in for the final run to the checkered flag. At least that would be my plan. But then again, I'm not a strategist for a top team, so we'll just have to see how that works out.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see Josh Thompson in the last 2 hours for that car. By the way, Romanidis hasn't driven this car for 219 laps, so a little bit of a different scene now for him, as the last time he drove that car, it was in pitch black darkness.
Yeah, and the track would have changed since then, not just in terms of the track temps, but you know, the slight track evolution that we've had as well. More rubber going down, more marbles offline, and dust as well, as cars have gone off circuit and brought that dust back onto the circuit. So he'll take a couple of laps here on the outlap here to get his sights set into what the track is like right now and get back into a rhythm.
Absolutely, and as Stefan rightly pointed out, he's had a good break as well, so he'll be feeling super fresh and knowing that he's not going to take the car all the way to the finish, but a couple of hours here, give it a good spurt of energy. And this number 6 car, this Williams Esports machine, is right in the fight for this win. Make no mistake, any mistake at all from the VRS Quanda guys, and they're right there. So I think, yeah, putting a box fresh driver in right now, really good call. And let's watch the lap times and see. I would think that given the amount of testing and practice these guys have done, I would think that he'll be straight on it, especially in these prototypes. You've really got to get on with it, get the temperature and the brakes and the tires, and just get yourself going.
Well, it'll help that he has a fresh set of tires on that car, so he's not having to deal with some used rubber from a previous teammate. So they got that change done inside the pit stop, and while they're doing the driver change. Someone else who's come down in as well, we saw VRS Quanda Sports number 18 come down in as well. So they have made their stop. They still remain in that second place, though. We're still waiting for number 8 VRS Quanda Sports to come down in. That's been your race leader since the drop of the green flag at this point. They've been fairly comfortable out there, but does the worry start to set in a little bit here, Stefan, considering that we've noticed the time coming down to both their teammate and Williams Esports? Obviously, they would have noticed that as well. Do they start to get worried?
It depends. Obviously, you can have the issue where you are at your maximum, but you still keep dropping time. But it also could be that Mac Beckham just says, all right, I have this lead that is about 15 seconds, give or take. So I'm going to take it a little bit easier into passing opportunities with GTEs, with GT3s, even with LMP2s, just to give myself that little bit of safety so I don't run into any problems with these guys lapping them, and also give them a little bit more time to react to stuff that I'm doing as well. And I feel like it's more like the second one as more the first one, as Mac Beckham actually drives into pit lane perfectly on the pit speed limiter. Let's see, might we see a driver change here? No, should be in a good 100 laps for Mac Beckham here at this point.
It should be, but we'll just have to see. Usually the strategy for the LMP2s, at least for a good couple of teams, has actually been take one tire on each stop, which is, you know, sounds like it shouldn't be right, but for some of the teams, we've been told that is what they're doing. So, you know, it's always interesting seeing how these sorts of strategies develop over the course of not just a single race, but of course over the course of a single season as well, as those changes happen in terms of the balance of performance and the particular statistics of each car and how it behaves. So right now, it seems like the, Mac Beckham is going to remain behind the wheel of the car, and off and away he goes, fueling.
Yep, just fuel there for Matt Beckham. No, you'll normally, we can tell when the car goes up on the jack, that's it getting brand new tyres. Now, that's very, very interesting information that the teams will just change one tyre on some occasions. That's some Monte Carlo rally tactics there, which of course had just finished honestly perfectly 5 minutes before I came on air. So I won't spoil it for anyone who's wanting to watch it later on. But another absolute classic with tyres and which type of tyres you use always being important. So yeah, can thoroughly recommend anyone to tune into that. But a little bit of a Porsche story that is relevant to Daytona and Monte Carlo. Vic Elford won the Monte Carlo Rally for Porsche for the very first time in 1968, and 9 days later came here to Daytona, never seen the place before, and wins the race outright. Talk about adaptability.
Very much so, and that all without Lancia strategies. But one thing I want to pick up about the LMP2 pit strategy is that is something I love about pro racing, because they know the rules, they know exactly what they can and can't do. And that's exactly what they're doing, taking just one tire at the stop, which is perfectly fine by FIA rules and IMSA rules. You're actually allowed to mix and match similar tire compounds. So you can mix two different sets of tires from the same soft compound. So it is just great thinking that you can do that, and also great testing by these guys, because obviously we know if you take a tire that is just too much worn and then put another fresh tire on there, it can really cause trouble to your balance. So really great job by these guys, not only finding out about this, but also perfectly executing that strategy.
The other strategy that I've heard people doing is sometimes only taking the rear tires as well. That also seems to be an option, because the LMP1s in particular, I think only the LMP2s are doing it. Excuse me, I'm getting confused in my classes right now, which is not a good look. But some of the LMP2s have been taking rear tires only on some of these stops as well, because they absolutely murder the rear tires. So it's a couple of those different little elements in terms of the strategy to just try and get that slight edge. It's absolutely fantastic to see, and to see that sort of innovation and the preparation that has gone into this race from many of the teams out there. Again, SRC Squadra Corsa looking for some semblance of a move over Biela Racing Team Euronics, but they haven't really been able to get anything done. I think they're, in one way they could be happy just sitting back and fuel saving, but I think from the body language of that car, they really want to get by at this point.
I think what would be really interesting riding on board, we'll hear the throttle input. As you come past the flag stand, you'll see a lot of cars in the draft actually blend out the throttle, kind of like you would see in a pack. Funnily enough, here at the Daytona 500 in NASCAR, you see guys that are going along at the same speed as a car at the front that's on full throttle, but they're only on about 80% throttle because, of course, they're getting pulled along by the aerodynamic draft. So we're riding on board right now with Camilo Pizzoli in the number 48 Lamborghini. Now, it was a number 48 Lamborghini that won the Rolex 24-hour GTD category last year, the Paul Miller Racing Team, with Brian Sellers, Madison Snow and Corey Lewis as well in the Total liveried machine. And so this number and this car, of course, the Lamborghini Huracán, winner of the last 3 Rolex 24 hours at Daytona. So you wouldn't think of the Huracán as a 24-hour car, but it's got some great pedigree here at Daytona. So let's listen in as we come around to the tri-oval now to see. Now, interestingly, Camilo, you can see him just grabbing meter by meter in the draft here. Let's see if he's going to lift off or not.
Does lift off at the very end. And also, by the way, your leader is in pit lane.
Yeah, he actually clutched it in on the way in towards turn number 1 there. So definitely the fuel saving game's going on for SRC Squadra Corsa, but they're simultaneously trying to apply the pressure onto the back of the on the back of the Biela car. But right now, Biela maybe have their sights set ahead as well right now, because they've been slowly but surely closing in on Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue here once again. So yeah, everything just keeps changing here in this battle bit by bit. We've had a couple of, like you quite rightfully mentioned, Stefan, we've had the GT3 race leader come down on towards the safety of pit lane. That's Niels Koch as part of team at BMW Bank. We've also got Vanderbilt Sim Racing Reds down on towards the pit lane as well. So those cars getting themselves their service. Team BMW Bank. I have to remember it's that order. Team BMW Bank, not BMW Team Bank, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But But Vendaval Sim Racing Red, they're in there getting their service done as well, and that's going to be a full service for them as well. So about 1 minute and 10 seconds are stationary on pit lane, and they're off and away.
And so with Niels Koch, that also means we have a new driver in that Team BMW Bank car, as he takes over from Laudin Heinrich, who has driven for 96 laps since 544. And also, one thing we did saw before we switched over to our GT3 leader is that Felix Luding is now right in between that battle between Bila Racing Team and SRC Squadra Corsa Black. So we now have that BMW join those two. A little bit unfortunate for this MRC carbon car, but that's just how it sometimes goes with your pit stops.
The race has quite a nice ebb and flow at this point, as we are quickly heading towards the checkered flag, but maybe for some drivers and some teams it can't come quickly enough at this point, especially if they're being closed in on from behind. Someone in the chat says MSI GTE one pit stop behind and a bit out of sync. Well, that is because MSI are off sync compared to AAA Esports White. So nominally, we'll see MSI Esports Red in the race leads, and you know, trying to stretch their legs at the very front of the field. But they're kind of since they're off cycle compared to AAA Esports, they've basically been sharing the race lead, like you know, half the stint for one team, half the stint for the other.
Yeah, and that makes it quite difficult to predict how it will shake out as we come towards the end of the race. And these guys will have the strategists working hard trying to figure out how they best approach that. And depending on who's around them, there's so many factors to bring in there as well. So tricky to figure out. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Just coming back to the point you made, Connery, about the LMP2 tyres, and you're absolutely spot on. The rear tyres get absolutely pounded because the engine is so powerful. It's a V8 naturally aspirated 4.2 litre engine, 600 horsepower, which I believe is made in your home county of Derbyshire.
It used to be my home county.
Okay.
I now live in Cheltenham, which is
very fancy.
Not that near a racetrack, as far as I know. So it's unfortunate. You know, because when I was living in Derby, we just had Donington Park, just like literally a bus ride away. But now I'm a little bit further than that from my closest track.
Well, of course, the Gibson engine that's in the back of this P2 car, and in fact all LMP2 cars under the current rule set, made in Derbyshire by Gibson Technology, and it actually has an amazing 6 degrees of separation with Ayrton Senna. The original founder of Gibson Technology, Zytec, used to make electronic management systems, the first ever electronic engine management systems in Formula One, and their first client was Tolman when a certain Ayrton Senna drove for them, and of course had a rather good drive at Monaco, which set him on a path to bigger and greater things. But that's your 6 degrees of separation between the engine in the back of this car and the great Ayrton Senna.
The question is, Peter, just to go on the theme of what a lot of people in the chat has been saying, is Senna in this split though? No, he is not. Neither is Fernando Alonso. I think doesn't that tell you something, that if Fernando Alonso did not qualify for this race, he's not good enough on iRacing to be in this race. There you go. There we go. Yeah, he had a little bit of a situation where his iRating dropped sharply, shall we say. So he's not going to be participating in this top split. He's down. I can't remember exactly what the split number was for Alonso. A lot of people have been asking about WTF1 as well, and again, they are not in this split. I think they're in the same split as Fernando, I believe. I believe so. Yeah, I'll just have to fact check that one. But yeah, remember, we've got about 40 to 50 other races going on right now. I think the sim was like 45, around that. So we have 45 other Daytona 24-hour races going on right now. We even had a bunch. We had 10 or so for the earlier time slot. So it's not just this top split, but it's a huge community event across iRacing and across sim racing, and every other split, really, for the drivers and teams involved in them, are just as valid as this one. So we watch the top guys, but everyone else is enjoying their time further down in the pecking order, shall we say.
Yeah, very much so. Me, myself, was racing in the Daytona 24 as well. Split 14 for us, but sadly our race has already ended a few hours ago with too much damage to the car. But since we right now are looking at that Lamborghini Huracan, there's a few more stats that you can tell about this car. Obviously, it is the very first GT3 car that is actually built by Lamborghini. All other cars were custom built by Grasser Racing Team, Austrian outfit that has a very long-standing relationship with Lamborghini, but this for the very first time is an actual GT3 car built by Lamborghini themselves, and obviously it has been highly successful, especially here at the Daytona 24 Hours already.
We're looking at the battle for, well, around P1 in the LMP2 class, but I'm kind of interested in all 4 positions at the moment. We've had the pit stop cycle kind of get itself through 7 to 10 laps ago here in the prototype class, so we're basically in the middle of a stint right now, and it seems like that gap has recovered somewhat for the number 8 Huracan Sim Sport car. They had a slightly longer stop last time, but other than that, they've been going along well, so Mac Backham seems to have been picking up the pace slightly. Williams Esports behind Bivano, though, by only 1.2 seconds, though, at this stage. And that's because Williams Esports had the full-service pit stop with the driver change. So that cycled them out behind Bivano, while before they were in P3. So Williams Esports, they're closing in at a rate of knots right now, Peter, and it's only a matter of time before they're all over the back of Bivano.
Indeed, they were a 133.8 last time around in comparison to Bivano Sim Racing's 134.6. So yes, absolutely really reeling them in right now. That Bivano car looks fantastic, that number 5 machine, I have to say. As you see, the Williams car trying to get round the outside of one of the GT3 BMWs. I nearly call it a GT4 because, of course, it's an M4 GT3. It's a bit of a mouthful, but have to say that is a really cool project. I mean, of course, the M4 won't actually race at Daytona until next year. It's still in development. It's a prototype in the real world, but we have it here on iRacing already, and they're using the kind of development here in the sim for the real world race car. I mean, that boggles my little mind, because the fact that this is a simulation software that you can have in your own home at relatively reasonable cost, that 10 years ago race teams would have loved to have. So it's just exceptional. And I know yesterday we had the system had some issues, but that was only due to unprecedented demand. There's a 2020 word for you, unprecedented.
Yeah.
But but yes, I think you can't give. I think you really got to give credit to not only to iRacing, but also BMW, who along with Porsche have really kind of led the charge in car manufacturers getting involved in this form of motorsport.
Yeah, they really did. Speaking of those, the little delay that we had getting this race started, it was delayed about 4 hours due to a couple of problems. But like you said, it was due to the sheer amount of people that were signing up for this race. It's obviously the record race in terms of participation for anything on iRacing, special event related. We had 2,500 teams sign up, which is absolutely nuts. At the time of registration, when the servers opened, we had about 7,500 tried to connect to the server. And I think I heard from iRacing that they had something in the region of 25,000 drivers total registered, which is crazy.
Wow.
It's absolutely crazy. That is a good chunk of the entire user base that has signed up for this one race.
That's exceptional, because it's about, I believe it does move around, but I believe it's roughly 170,000 subscribers or members here on the iRacing service. So yeah, to have 25,000 going for a 24-hour race, I think that shows that just shows you the commitment level and the growth of the service, and not only that, the amount of new content. Most of the cars in this race are completely brand new compared to last year's 24 Hours of Daytona.
Yeah, it is. And, look at this. Williams Esports down the inside of Bivano. Bivano spat out very wide out into the marbles they went. They were able to keep a hold of the car, but it's always particularly sketchy when you push that far wide coming through turn 1, because you have not just the marbles at this stage in the race, but you also have a whole bunch of bumps in the road on the outside line. So good job for the number 5 to keep a hold of that one, but I don't think Williams really wanted to wait around.
No, definitely not. And I'm going to play devil's advocate slightly. We'll see. I wonder if the Movano car maybe was just quite happy to think, okay, I'm a wee bit late in here. I'll make it nice and clean for the Williams car to come through. And Maxime Bryant here in the Movano machine might well just be quite happy to sit in behind the Williams car, because that is the car on the move. No question about it. 133.5 last time around, half a second quicker than the Movano car, half a second quicker than Matt Backham, our leader. And yeah, I don't think he protested too much there. And of course, the LMP2 cars, they give a really, really strong slipstream effect. So you can hopefully hang on to the Williams car there and get dragged around. But we'll see if that's how it plays out over the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. So Williams are the men on the mission right now, it has to be said. They are now 6.5 seconds adrift of Huracán GT3 number 18. And of course, they're always going to be catching here due to them being on, what, half a stint old tyres compared to the at least double stinted tyres of the number 18 Coanda car. So they're going to be catching, it's a little bit wide there coming through turn one, but you can really tell how much he's pushing.
Oh, he's pushing all right. My goodness me. And I think that's the Williams have played a blinder here by putting in a box fresh driver. It's like those Top Gear specials where they used to wheel in the Stig on like a pallet truck and sort of plug him into the car and off he goes. Well, Michael Romandis is doing a proper Stig job here for Williams Esports. The only thing is, though, that this is the challenge for the Movano guy. If Maxime Bryant can just hang on to his coattails, they'll really get a big benefit, actually, from being there in close proximity with the Williams machine.
They will, but I think they'll struggle due to the fact that the Williams car does have the fresher rubber, so it can really pull away, in particular in the... so that's gone off there in NASCAR turn 3. Oh, 2.
I
no,
think
it wasn't. I think it was
blinking.
I think it was someone having a bit of a technical issue. It's always scary when you see those puffs of smoke and you wonder where the car has gone. But it seems like everything's okay out there on circuit right now. Romanita's catching the traffic in the exact right place as well, coming off of the bus stop. Not going to get held up. He can mash that throttle to the floor, absolutely no problems, as he continues to try and extend this gap back to Movano.
Yeah, so I've run the numbers here a little bit, and Williams is about a second faster than the 18 of Coanda Simsport. They're about half a second to 3/10 faster than the 8 of Coanda Simsport, but they are 36 seconds already back from that number 18. So wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see soon the battle for second place, even with Movano. Well, there's just only 3 to 5/10 of pace. They are now able to actually stick with Williams. The last lap was the fastest one that Maxime has done in a good, I don't know, nearly 50 laps. So Maxime, he is getting up to the challenge. He's trying to stick with the Williams car as much as possible, as we have seen with a few slides that Maxime has already put out. So really interesting. We might actually soon see a battle for second place, not between 2, but between 3, with Movano joining them as well.
Well, whether we'll see this fight or not for P2 depends on whether Williams can make up this gap towards the end of this stint at that point. So that's for an on-circuit battle. Of course, they can still watch each other in terms of the strategy and the pit stops from this point forwards. But we are kind of about 3/4, I would say, through a stint for these LMP2 cars. Of course, LMP2s can only go around about 40 minutes on a fuel tank here. So it's very short stints in LMP2. Of course, the opposite is true in the GT classes. They can go around about 55 minutes before having to make a visit on towards pit lane. No one able to make an hour mark in this race, so they don't have a simple strategy to the end of pitting on the hour every hour like we usually see in iRacing special events. No one's able to get to the point where they can do that. So it does make the final run to the flag a little bit more interesting, considering the amount of splash and dashes that need to happen.
Tell you what, Williams Esports there have made the difference. Michael Romandis 1.4 seconds quicker than the Movano car there. The Movano car just hitting traffic at the wrong spot, and the Williams car making advantage and breaking away. So that, I wonder, that's certainly gonna give Michael Romandis a real hurry along again. And David Williams and the Coanda Simsport guys, they're going to be looking in his mirror now going, I didn't didn't quite fancy seeing that Williams machine appearing there. That's not ideal, but they battle on. You can just see him come at the back of the shot there. There's now only my math is terrible, 3 seconds between them now. There it is. Well, thank you, Conroy. 3.5 seconds between the pair. So at the rate of speed right now, that's going to close up relatively quickly, I'd say.
Yeah, and all cars are about 15 laps into their stint, so they have about 10, 11, 12 laps to go in their stint until we see them once again in the pit boxes. And there's only a lap between all three of them, so we might actually see a very nice battle in those guys, unless they're able to overtake each other in just that one lap that they have over the Quando team.
The problem comes for Movano right now is that they are out of the draft. They're about 1.9 seconds behind Williams Esports, so they're not getting the tow around the circuit anymore, and they had a little bit of a slide on entry to turn 1 there. They have a lapped prototype behind them that probably is looking to unlap itself compared to Movano, because Movano not going particularly quickly at this stage. That's the number 30 prototype. That's Obsidian Racing, which is, believe it or not, not your last running prototype. The last running prototype is Team RSO right now, who are about 200 laps down. Well, it's actually 269 laps down on your race leader. So it's a long way back from Team RSO. In fact, they are behind all currently running GT3 cars in terms of overall position. So it's a long road for Team RSO to really get anywhere, but at least they're still out there, and Obsidian Racing going to be happy about it because they can technically say they're not last in prototypes right now of the running cars.
Indeed, yes, they can. It's fantastic to watch this prototype battle here at Daytona, and it's given a little bit of a flavour of what we can expect both in sim and in the real world over the next few years. Of course, the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, the real world event starts on Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Cannot wait. And of course the DPI category, the top category of prototype racing in IMSA in America, always very, very exciting. And of course we're moving into a new era of sports car racing in 2 years' time called LMDH, where for the first time in a long, long time the same car could be taken to Daytona, Sebring, Le Mans, and others, and go up against one another. We've had Porsche confirm, we've had Audi confirm, and apparently there are quite a few others on the way. Now, interesting, Stefan, you made an excellent point earlier about how this 24-hour race here at Daytona is such a good test of the car. Lots of high throttle, full throttle moments, big heavy braking, and that reminds me of one particular circuit in the middle of France, Le Mans. So I think success at Daytona, both in the sim and in the real world, is going to be very, very important for factories who will obviously have their mind set on Le Mans as well.
Yeah, obviously very similar tracks, high top speeds, long straights, hard braking zones, and a little bit of a sweeper added for Le Mans, which you obviously don't really have here at Daytona, but still a very good baseline that you can set at Daytona for Le Mans. I mean, we have seen it in the GT LM class or GTE class in WEC. Those cars that generally do good at Daytona are also quite favorable at Le Mans in the GT LM class. So would be very interesting to see what happens, especially right now on track, because that's David Williams right behind him, Michael Romanidis.
What is that? About 4 seconds and a handful of laps, and it's an easy pass even before the start-finish line there. I think that was helped a little bit by the number 18 Commander car getting out of the throttle, but that's Williams Esports now back up into P2 after getting the pass done on track on David Williams of VRS Commander Simsport. But it was mostly the difference, well, the difference maker was definitely the tyres in that instance. Kind of didn't have anything to fight with whatsoever and preferred not to lose time trying to fight against the losing battle.
And one thing that I have to add here, because we're talking about a Quando car, Mac Backham of the number 8 Quando, he is starting to feel the pressure. He is starting to probably get told to get a move on, because just a few laps ago he was actually being extremely aggressive into the bus stop, sending it 4 wide into the entrance of the bus stop. So Mac Backham most definitely knows what's going on with the Williams car, and he knows that probably those guys are on the move and they only have one target in sight.
Yeah, so we'll see that relative time between VRS Kind of Sim Sports number 8 and Williams Esports come down just bit by bit as Williams Esports close in on the fresher tires. But will it be enough in the final, 4 hours, 48 minutes to be able to do anything about your race leader? Because remember, number 8 Coanda, they also have the one, the only Joshua Rogers to be able to put in the car if they so desire for the end of this race. I don't think Mac is going to be driving the car all the way into the checkered flag. They have at least one more driver change to go in that team. That might make all the difference.
It could well do, yeah. Michael Romandis, a 133.4 there, a second, 1.1 second quicker than Matt Backham, so he's absolutely on the charge. He pulled 2 seconds out of David Williams on the last lap and the lap before that. So it's this drive here from Michael Romandis. We might look back on this stint, and it might be a key stint, because he is, you know, we saw this in 2015 when Le Mans when Porsche won with the car that they didn't quite expect to win with. It was kind of a third car, and Nico Hülkenberg, Nick Tandy and Earl Bamber won quite unexpectedly, and it was all to do with Tandy's stint through the night, a quadruple stint through the night. And this is what it's reminding me of. This is from Michael Romandis. He's just operating on another level entirely.
Yeah,
he
most
really
definitely.
is.
That stint back then by Tandy was incredible. But one thing we're really not allowed to forget, while we have this incredible stint by these guys, we have to look back one more time. VRS Corner Simsport, the 18 car, they might lose that third place here in just a few moments time, because Maxime Briand, he's now on the back of that VRS Corner team, and they just keep dropping time to that Mivano car.
Yeah, so the tires starting to really fade towards the end of the stint for maybe even both the Coanda cars at this point. They still have about 4 or 5 laps to go on this stint before at least this number 18 starts to think about coming on towards pit lane. So it's 21 laps on the stint right now for VRS Kind of Simsport number 18. They can go 24 to 25 is what they've usually been doing. The number 8 car has usually been hitting 25, so they have quite a ways to go on their stint right now. So, you know, the longer they spend on these old tires, the more that Williams Esports is really going to benefit out of this. But of course, that advantage can switch, and perhaps will switch at some point once Coanda get themselves onto the fresher tires and Williams Esports having to deal with that aged rubber.
Yeah, Coanda right out of the horseshoe, immediately on the throttle, big slide, now also through a second horseshoe, big slide for them once again. Just really feeling those tires really get away from them right now. David Williams really strong in that 18 car. So number 8, the sister team, is on the high banks of Daytona once again.
He is. 4 hours and 45 minutes left remaining in this race, and I don't think, at least in my portions of the broadcast, we've done a RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with your overall race leader. So we'll just do that for a couple of minutes, a couple of laps on board then with your overall race leader, VRS Kind of Simsports number 8. They're coming towards the end of their stint. Let's ride with Mac Backham. there we go. That was a couple of laps on board there with Mac Backham as part of that VRS Canada Sim Sports number 8 car that currently leads this race overall. We have some news on the pit lane, or rather news coming off the pit lane, as Williams Esports have visited their pit box. They took fuel only here, and that is kind of what we expected. They took tires on the stop previous to that one, so there's no need to change the tires once again. So fuel only for the number 6 prototype, getting back out there on circuit. Absolutely fantastic stuff indeed. Meanwhile, Movano still have been able to improve their position up in towards P2 now. So VRS Canada Sim Sports number 18 continue to slide back in this situation. They'll try and look for the move back around the outside at the International Horseshoe, but not going to be successful, especially in amongst the GT3 traffic that they had coming through there. So they're going to have to wait to fight another day, maybe have a look on a dive somewhere else. Very defensive inside line there for turn 5 for Movano. But one thing a lot of the people in the chat noticed, and I noticed myself as well, while we were on board with that number 8 Coanda car, they were lifting and coasting down into basically every single corner.
It's very interesting to see what they're certainly the pace from Michael Romandis is very, very hard to match right now, and having to do a fuel save or wishing to do a fuel save is certainly going to kill the speed a little bit as well. But apologies there, folks, just a little tiny little blip in internet at my end here in a very sunny Edinburgh this morning, actually, or this afternoon I should say. But I don't know how much you caught, but I have to say this Michael Romandis stint, this has got an air of Nick Tandy at Le Mans in 2015. I think it might be a stint that we look back on that could be critical to the outcome of this race.
I think it could be as well, but there was a little bit of a discussion with some of the night crew in the middle of this race that said that they noticed the same thing with the massive amounts of clear air fuel saving that Coanda have been doing. They said it feels like Coanda have a lot of hidden pace that they can deploy at any moment if they get too worried that anyone's getting close. So we've yet to see them sort of turn it up to 11 in that respect, but again, the closer Williams Esports gets to them, the more likely that they're going to start thinking, oh, we need to pick things up a little bit and risk our fuel saving a little bit just to keep ourselves ahead. I think Coanda really, really trying to make this final pit stop as short as possible. Of course, number 8 is probably the best car in terms of the fuel out there in LMP2s right now, considering the consistency with which they've been able to hit 25 laps on the stint. So they're going to have a particularly short final stop if they have to do a splash and dash, shorter than everyone else, which is always going to be an advantage on the order of a good couple of seconds in that instance. But yeah, this is getting maybe a little too close for comfort, because we're so used to Coanda winning by, what was it, last year? They won by 1 or 2 laps here at the Daytona 24. So this is a foreign territory for them, all things considered.
Interesting, we've got Dane Warren in the VRS Coanda Sim Sport 18 car as well, so we'll see what that sort of pace comes out now. A box fresh driver that could make all the difference as the Fordzilla BMW just comes around. It's such a tricky spot there in the pit exit, I should say, and a little wiggle there from Dane Warren to say it's coming through.
Yeah, beep beep, well, or rather flashy flashy in terms of the headlights here in these cars. Don't have horns, of course, but we're still waiting for VRS Canada Sim Sports number 8, the overall race leader, to come down on towards the pit lane to make their stop. I think it might even be, if the trend of the number 18 is to be followed, it might be a full service for the number 8, but we'll just have to see in a couple of laps time. There are 23 laps on their stint. Like I said, they've been hitting 25 pretty consistently, so a couple of laps time they'll be down in. We've been giving a lot of love to the prototype field here for the past hour or so, but don't worry, things have been happening further down the order as well. Guess what? It's Biela and Vendeval in GT3s, 5th and 6th, still within a second of each other. They've been like this for hours on end at this point.
Pretty much so, yeah. The two Lamborghinis, the first two Lamborghinis, I think. No, actually, Vendeval Sim Racing Red is right now in second place. That's your first Lamborghini right now on track. But yeah, we've been talking at the beginning of our stint here that these guys have been fighting each other. They keep fighting each other. They're still once again nose to tail. This time, once again, Biela Racing Team ahead of the Van der Waals Sim Racing Blue, so they have once again switched position since the last time we have checked into them.
Yeah, sometimes it's the Biela car leading, sometimes it's the Van der Waals car leading in this particular battle, but the one thing that remains the same is how close they are on circuit. Now down to within half a second between the two of them in that battle for P5 in that GT3 class. So we'll have to see if that trend continues into the final couple of hours. It would be brilliant if they can have a side-by-side battle on the final lap, but maybe we won't get that lucky. But we'll just have to wait and see. That's kind of the portion of the race we're in right now, Peter. It's just setting up for those, final couple of stints. It's the calm before the storm, somewhat.
Absolutely. You listen to a lot of really successful endurance racing drivers. I always think of the Taylor brothers, Jordan Taylor and Ricky Taylor, who have won this race many times for their both for the family team as well, which was quite cool. But the thing is, they always say is that a 24-hour race or 12-hour race or whatever, you want to get to just the last 2 or 3 hours clean, just keep the car clean up to that point, and that's when you really put on the afterburners. And that would maybe link up with the should we say the Coanda conundrum or the Coanda theory that they are just making sure that they are into those last 3 or 4 hours clean, and then they start to hit the afterburners as Matt Backham comes into pit lane. Now, I wouldn't suspect they'll be doing a driver change yet, but maybe with the threat of the Williams pace and the charging from that car, they might change over to one of their real hotshots, Joshua Rogers or Charlie Collins. But looks like Matt Backham's staying in for now.
It looks like, I think we would have seen him jump out the car by now if they are deciding to do a driver change. So at least one more stint for Matt Backham behind the wheel of the number 8 prototype. Williams Esports, again, have still been going very quickly out there. Michael Romanidis is putting in a pretty exemplary stint right now to be able to at least keep Coanda honest. I don't think he's doing enough to be able to really get into a position where he's able to challenge them towards the end of this race, but I could well be very wrong in that instance. So Williams Esports coming through the final corner now. Virus Kind of Sim Sports have already done their stop and they're off and away. They didn't take tires on that stop, so they took fuel only. So those tires just getting older and older on that number 8.
Yeah, that'll be quite a challenge for Matt Backham if he's just taking fuel only here, especially in the first couple of laps. Of course, this LMP2 prototype, it's very sensitive to weight. So when it's full of fuel, it can feel pretty cumbersome indeed. So the drivers have got to watch out for that one. The minimum weight of this car, 930 kilos. When you add in a full tank of fuel, it will really affect its behaviour, especially on those old tyres. So I think we're gonna see that gap close in even further over this next stint.
A concerning thing as well, if we look at the weather, it's crept up a couple more degrees since we last talked about it. I think it was about 24 degrees Celsius the last time we mentioned it. Now it's up to 27 degrees Celsius, and it's maybe going to climb a couple of degrees higher in the next couple of hours as well. So that just means that the tires won't be able to hold on quite as long. So it adds that little bit of intrigue now coming towards the end of the race, especially for that prototype class where the tires make a big difference, especially when you're talking about a fresh set of tires versus a quadruple stint tire.
And what also starts to be is that we're seeing a pickup in wind speed. We're now up to 8 to 10 kilometers an hour. We were much lower earlier on in this stint. So might be also a little bit of a talking point for these teams in certain corners, that they have a little bit of a struggling on the brakes or on the throttle pickup once again because of that pickup in wind speed. But yeah, gap now down to just under 21 seconds between that Coanda number 8 and the Williams Esports team.
Yeah, so gap stands at about 20 seconds between Coanda and Williams. Looking further back through the field to see if we have any interesting action that isn't the Biela versus Van der Waals battle that has been a thing since the feels like the very start of this race. We have a battle further back in GT3s though, about 20 laps in terms of the stint difference between these two. But Core Sim Racing and Oris Racing team close out there on circuit, although I think that core car is due in, if not this lap, then a couple of laps time for one of its pit stop services. So this might be a bit of a short-lived battle, but I'll just get the correct graphic up. There we go. F4 Sim Racing about a second and a half ahead of Oris, and they do head their way down in.
Yeah, and you can see that Lamborghini doesn't it just look right with the battle scars of nearly 20 hours of racing, with all the flies and dirt and all sorts of stuff spattered all over that course and racing machine. And Marius Golombek getting on board that number 3 machine right now. So new driver able to get in there, and I think at this point this is where putting in the nice fresh drivers is really going to make a difference. You don't want to be stretching any of your guys too much if you can afford it. But at the moment it's still Team BMW Bank leading in GT3, and while this would with Niels Koch on board, this would be quite a significant victory, wouldn't it, guys? Because of course it's a brand new car on iRacing. Brand new car. It's not even raced yet in the real world, but it's also a new collaboration between BMW factory and the Buro Sud competition machine. The flying zebras, as they're often referred to, with the zebra stripes. They're nice and easy to spot on track, that's for sure. But this would mean a lot to all concerned if they could get this win.
Also, the reason why our gap between P1 and P2 in GT3 is currently showing 0.00 right now is because our graphics are getting kind of confused, because you can see there's the Vendaval red car ahead of the ahead of the Team BMW Bank car. This is Niels Koch potentially going to put the entire field in his own class down 1 lap. So he'll be the only driver on the leading lap for GT3. That is a monster performance from Team BMW Bank.
It certainly would be, yes. It absolutely something at this level that you don't really see very often. But Niels Koch, he really impressed for BS competition in the IMSA iRacing Triple Crown Challenge a few months ago, where BS competition were just in another division in their trio of BMW M8s. Switched down to the GTD category for this race, and Niels Koch absolutely on the charge. And at this point, this is going to be a long 4.5 hours for them, because they've got the race well in their grasp. But as you can see, a prototype that's sweeping in and out in front of them. Anything can happen, and they'll be imagining that at this point.
They would be. They're being patient right now. BMW Bank right behind the Vendaval Sim Racing red car. They don't want to force the issue too much here on the lap traffic, despite them being P1 and P2 in class. So it's a very conservative drive at the moment for Niels Koch, as he doesn't want to put that BMW Bank car into an awkward position where it puts it at risk, because there's no reason to really be taking any risks at this stage, especially when you have almost a lap on the rest of the field. You can basically just get it to the checkered flag and home safe mode.
Indeed, yeah, that is the thing, is just trying to stroke the car home at this point. But this is where every prototype that comes through, you just give them that little bit more room, saying, oh, just give me a wide berth, please. But they've been pretty steady so far. Let's hope they can keep that going right now. So at the front then, just keeping an eye on the lap times. Well, Michael Romandis, the last time around, 133.8. Matt Backham, 134.8. That gap is now down to less than 20 seconds. So Michael Romandis is absolutely on the charge, and we could see that battle continue to close, that gap continue to close, excuse me, with Michael Romandis on not fresh tyres, but fresher than Matt Backham is having to deal with right now.
Yeah, those tyres on, those tyres on Williams Esports are about, 33 laps old at this point by my calculations?
Yeah, should be about right, 33 laps. It's also my calculation here. And the reason I've been a little bit quiet here is because I was punching the numbers here between the Williams Esports and the VRS and the SimSport team. Now, with the rate that Williams Esports team is closing down on Mac Backham, it takes them about 30-35 laps on raw pace to get up to that number 8. But obviously, we still have the problem, or rather Williams has the problem problem that Coanda could just say, all right, we're getting under pressure here. Joshua, you're up, drive us home here, or go to Charlie and do the same thing. And I'm not sure if Williams would be up to the task of actually being able to race against Joshua or Charlie here. So they really need to close this gap. They really need to do it really fast so that Coanda has no time to wreck that. Ideally, they would want to close this gap into the Coanda car in their stint, because they are 5 laps shorter on the numbers than a Coanda team. So the time is really running out for Williams. At the rate that they're closing, they might just run into the problem that Coanda goes, Joshua or Charlie, you're up, you drive us now home.
Having a look at the driver stints for Williams Esports, because you can go onto our timing 71 /S/RaceSpot. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. The theme for Williams Esports has been the cycle of Josh Thompson, Lorenzo Sirica, Diego Pinto, and then Michael Romanides. That's been the cycle. So I think Romanides, in the next pit stop, he'll remain in the car, and then the pit stop after that will possibly be Josh Thompson to bring it to the checkered flag, although they could throw us a curveball there.
Yeah, there's always going to be the element of surprise towards the end of these sorts of races as well. What do Williams Esports have up their sleeves? But they're doing absolutely everything right now in that number 6 car, just trying to just put the pressure onto the Coanda machine. I can imagine it's starting to maybe get a little bit more tense on the communications in the number 8 Coanda car and the leading car, because that gap is eroding slowly but surely, and that will increase tensions a little bit. And of course, that will put more and more pressure under Matt Backham, and that's the last thing he needs when he's on a set of tyres that are well past their best. And this car's got such an aggressive power delivery from its naturally aspirated V8 engine that you really do need those tyres underneath you. So we'll see how it develops over the next little while. Again, about 0.3 of a second quicker that last time around between Romandis in favour of him over Matt Backham.
Okay, so we're getting news from Dominic Stibe, who is a team member of Williams Esports. He's quite helpfully pointed out in the chat, Josh will not drive for the final stint because he has technical problems. So that means that either they put Diego Pinto back in, which will be a pretty short break for him, or they put Sricha back in, which would have been a longer break for him to freshen up.
That's the wrong team. You were looking at the Williams Esports team that has those 2 drivers. But for Coanda, it would be.
Oh no, I am talking about Williams.
Mitchell de Jong.
I am talking about Williams because Stibe is part of Williams, unless Stibe is saying that Josh Rogers has technical issues, which I don't think happened. We'll have to get clarification from there.
No, you're right. You're right.
Oh wait, yeah.
No.
Okay, now I'm gonna confuse. Yeah, Josh Thompson, obviously. My bad. Yeah, Sirica or Pinto it will be for the Williams team. My bad. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was wondering why a Williams Esports team member would have information on Coanda driver status.
I was so focused on Joshua Rogers that I completely forgot about Josh Thompson there.
This is how rumours start, guys. But yes, interesting. Brilliant. Thank you, Dominic, for writing into us on the YouTube chat. He also said, he says they are worried about this. The point that Stefan was making as well. They are worried about when Joshua Rogers or Charlie Collins gets into that number 8 Coanda car, because they're expecting that to be a bit of a game changer. We'll see how that one pans out. It's too hard to call, and normally, in the past, a 24-hour race would normally be sewn up by now. A queue, apart from any kind of like mechanical failures or what have you. But this is what we've come to expect, and the fact that these guys have been plodding around for nearly 20 hours and they're covered by a tiny margin is just exceptional entertainment in its own way. And these guys got the Lambo train here as well. Van de Waal and Bila, they just cannot keep away from one another. Interesting, the Bila car, of course, Frank Bila, so so synonymous with the Audi brand. Of course, Lamborghini owned by Audi, so I can imagine that was where the car choice came in for that particular one. Always, my favourite Frank Biela story is he came to Knock Hill when he was in the British Touring Car Championship and came up testing in the then A4 Super Touring Quattro and tested for 8 hours solid. Apart from coming in for fuel and tyres, he stayed in the seat for 8 hours and just pounded round Knock Hill for 8 hours. That would make me dizzy.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Knock Hill, pretty famous track in Scotland, and basically on a hilltop. All things considered, it's very difficult to get to. Any series that goes there, has usually massive queues with the team trucks and things like that to even get up the mount into the track. And it's a very short track as well, very undulating. So that's why Pierre says you get very, very dizzy if you do too many laps around there. But yeah, what commitment there from Biela. But I gotta say though, I'm just gonna delve into this topic because I've been told off by Biela Racing Team Euronics before by saying their name wrong, because it's not Biela Racing Team, it is Team Euronics, who are sponsored by Biela Racing, which I think is the correct way around. Otherwise, I'm completely messing it up. So you have to keep that in mind. It's Team Euronics, but they're sponsored by Biela instead of Euronics sponsoring the Biela Racing Team.
I see.
Yes, that's exactly.
I see. Okay.
Not confusing at all.
Oh well, there we go. Now it seems to be quite fancy as Biela with Euronics, or Euronics with Biela, or Biela powered by Euronics. Take your pick. Now we're having thank you to Bo Albert writing in on the YouTube chat. MSI Esports have run out of fuel and had to take a tow, so that changes everything in the GTE category.
Oh, there they are. They're just in the pit lane, so let's take a. All right, they just finished their pit stop, so they were on the pit limiter then. But let's just have a little look back. We got a little distracted, but looking back,
my fault.
Looking back even further.
Yeah, it was lap 695 out back onto the oval is when it happened.
There
we go.
So we'll take a ride on board with them. Engine fine at the moment, and there, just through NASCAR. One of the NASCAR turns, the car splutters to a halt. They clutch it in so they can coast as far as possible, but everyone having to go high around them. That is a big moment for MSI Esports Reds. They were looking to be one of the strongest cars in GTE, and they were having the lion's share of the time in the race lead, but now they've had to take the tow back to pit lane, and, well, they're back out there now as we will return to the live pictures, but that is absolutely huge in terms of the complexion of this GTE battle, because now AAA Esports White, they're in the best spot in the house right now as far as GTEs are concerned. They've been gifted a chance to win this race.
That is the sort of scene that nightmares are made of. That cough, that that is just heartbreaking for those guys, and the sort of kind of error that they'll know they can't get away with at this level. That's just gut wrenching for those guys in that BMW. It's not what you ever want to see, really, but drops them so far down compared to where they were, but they'll fight on in that number one car. Now third in class for Salvatalens, and he'll be driving angry, that's for sure. But we've all been there. We've all been there on the road as well. I don't think I've ever actually run out of fuel, but I've been very, very close. I've had the cough and sort of coasted into the the petrol station, but on the racetrack, much worse.
Yeah,
wow.
And the problem for them is that they are now 1.5 minutes behind AAA Esports White, who are just now coming out of the first horseshoe, while MSI is in the second one. So really, they have to be careful not to even get lapped by the AAA Esports White, which would be obviously the ultimate nail in the coffin.
The thing that will work in their favor, though, is that AAA Esports White is coming to the end of a stint here, so the gap isn't as bad as it first appears. They were kind of all the top three were coming towards the end of their stints here in just a couple of moments' time. So it's not the fact that they're so far back at this point. We'll get to see what the actual gap is once AAA Esports have come down in for their service, but it's still going to be quite a gap between even BS Competition and MSI Esports, perhaps, coming towards those pit stops. But What drama for MSI Esports. That is a bit of a blunder there, and to have that happen with 4 hours and 15 minutes left to go in a 24-hour race, that is a big error, and I would hate to be the person that made that wrong call.
Indeed, that's the thing, is when you've got a team, you've got maybe 3, possibly 4 drivers in a team, and then all the supporting crew as well, and it can be any one of you, and it's the dread of being the one to make that mistake. But that's what makes a good, strong team, is you rally around the person that's made that error, don't criticize them, and you just have to push on, because not only do you have to get to the end of this race, you've got other events coming on nearly every week here on iRacing. So that will be really devastating for the whole team, and it will be no more devastating than for the person who's maybe made that little bit of an error. A flurry of comments in the YouTube chat right now. One saying, good old Jim wouldn't have let you down there. That's Jim, crew chief Jim, that you can get on iRacing as well. It did remind me again of another Rolex 24-hour moment back in, I think it was 2014, when the Wayne Taylor Racing team were looking to win in their C7 Corvette DP, and they actually Jordan Taylor went over the maximum driving time. I think it was something like 4 hours and 6, and he was going to go over it by about 5 minutes, so they had to pit while in the lead at the end of the race. And again, just a mathematical error really, and cost them very, very dearly. Not quite as dearly as it has for the MSI Esports team though.
So I wasn't expecting so much drama so soon. I think so. Yeah, that's absolutely huge there in GTE. So we'll have to see once AAA and BS competition come down in to see where exactly the order is right now. We do have a couple of drivers that are actually waiting for an interview, and it's part of the stricken Team RSO car that's still out there doing laps. They've been able to gain a position back in class over RAG Esports, which is fortunate for them. That happened a couple of laps ago, but they are still around about 269 laps down on your race leader. I'll bring both of them in actually. So here we go. Sorry to disrupt your conversation if you're having one, you two, but Team RSO, you guys, well, decided to get that car back out there on track. You got Luca von Leitner behind the wheel of the car right now. What spurred you on to make the decision to get back out there on track despite being 269 laps down?
Hello everyone. First of all, we wanted to get back out, especially Angelo, because we wouldn't want to get the disqualification because of the driver fair share rule. So we had to get Angelo out again to not get disqualified, even though it wouldn't make a big difference, I guess, in the end. But yeah, and now we decided to actually try to finish the race, even though we are like a few laps down. But yeah, it's fun to drive, and it's nice to at least finish the race with the team together.
Yeah, and I think Luca has gotten the word that he's on broadcast right now, because he was just flashing the lights all the way down into the bus stop with no traffic ahead of him. So I think you've told him that this is happening. But of course, we have Moritz Lohner here. We have Manuel Sudau as well, as the drivers that are a part of that Team RSO prototype. It was going so well for you guys, Manuel, in the early portions of the race. But of course, you were involved in that incident in the middle of the night, which took you completely out. You had heavy damage to that car. That must have been a big disappointment, because you were going so well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, of course, in that moment, it's a heartbreak for the whole team. The chat was full of sadness, which is a bit difficult because there's 3 more races going on. So we're fielding 4 cars. We're in split 1, 2, 3, and 4 with 1 car each. So yeah, but of course, all eyes were on this top entry, and we were so proud and cheering with the guys because, especially Moritz, I really want to thank you for the great support you've been to our team in the last couple of days and weeks, and the show you just gifted to us and to our team was just amazing. Everyone had goosebumps to see our car storming through the field from 18 to P2. Keeping up with the big pro teams, that's a huge effort, and maybe because you were discussing all the time, or sometimes in the stream also, about like what it takes to be on that top level, I can tell you a couple of laps, a lot of time, a lot of dedication, a good team, And that's what we did. And I think everyone in the team can be very proud of us. What we achieved is just amazing and really shows what we can do if we work together like we did in the last weeks.
Yeah, and you're kind of taken out of the race, basically no fault of your own at that point. You know, everything happened ahead of you with the lap traffic, and you were just caught up in the aftermath. And is that sort of a better way to go out rather than you making a mistake of your own accord?
I prefer to say no in that specific case because, I mean, you've seen the pictures and it still leaves us a bit speechless, and we have a lot of question marks. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the pictures from Cedric's onboard when he was approaching that LMP going waves in the oval, and I mean, you don't know where to go, and this car just inside, outside, and then, I mean, this is just, that's not the way you want to drop out of the race. That's especially not after you've shown such a great show. So, I mean, maybe the team will show some respect and message us afterwards. That would be very much appreciated, because every one of us is very much into it, and it's a lot of emotion. So of course, to have a little bit of an explanation what was actually happening there would be very nice to understand. But you know, in the end, this is part of the game. You win some, you lose some. For us, really, I want to highlight again the great show we did. The great pace we had, the great car we had. I have the pleasure myself to drive that car just in another split, and it really is an amazing car. So it feels like, I don't know, you're one with the car, and that's amazing. If you have hours and hours in the car, you're doing these 3-hour stints, 4 or 6 stints in a row, it's amazing to have such a good feeling, really.
Of course, we have Moritz still here. Moritz, you kind of came into that Team RSO outfit just for this event, at least as far as we're aware. Where you're going in terms of team isn't public yet. I don't even know either. Of course, you had a couple of years running around with the Williams Esports guys. Is there any news as to where you're going next?
Nothing yet. I can tell you it will be in February when everything will be announced, but I can't tell you much more.
I wanted to get an exclusive, Moritz. You're disappointing me here.
Well, maybe in some DMs I can give you a little more insight.
Okay.
But nothing specifically.
The benefits of being a commentator, I suppose. But yeah, you know, you had a fantastic run here today in your stints in the early part of the race. At least for you, is obviously, without giving too much away, is your 2021 looking to be even better than 2020, because you had so many championship wins last year, you know, across sim racing. Do you think you can repeat that this year?
It's gonna be tough. I always said, like, after how last year went down with like almost every championship win on Race Room, it's gonna be tough to beat it this year, because I would have to win everything again, and I think that's one of the hardest tasks ever in sim racing, to have consecutive championship wins in a specific championship, especially on such a high level. But I'm trying to. That's what I can do, and that's what I want to do. I want to try to make the Triple Crown, for example, like the same championships 3 times in a row. That would be the dream. And if the schedule fits, I would also like to compete in some more iRacing events, like the Daytona, for example, now, which is always huge fun for me. But it will always be hard, especially nowadays that the competition is so hard around everywhere. You just have to focus on one thing and can't jump between each sims like I did 2 years ago. 2 years ago it worked pretty good, like I was competitive all across the sims. But since last year every sim got so competitive that it's just almost impossible to drive on the top level everywhere.
Well, thank you guys very much for joining us, and best of luck trying to get to the checkered flag in that very stricken Team RSO number 97 prototype. It's good to see you guys still out there and logging laps, and best of luck in your races deeper in the year.
Thanks a lot, Connery. Thanks for having us, and thanks again for all what you're doing. It's a great broadcast and great entertainment. Shout out.
Well, thank you very much for doing your part as well. So those are the guys from Team RSO paying us a visit here, Peter, Stefan. It's great to see them, have the commitment to be able to go to the end of the race. But moving on from that, though, this gap is continuing to come down between number 8 and number 6. P1, P2, Coanda Williams, battle for the race leads is looking more and more likely at this point.
Indeed, yeah. It's just while you're chatting to the guys there, it's the Jaws music has been getting louder and louder, we're now down to, as you say, less than 10 seconds as well. This is Michael Romandis. I said it before, I'll say it again. I think the stint could be absolutely critical. It certainly put Williams right in the very heart of the fight, which they maybe were on the fringes of just a couple of hours ago. But Michael Romandis can be very, very proud of his efforts so far to reel in this leading number 8 VRS Coanda SimSport car. I would suspect that now Matt Backham, when he next comes into the pits, that it will be a full service, tyres, fuel, a driver, and maybe a drinks bottle as well. Why not?
Yeah, possibly. We'll have to see exactly which driver gets behind the wheel, whether it's Josh Rogers or Charlie Collins. Those are the two I expect to get back behind the wheel of the VRS Coanda SimSport car. Of course, when we talk about Coanda, we always talk about the team house that they have here, and of course these drivers, Mac and Josh at least, are part of that team house, so they'll be able to, well, they don't do the whole same rig shenanigans that we saw a couple of Daytonas ago, involving, I think it was the Vendaval prototype in that instance, where they were actually saving time in the pit stops because they didn't have to do an actual driver change, and they were doing the driver change in real life because they were on the same rig.
Very clever.
None of that going on here. They're actually doing the driver changes properly in sim, but they are still in the same house. So, it's they have that community going, they have that atmosphere, which could be beneficial for them.
So, please do forgive my ignorance, Connery. So these guys all have effectively a sim racing frat house where they literally live, eat, breathe, and sleep sim racing. Fantastic.
Yeah, the majority of the Coanda drivers are there. Not all of them, though. But likes of Mac and Josh and a couple of others are part of that team house in Germany. So, yeah, it's like I've said before when I've mentioned it on other broadcasts. It's a common thing in other esports to get everyone under the same roof. Have that team house and practice together and race together. In person. But we hadn't seen it in sim racing until VRS Coanda SimSport did it, and I don't think anyone else has done it either. So, yeah, they're pioneers in that instance. I'm seeing Williams Esports down on towards the pit lane right now. So this is going to be Romanidis. He's going to stay behind the wheel of the Williams Esports cars, and I expect this to be a fuel-only stop as well. We'll just have to wait and see. We've got the pit stop up for you now. It's going to be, well, if it's fuel only, it's going to be about 33 to 34 seconds on the pit box time.
Let's watch it.
Surprised to see them even take rear tires, but might just be, yeah, there we go, fuel on.
Now, this is where we're going to see, we know this has been a mega stint from Michael Romandis, but how mega? This is where it's going to be much trickier. This is now I believe his third stint. Yes. Oh no, and he's now on the triple of these tires.
I'm just having a quick look. I think this might even be his fourth.
Wow.
I'm having a look because usually they've been doing 4 stints apiece for Williams, at least as far as I could tell.
I'm just going to check the timing. If they did switch tires with the switch of the drivers, because we had the switch from Pinto to Romanidis, and if they did also switch tires, then that would be now his third stint on these tires.
Okay, so that's what we're going to see now. I think if the pace can be matched. And also, I would suspect then that Matt Backham will be coming in for the full service, and then that it might swing round again, where that momentum shift will go back towards the number 8 car of the VRS Coanda SimSport. So just a fascinating end to this race. We've still got 4 hours to go. There's still lots of motor racing. Now, back in GTE, MSI Esports, Salva Talents back up to second position. and only 37 seconds off the lead right now. Now, they are a bit out of sequence, of course, but I mean, what a story this would be. Run out of fuel, tow back to pit lane, and somehow gather it back to the lead. This would be a story.
It would be. It really would be. I would love to see them do it because we all love a comeback story. But AAA will be hoping that that story doesn't come true in this instance. I'm having a look on Timing 71, and I've just noticed that the reason why I was confused about the stints is that Timing 71, for each driver, adds an extra stint onto the total stints that they've done. So this will be confirmed the third stint for Romanides, and Williams Esports were doing 3 stints per at a time per driver. So that's the current situation there. I'm glad we were able to get that clarified. Of course, maybe Timing 71 needs to have a couple of bug fixes, but we'll just ignore that one for now. We're coming up to the 4 hours to go mark, though. 4 hours of this 24 hours of Daytona to go on the iRacing service. We've been very thankful to everyone watching and everyone that's been supporting us throughout the broadcast. From the drop of the green flag, it's been absolutely crazy. You guys in the chat supporting us. We even, in the middle of the night, had a lot of super chats. You know, people donating money to the stream, which is incredible. Of course, we don't expect anyone to do it, but you know, if people want to do that with their money, well, who am I to tell you what to do with your own cash? But again, thank you very much, everyone, for the support. We're only a couple of hours away from the checkered flag, and well, we've got intrigue in at least the race leads for both prototypes and GTEs, which is incredible.
Indeed, yeah, GTE is intrigue all around, with Chris Lullum leading for AAA Esports White, Salva Talents in this MSI Esports Red machine, even though it's painted blue. Don't ask. And of course, the BS competition team, the BMW entry, in third, the official BMW entry, if you like. Nathan Lewis has been at the wheel of that car for quite some time, I think since we had our own stint changeover here in the commentary box. Now, the man I want to watch out for in that BS competition car is Phil Dennis. If they plug in Phil is a very, very fast driver in the real world and super quick in the sim as well. I recently commentated on a series with 40 real-world racing drivers, and Phil Dennis made them all look... It didn't make them look silly, but he made himself look rather imperious. He swept all 4 rounds in 4 different cars on 4 different circuits, and it was just amazing just to sit back and watch. So, it'll be interesting to see if Phil Dennis, he's a relatively new addition to the team. He's not long signed for BS competition and BMW Motorsports, so watch for that car as well, Nathan Lewis in the 89, and see who goes into that car for the remaining 4 hours of the race. So,
the number 18 prototype, Coanda, piloted by Dane Warren, visits pit lane. He's got also Movano Sim Racing. They're also in for their service. We saw Team RSO in the background there coming in for a pit stop service as well. So at least a relatively busy pit lane in terms of prototypes over the last couple of laps as their stints come to a close. I still think for the majority of them, we're still yet to see the final driver change, and I don't think either Dane Warren or Maxime Briand are going to make way for any other drivers at this point. Although Movano, in fact, they are long on pit lane here, so this might have been the driver change for them. 47 seconds on the stop, 48 seconds on the stop. This is a long hold here for Maxime Briand.
I'm thinking he's taking at least 2 tires here because he stayed in the car, but the jacks were up very long. Might even be a full 4 new tires there for Maxime Briand.
Yeah, so 55.5 seconds on the stop for Maxime Briand, and comes out just ahead of your overall race leader. So going to be at risk of being lapped here unless you can hold on for about 10 laps before the number 8 VRS kind of sports car can come back on towards pit lane. But yeah, very long stop for Maxime Briand, but you know, 4 fresh tires, you know, top off with fuel, should be a relatively simple stint for Briand.
Yeah, this might not be very good news for the 8 car for VRS Quanda Simsport, because the not the Movano car is slow, goodness no, but being on just those fresh tyres, they will be cold. You've got to get them up to temperature. The brakes will have cooled down a bit, which is no such problem, but the tyres is what to worry about. Now, the Movano car actually getting a bit of a gallop on here as well, and actually pulling away from the 8 VRS Quanda Simsport car. So I wonder when it's going to come in to pit lane, and who is going to take over from Mac Backham.
Yeah, Mac should be in any lap now.
Okay, so I wonder if he's maybe just backed it off, no risk, and thought I'll just, no point getting tangled up with the Movano car, and come in for the pit lane. So let's see as we come around towards the flag stand. Goes around the, oh, no, not this time.
Yeah, I think he has about 2 or 3 more laps. Last time he pitted was on 7:28. He has just completed 7:51. So by my calculation, he has another 2 laps to go.
I think it might be the end of this one, because the end of this one will be 25. So in all likelihood, he's going to be in at the end of this lap. I would be surprised if he's able to go 1 lap longer. But then again, nothing should surprise me about Quanda sometimes with the way they've been able to pull a lot of things out of the bag in terms of strategy and some such. So we'll keep an eye on it. But again, this is just strategy development, shall we say, in the leading couple of positions for LMP2. It's still not a surefire win just yet for VRS Quanda Simsport number 8. You know, it was looking like that at points during this race. You know, they were always there pulling the gap at the very front. But now, over the past, I would say, probably 4 or 5 hours or so, they're starting to be a challenge a little bit more, and I think they'll feel a lot more comfortable once they come down in, possibly at the end of this lap, and put a fresh set of tyres on, and maybe even a fresh driver in. That would make them feel a lot better.
Yeah, I think that's, I do believe that's Michael Romanidis in the Williams car who's changed that narrative bit by bit. But yes, this is where I think the narrative or the momentum swing could very much go back in favour of VRS Quanda Simsport, as the car's coming into pit lane now hot. Whoa, oh. Whoa, be careful. You know that, no, we don't need that, do we? A pit lane speeding penalty, but Matt Backham using every last bit, and you just can't afford to give away 2 or 3 tenths there. It adds up over the 24 hours. Into pit lane, this Dallara P217 comes in. Now we should see the car blink here, meaning we'll get a new driver on board, but Matt Backham staying in. Car filling up with fuel. No, there he goes now. There he goes now. So, so who's going to get in? Oh, stand back. Oh, stand back.
Yeah, the man himself, Joshua Rogers, of course, 2019 winner of the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup, always spicy quick in whatever he decides to drive, and that is slightly worrying for Williams Esports at this stage, with Quanda putting Josh in the car. Of course, they will take the fresh tyres in this stop as well, so that's going to really help Josh get his sights set as far as this, well, his run to the checkered flag. They'll keep him in for about 4 hours at this point, which is a long old stint, but definitely in the realm of possibility for Josh.
If I can play devil's advocate just for just a little bit, I think they'll do a quadruple stint just now with Josh on the same set of tyres, because that's what they've been doing, and then hand over to Charlie Collins for the final 4 stints. And I think, timing-wise, it should maybe just a triple for Charlie, possibly. I don't think, I'd be surprised if they leave Josh in for the final 4 hours. But playing devil's advocate, that's all.
Wrong car though. Charlie is driving the 18.
Do apologise.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll go back in my rabbit hole now.
Yeah, Charlie's driving for the 18 car, and Joshua Rogers, I'm going to throw quite the curveball here. I know this is quite far out there. Joshua Rogers hasn't driven since lap 376. Now, obviously, he has been warming up, but you can't 100% simulate that track condition we have right now in a practice session. So the question is obviously, how warm is Joshua Rogers really, and how fast can he get to his 100% maximum speed in this car? Obviously, we're talking here about Joshua Rogers, yada yada yada. He's going to be there very fast, but that little bit of time might still be quite good for Williams, because that's might be still a little bit of a gap that they can close in on that Coanda Sim Sport car.
I'll tell you what, as a result of Coanda number 8 taking the full service and Williams Esports taking the fuel only, it will mean that for a stint, Williams Esports will lead this race, at least. So that's at least they've got that to their name. I don't think this has happened in the rest of the race, but I will probably get called out in the chat if I'm wrong, which is usually the case. So
I just have.
But it gives that interesting situation. Now Coanda is in a position that they presumably haven't been in yet. They have to chase down the leader of this race. And Joshua Rogers, he is known to be quite the smoking gun here if you really want to have a great driver to chase down somebody. So it should be really interesting to see how Romanidis, on the other hand, is coping with that, because all of a sudden he doesn't have anybody to chase down. Rather, he's looking into his relative box and sees how Coanda is closing down that gap, presumably. So the ball here is much more on Romanidis than on Joshua Rogers to extend that gap, or rather not let Joshua close in that fast, so that at least Williams can enjoy a little bit the sun out here in first place.
So this is going to be a mega stint, I get the feeling, for Joshua Rogers. Like you said, he'll probably, like you said, Peter, he'll probably go with 4 LMP2 stints in that car, so won't be able to bring it to the checkered flag, because they'll want at least one more tyre stop between now and the end of the race. So that might be the option for Coanda, but I wouldn't put it past them to keep Josh in the car until the end of the race, you know, especially if he's able to keep up the lap times and keep Williams Esports at bay. It just depends on the driver fair share rule.
I think, yes, that's of course, the driving times is one to think about. By my very rough calculations, and I'm definitely third in our podium of calculators. I don't know who's got the better calculator, Stefan or you, Connery, but I'm definitely third. But I think that it would work out almost perfectly. It's almost as if they might have planned this in their house. A quadruple stint for Josh Rogers, and then another driver that isn't Charlie Collins for a perfect triple at the end. So slightly fresher tyres in the last stint of their kind of sequence. Still, it's, again, impossible to call here at Daytona International Speedway, and I'm very, very sad that I have to leave you guys at 4 o'clock GMT. I'm going to have one eye on this to see who's gonna take the win. But I have to say, I don't think we'd be having this conversation if it wasn't for the absolute mega stints from Michael Romandis.
Just saw SRC Squadra Corsa get the pass done over Vendaval Sim Racing Blue in that ever-present battle for P6 and GT3s between the two of them.
Lambo Super Trofeo.
Yeah, that's basically what this is here in GT3s at the moment. It's well, a single make affair in the mid-pack. The BMWs have been doing particularly well here in this one. Of course, there was a bit of bop for the Lambos heading into this race. They had a bit of I think it was either 5 or 10 kilos added to their weight, and also a 1% reduction in their fuel tank size. So, you know, they were deemed a little too strong coming into this event, which is why iRacing have decided to add in the ballast and reduce the fuel tank. But they're still competitive. It's just they aren't completely dominant.
Just looking at the lap times now, Joshua Rogers 133.5 last time around. That's fresh tyres for you. 4 fresh Michelin tyres. A very happy Michelin man spinning round in the circle there. And yeah, 134.7 for Michael Romandis. So that's your difference between these guys. At this stage of the race, to be 7/10 off their outright best of the whole race in clean air alone, no draft, I think that shows you just how hard Josh is pushing and really getting the most out of those fresh tires. I mean, just look at that visually obvious, that commitment through the bus stop. Amazing.
This is Joshua Rogers in his element at the moment, it has to be said. Whether or not he can keep up this pace for the entirety of his, what we estimate to be 4 stints before he has to hand the car over, is 3 or 4 stints. Not exactly sure which way that's going to be, but yeah, it's going to be a long day at the office for Josh either way to try and at least make the race win for kind of number 8 secure. They're still in by far the best position at the moment. That still hasn't really changed since the very start of the race when they were able to pull away with their teammates. But you know, it's these little threats, it's these little sort of doubts that can settle in the mind somewhat and make you second guess what you're doing.
Yeah, and the problem right now for Williams Esport is that Michael Romanidis, he has started to struggle a little bit. The last 2 laps were 34.7 and 34.4, so he is starting to drop off quite considerably, even off his own pace right now, while Joshua Rogers, the last 2 laps, 33.5, 33.8, and that even in traffic. So Rogers, most definitely a man on a mission, and Michael Romanidis, I think his laps are counted.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to come back across the line to see what lap time he's able to set. Of course, he was dealing with a little bit of GT traffic there, which would affect his lap times. Coming out of NASCAR turn 4 now. 4 turns on an oval is, again, another question we have to ask our American friends. Why do you do that? But now across the line for Williams Esports, 135.4 in that instance for Williams Esports. So that is a lot of lost time on that lap. He's hemorrhaged a second. It was a 134.4 for Josh Rogers on that last lap. So another second taken out. If that trend continues, Josh will be able to catch Williams Esports by the end of this race. Not at the end of this race, but at the end of the stint. So it's looking up right now for the number 8.
It really is, yeah. I think you're right. I think we could see them together on track just in the latter part of the stint. We'll see. But yeah, Josh Rogers certainly deploying everything that car's got to give right now. But just on that, although it hemorrhaged a second that lap was previous, before it was just 6/10, which might sound a lot, but actually in the circumstances, you know, tyres on the third stint and tyres that are brand new, it's very, very different in feel as the 18 Coanda VRS car is in with Dane Warren, who's been at the wheel of that car for quite some time. I wonder if they'll do a change.
Well, it's going up on the jacks, but I'm not seeing a driver change just yet for the VRS Coanda Sim Sports car.
Now, I'm seeing something interesting. I'm sorry, Connery.
Yep.
Because Dane Warren, last time he was in pit lane was just 8 laps ago.
Oh.
So I think he had something because his last 2 laps are not counted. So Dane Warren, something happened to that number 18.
Right. We will.
Yeah, and he had massive right rear damage as well.
So that was 60 seconds ago, so we will just wind up back just a little further. It's going to glitch out a little as I find this one. Have you found it?
I just found it, yeah. Lap 7:56, right in the second international horseshoe, coming together with the Sport Team Competition. Ferrari, just very unlucky for both cars.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not what the Coanda guys needed, although that car had been just falling off the leading pace of the leading 2 cars. Good news for Vano. Whoa, that's a big one. Oh dear. That is, now was that at the bus stop?
That was the second horseshoe. You're going to see the Ferrari up ahead. He's going to have a slide that he can't catch and loses it right into Dane Warren.
Oh dear. Dane Warren giving lots of lots. Oh no. Well,
hard into the barrier as well.
Absolutely nothing he could have done there, guys. Just brutally unlucky. But that could have just as easily been the number 8 car of Josh Rogers or the Williams eSports car of Michael Romandes. That is a reminder of just how cruel endurance racing can be. Look how much room he's giving. He's giving so much room, lots of respect, and then, that hurts. That hurts on a molecular level.
Yeah, very, very sad there, 40-18. But obviously this means that now the number 5 of Milano Sim Racing up to 3rd place.
Oh, that is devastating. And Michael Romandes, a 135.2 last time around. Oh, doesn't get any easier each time you see it. 133.7 for Rogers. So, nearly 1.5 seconds. The gap now down to 7.4 between Michael Romandes and Josh Rogers. So we are game on in the P2 category for the outright victory here. So Coanda starting to change the momentum back around once again.
They are. That's just how the advantage switches when one driver that was on the old tyres goes onto the new tyres, and the driver that was on the new tyres goes onto the old tyres. So the advantage has switched back in the favour of VRS Coanda Sim Sports at this point. And I gotta say, they also have, for any potential final splash and dash, they have an advantage in terms of the fuel right now as well. They have about 6 or 7 lap fuel advantage compared to Williams eSports at the moment. So not only are they going to have better tyres for this portion of the race, but once we get to those final couple of spots, especially that last one, it's going to be a shorter splash and dash for Coanda.
Yeah, the on paper it seems like Coanda are in the driving seat, but you don't race on paper, you race on the blacktop.
No, I've gotten some stick before about saying, it's like working out on the strategy right now. It's still going to be X, Y, or Z team that's going to come out comfortably ahead, but you simply don't know, and you got to treat it like that if you're the car behind, or the car behind in terms of the strategy, because anything can happen, and the usual end to that comment, and it usually does. So it's like, yeah, you just can't get complacent. You always have to be chasing here in this, because you never know what might be gifted to you by the end of the race. And it's the same sort of situation here for Coanda as well. They can't get complacent. Otherwise, all of a sudden, bit of lap traffic, like we saw with the number 18 car, decides to ruin your day.
Indeed, and there was nothing that could have been done there. Absolutely nothing would have made a difference to that incident for the number 18 Coanda car. But I think this is where this is a critical point where Josh Rogers is. New tyres are going to give you an advantage, but how much of an advantage? And he's really pushing on, knocking out 1 minute 33 laps very consistently, and that is just eroding the gap, which is now just hovering just over 6 seconds. So I wonder whether Michael Romandes will be able to complete this stint and get into pit lane without having the Coanda car coming into his kind of vicinity, if you like, and beginning the kind of drafting effect. Obviously, we're a little bit away from that, but if I would think it would be mission complete for Michael Romandes at this stage if he can complete this stint and take the pit stop before he's caught by the 8 car of Josh Rogers.
Yeah, he just started lap 16 on his stint, so still about 9 laps to go or so for him. By the way, another battle we have started to brew up is the Team Redline battle for 4th place in the LMP2s. That's Team Redline Purple versus Ice Blue. Patrick Wolf behind the purple car and Alexi Usiakola in the Ice Blue car. So it should be also very interesting, as that is keeping to close in. Now the gap just under 3.5 seconds.
So there we go. That's how close the sister Team Redline cars are. Purple ahead of Ice Blue at the moment by exactly as you said, Stefan, about 3.5 seconds. So we might have a little bit of an intra-team fight here coming towards the 3.5 hour to go mark. But of course, these stints come thick and fast for these LMP2 machines. So that might be disrupted by pit stops at any moment. There's about a 6 lap difference in terms of the stints right now for the Redline Purple and the Redline Ice Blue cars, so that's going to factor into things as well. So sometimes, just because things appear close on circuit doesn't mean they are actually close in terms of the strategy.
Indeed, yes, that can be quite deceptive as well. That's why it's always a kind of a bit of an investment in time, the endurance racing, because you've kind of got to get yourself bedded into the viewing experience and try and get a feel of what's going on. That's one of the joys of endurance racing as well. It's of course, the one thing I particularly enjoy in the real world endurance racing is the kind of pro-am aspect in sports car racing, that you can have, you have your platinum drivers like Patrick Long or Earl Bamber or somebody like that, and then you have amateur drivers who are there basically having a weekend's fun, but are paying for the effort, and then they get in, and often it's the difference between how good your amateur driver is, rather than, because of course the platinum drivers are also closely matched, but the amateur drivers, there can be multiple seconds between the others. But of course in this particular race that does not apply, because they're all absolutely world class.
Well, we're just looking at day one, because that makes it official in terms of that 18's retirement from this race potentially, because they've been a couple of minutes, well, coming up to 8 minutes on pit lane right now, so I don't think they're going to be coming out and rejoining this race. So I'm going to say it, the 18 Coanda car is your latest retirement from the prototype class, which is a big shame, because they were on for at least a podium finish, potentially, although that might have depended on how the battle turned out with Williams and Movano and some such, but still, a Coanda prototype dropping out of the race, and that is the second Coanda prototype to have some slight problems during this race. The 88 is still down there in P11, kind of in a little bit of no man's land at this point, but the number 8 car is the only top running Coanda prototype, still where it perhaps should be.
Yeah, and speaking about cars that have problems, Michael Romanidis, another problem for him this lap, lost 4 seconds because of another off he had, so the gap between first and second now under, or just about, hovering at 2 seconds.
The good thing here for Williams Esports is that they are coming towards the end of a stint. I don't think it's going to be enough laps for them to be able to pit and still be, pit while ahead of Coanda. I think Coanda will still be able to get this pass done on this stint. But yeah, it's losing 4 seconds in one lap is not exactly ideal, and Romanidis has to be very careful. I think he is coming towards the end of his driving stint at the moment, so I think this next pit stop for Williams Esports will be a driver change and 4 fresh tyres going on to that number 6 prototype. But Josh is now 2.2 seconds behind. He's starting to close. Well, he's always been closing in, but now it becomes very obvious in the mirrors of that Williams Esports car.
Indeed, that's the last thing you really want to see in your mirrors, is a charging VRS Coanda car with a Josh Rogers at the wheel. That is not what you ever want to see in this. This almost kind of reminds me of that example of the 2008 Petite Le Mans, which we mentioned earlier on, when Alan McNish chased down the leading Peugeot of I think it was Christian Klein actually, who was at the wheel of that particular car, if my memory serves. And yes, there's that sort of air of inevitability, or the Jaws music, if you like. But if Michael Romanidis can get to the end of this stint, he'll have done very well.
Now, you already called them out, but the 18 is back on track, and they haven't had another hiccup right on the pit exit, a little bit too late on the brakes, and hit the outside wall.
It's not gone well, is it, for the number 18
Not really, no.
in the past couple of laps, has it? It's not been the best run. So they were 10 minutes on pit lane in that instance. So they are back out. So I'll take back what I said about them retiring. It was just a very long stop for them, and they're back out there. I would say, well, I'm seeing them 2 laps behind their teammate in the number 88 car. So for positions 11 and 12. Out there on circuit at the moment, so I don't expect them to be able to gain any positions before the end of this race, except if there's any problems for any of the higher placed prototypes.
That is an illustrious club of people who have hit that pit wall here at Daytona. It is very there have been some very big names in the dark of night, in the cool of night here in January at the Rolex 24 who have hit the pit wall. Ross Gunn, an Aston Martin factory driver, was the the driver who etched his name on that honour roll last year in the Rolex 24. And I would not be surprised if more drivers added their name to it. So there you go. If you've ever done it, folks, yourself, there you go. If an Aston Martin factory driver and a VRS Coanda car can do it, anybody can do it.
Alrighty then. I'm going to wait until we see Williams Esports come down onto his pit lane, and then I'm probably going to do RaceSpotTV fan immersion just to give us commentators a little bit of a break here in this one. But you know, it's been an absolutely incredible race so far. We had an action-packed first 6 hours. The night crew then came in and did their memes, I suppose. You know, that's what they like to do. They like to have a little bit of fun with it, whereas we're slightly more serious, not completely serious, but slightly more serious than those guys. But of course, you have to do something to keep yourself sane during the night hours here. But 3.5 hours left to go in this one. Gap has kind of stabilized out between your leading two prototypes, around about that 2.1, 2.2 seconds mark. So I think Romanidis has been able to respond slightly on this lap, unless Coanda have gotten themselves involved in a little bit of traffic. But we'll just have to see here. And the gap extends actually on the way down to the bus stop there. So maybe Romanidis finding a little bit of something in the old tires, but the overall trend still seems to be that Rogers is closing in, and well, maybe not closing in as fast as he was, but still there and threatening.
He did do a 33 last time around, a 133.9 for Michael Romandis, which is blistering pace on, well, blistering tyres. The tyres are probably on the cords by now, so to do that kind of pace, he does a 134.1 just over the line there, so that's, again, really, really quick. And a 134.4 for Rogers, so a bit of traffic there for the 8 car. So the Williams guys, they are hanging on by their fingernails here. Superb.
They have about 3 or 4 laps to go on their stint. It will be a mega effort for them to hold on to the race lead and come down on towards pit lane in the race lead. That will be a thing, because I was thinking the overall trends that we saw in the early part of the stint was, okay, Josh is catching enough to be able to make the pass done before Williams have to come down towards the pit lane, but that hasn't been the case yet. Williams Esports trying to hold their own, with the 2019 world champion bearing down on them. 3.5 hours to go, and Williams Esports soon will have fresh tires on that prototype.
I mean, let's be perfectly honest here. If Romanidis is able to hold on to this first place until the end of his stint, with now that bad traffic through the bus stop as well, it would be an incredible ending to a mega stint that he put out in that Williams number 6.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. It would be critical. And I think psychologically for the team could be big as well to have it kind of like you set yourself lots of kind of miniature goals throughout a 24-hour race, and this would be a big one, as Roger's going to hit huge GT traffic there. I'm sure that Romandis will be looking in his mirror. Now was there a rub there? I don't know if there was, but it was certainly close.
Just about not for Joshua Rogers that he hit that Squadra Corsa black car. I think as we're actually going to see that on the replay once again here on the run down to the start finish line.
I don't think
this.
Go on.
Oh, this is. Oh, it's hard to tell if there. No, maybe not. I think just missed it, but that is. I'm sure that will have raised the pulse a few beats per minute.
So, I mean, in the first stint or so of the entire race, Josh Rogers was one of the most aggressive prototypes when it comes to the lapping procedure that they have to do over the GTEs and GT3s. And I think we're starting to see it again, because the race win's on the line at this point. It's going to get very, very close here in the final couple of hours of this race. If this trend continues of Williams Esports being able to hold their own on the older tyres and be, what, a second a lap faster or so on the fresher tyres compared to the aging tyres of Coanda once they get onto their fresh tyres here at Williams Esports. So 22 laps on the stint as they head their way across the line. So it's either this lap or next, I would have thought, for Williams to come down in and get that service done and get a fresh driver behind the wheel of the car. But Michael's done a very, very good job behind the wheel.
Well, a fresh driver and fresh tyres, that's going to put the momentum. Well, we've seen it swing in the favour of Coanda over the last half an hour or so, and I think it'll get that momentum right into the middle of the pendulum, as well as, oh, Romandis hits big traffic here, not in his own class, which is far from ideal. That's the 33 car there. Be careful.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not cricket, as we say here in the United Kingdom. That was Christophe Herbigno in the Delta Sport U4K car. Those guys, they're up in 6th position right now, but are 2 laps down. I don't think that Michael Romandis would have appreciated that.
Yeah, and this is really good for Josh Rogers now. That small scrap did cost Romanidis about 7/10, and now Rogers has that double draft from the 2 cars in front, and that means that he is pretty much now on the heels of Romanidis.
Yeah, no love lost there. It would appear as, it's a big weave there from Michael Romandis. We're riding on board with Joshua Rogers now. Is he going to get the double draft? Do you think he will? Yeah, he's getting a good run on Herbigno. Herbigno holds the inside line, but giving absolutely no yield at all. Will he do so on the brakes? Yeah, makes it well. That was certainly a lot easier for Joshua Rogers to get by there. Now, what do you read into that one, chaps?
Well, it made it easier for Josh. So Josh heads his way down the inside, battle for the race lead here with 3 hours and 25 minutes to go. VRS Coanda Simsports number 8 back to the pointy end of the field where they've resided for most of this race, with the exception of this stint. Williams Esports, they're due on towards pit lane at the end of this lap, I would have thought, though. So it's not hugely dramatic, but it did take a while for that to happen for the number 8 VRS Coanda Simsports car. Perhaps a little bit longer than we expected. Late on the brakes there. Robert Edes applying the pressure to the back of Josh and, well, trying to scare Josh out of line and into a mistake, I would have thought.
Oh, this is getting tense now. Very, very tense as well. And that 33 car is Christophe Herbigno has all of a sudden got another massive burst of pace all of a sudden. What a strange one. Let's see if Michael Romandis is going to come into pit lane right now. He's in the draft of Josh Rogers. If he can go another lap, he will. But we'll maybe see fresh driver, fresh tyres. Maybe be Josh Thompson coming in, we think, maybe. Going in next.
No, we've gotten word that Pinto will be driving next.
Okay, Diego Pinto being prepared as well. There we go, there he goes. Gives him a wave on the way by. Saying see you in a moment. Great stint there from Michael Romandis. This man, in this number 6 Williams Esports car, he has dragged this car right into the heart of a fight for the win here at Daytona. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
Amazing. It's well, if Williams are able to pull this off, this would be one of the best endurance, special event drives that I've ever seen in iRacing. Moreno Sirica going to get behind the wheel of the number 6 Williams Esports car. We expect that to be a full stop as well. But yeah, that wasn't following on from what we were told.
Not at all. Interesting. So Moreno Sirica is going to take this car presumably home. He hasn't driven for quite a while either. 6:27 was his last lap in the car, so not too far back, but still 150 laps that he hasn't driven in.
Absolutely. So the story continues to develop here in the battle for the race lead overall at the iRacing Daytona 24-hour race here on RaceSpotTV. We've been bringing you the coverage since the drop of the green flag, and we'll be doing so all the way until the checkered here. Moreno Sirica bringing that Williams Esports car off of pit lane and perhaps into a little bit of traffic. I think he'll just about squeak ahead of the Biela Racing Team Lamborghini here, but he has a little bit of traffic further down the road to contend with, but at least he finds a gap coming off the pit lane, which is going to be beneficial for Sirica, who's not been behind the wheel of that car for a while, so still needs to get acclimatized. But like I said before, fresh tires. This is now where the advantage switches back into the favor of Williams in terms of the lap time gains.
I have a theory. I have an amateur crew chief theory, gentlemen. I think, given the pace that we've just seen from Michael Romandis there, I think we're going to see a quadruple stint from Moreno Sirica here, and then my prediction is they're going to put Michael back in the car to the finish, which will be likely likely 3 stints, possibly maybe even 2.5 maybe. And I think they're going to, given the pace that he's just deployed there, a quadruple stint from Moreno Sirica will give a chance for Michael Romandis to go and get a bit of a break, go and have a stretch off, and get ready for that charge to the finish. But if I was the Williams team manager, which I'm not, I would be making that suggestion. But whatever happens, I mean, this has been an all-time classic in iRacing history, I believe.
Well, I'm gonna add to that. Dominic Stipe, he is not a team strategist, but he thinks that Moreno might not go till the end, so we really have to keep watching that Williams car.
That would be, 6 stints I would think would be too much. I think certainly to be absolutely fresh to the end. I think it's best to do the driver change in my most humble of opinion.
Well, there we go then. With the stop from Williams Esports Prototype complete, we'll just take a very short break here in the coverage of the 24 Hours of Daytona. But don't go away, because this race just gets more and more interesting by the minute here. And we're set up for a pretty exciting final couple of hours. For the RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board, we are going to go with, let's see, do you have any suggestions, either of you two?
Are there any Corvettes left?
I don't think there's any Corvettes in the entire field.
Choose yourselves then, I don't mind.
There we go. So no Corvettes, unfortunately, in this one. But if you insist on GTEs, then I would suppose we'll go on board with Kova Esports, the Finnish sim racing and esports organization. Matti Sippola behind the wheel of the Kova Esports BMW, number 707 here. We'll take a couple of laps on board. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away. Welcome back, everyone, to our continuing coverage here on RaceSpotTV. The iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona here in 2021 only has 3 hours and 15 minutes left remaining. It's amazing that all of you have been joining us throughout this race. We've currently got 750 viewers on the YouTube at least. We're going to have a little bit in addition to that on the Facebook and on the Twitch as well. Believe it or not, we are still streaming on Twitch as well. It's not been well publicized, but if you do prefer Twitch, there's RaceSpotTV Twitch you can search for on that side of things. But with the very short time we have to go now, let's have a look in how things stack up in each of your three classes here today. And well, prototype is where most of the intrigue has been over the past couple of hours, because we still have that active fight for race leads and of course podium positions between VRS Kind of Sim Sport number 8, Williams Esports number 6, Bivano 5 as well. Those are your three main protagonists in that one. And it's definitely been the class that's been giving us the most excitement over the past couple of hours. Everyone else in the mid-pack kind of has their own little space to work with, so they haven't been giving us as much intrigue as the top couple positions are. But of course, everything can still change very, very quickly indeed. Having a look now down towards GTE, and Peter, you have the order there. As long as he unmutes his microphone, and he's actually here. Well, we seem to have a little bit of a problem there with Peter, but Stefan, you're here.
Yes, very much. As in the GTEs, we just had the switch of drivers there for AAA Esports right there, right now, leading your field after the mishap from MSI Esports. Andreas Jochimsen just took over the car from Chris Lalham after he was in his car for nearly 130 laps, so mega stint there as well from Lalham. We talked about the issues that the MSI Esports Red team had. That was under the wheeling of Salva Talents. They have run out of fuel about halfway around the track, so they had to tow, lost about half a lap or so, and now Alejandro Sanchez behind the wheel of the number 1 car, sitting in second place. They have made their pit stop about 9 laps ago. Third place, Takova 707 team. Matti Sipala still behind the car, the wheel there. We were riding on board with them for the last few laps as well. And rounding out your top 5 in that category is the BMW Team BS competition. Ryan Barneveld behind the wheel there. And the BMW Team Redline 71 car. They are sitting in, by the way, 19th overall, and actually 6th place. That's another BMW team, a Great Britain this time around. Agustin Canapino sitting in 6th place, and they are rounding out your top 20 overall.
And with that recap of GTEs, now we look down to GT3s, and Peter, you're here with this one.
I am indeed. We've got the mic warmed up and ready to go. I was just drowning my sorrows there at the fact there's no Corvettes in the race. But anyway, GT3, no Corvettes in this one. This is BMW versus Lamborghini, and it's Team BMW Bank leading quite convincingly in this category, our most dominant category, if you like, with them about a lap ahead from the well, actually just about to go a lap ahead with Braden Eves right there on camera right now in the blue and white Lamborghini there for Vendaval Sim Racing Red in second place. Third is Lucas Yestat in the Bila Racing Team Euronics car with Sim RC Carbon in fourth, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue in fifth, and Team Fordzilla are in sixth, although they are not in a Ford, they are in a BMW, as you can see. Pablo Lopez, Mr. Radical SRA himself at the wheel of that car right now. But GTD has been very much the story of BMW. That late balance of performance adjustments to just tag the Lamborghinis back a little bit has proved quite costly.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring up the order of the manufacturers so you can see which team is with which manufacturer. You see the BMW Team Bank leading this race in a BMW, but it doesn't just because the Lamborghini has got a bit of bop before this race, it doesn't mean that they're completely uncompetitive, though, because they're second and third. So Venable Sim Racing Red and Wheeler Racing Team Euronics doing pretty well, all things considered, despite the balanced performance. SimRC Carbon is the second place BMW there in P4, and then it kind of alternates back and forth between BMW and Lamborghini there. So things looking rather equal between the two, I should say, but we'll just have to see if that remains the order coming into this race and coming to the end of this race. But seems like the bop has worked out.
Yeah, I do apologise to fans of the Munich mark, because that interestingly, that has moved a lot. That kind of shift has happened a lot over the last 2 or 3 hours, where it was very much more a BMW not domination, but certainly more advantageous. But as we can see on screen right now, a lot more of a split. So the Vendaval guys in the Bila team, they've been slowly but surely sneaking their way forward while we've been watching the prototype battle. I do apologise.
So we will just return that back to the actual gaps. But again, the main show here for the final couple of hours is, of course, the Coanda 8 versus Williams 6, the battle for the race lead in prototypes. Coanda, they are now the car that's on the older tyres, although by about a stint, so not as big as a difference as it was on the previous stint between them having the fresh tyres and Williams Esports having basically 3 or 4 stint old tyres at that point. So now Williams Esports are able to claw back a bit of time that they lost as a result of that. Particularly poor lap, though, last time around for Joshua Rogers. He did a 135 flat that last time, whereas the usual race pace for LMP2s is for leading LMP2s at least, is in the mid 133s. And you can see kind of why, because he's embroiled in a bit of traffic at the moment.
Yeah, Moreno Sirica 133.8 last time around. So yeah, 1.2 second delta between the pair last time around. So Moreno Sirica following on from his Williams Esports colleagues and really putting them in the heart of the fight here. Joshua Rogers, he won't want to be dipping into the 35s much too often, because that gap will erode. Currently sitting at about 20 seconds. So if that trend continues, we could see these cars back on track together once again.
Yeah, and it was a bit fast and furious the first time they came together on track. They didn't literally, thankfully, come together on circuit, but there's the possibility for that a little bit later on. I'll try not to jinx things, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be the last time we see those guys go side by side in this race. Look at this, though, kind of still stuck behind the number 12 car here. This is the Team Redline Ice Blue, and I gotta say, I don't want to stoke the flames a little any more than they've already been stoked, but Redline and Coanda don't have the best of relationships in World Championship competition. So it's interesting to see this dynamic at the moment, because I don't think that 12 Redline car is helping Coanda by any means. I don't think they mean to help.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Team Redline car, they will not really help out that Coanda SimSport car, because Redline, obviously, they still want to at least stay on the lead lap. That's the last car that still is on the lead lap in 4th place. And Alexius Iacola, he is quite competitive when it comes to staying on the lead lap. So I'm not surprised also with all the kerfuffles these two teams have already had that Rogers has a little bit of a hard time here to get past that Team Redline car.
Still not by, coming through the bus stop. Of course, that Redline car might have slightly better tyres than the Virus Coanda SimSport car. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but they're able to keep the gap where it is right now. At least Josh is able to fuel save a little bit more in the slipstream here, which will help their already exemplary fuel numbers. So that will make their final stop that little bit shorter. Now in towards turn number 1. Of course, not close enough to be able to make any move on the lap traffic just yet. And this is one of the tough situations in endurance racing, is when you come up on lap traffic of your own class that's not exactly opening the door for you, and they don't have to. The blue flags are advisory in the iRacing Sporting Code, so you don't have to move heaven and earth to let the faster car through. It's just, it sometimes arises in these sorts of situations where the car behind now has to try to manufacture the pass. Missed the apex there from Team Redline, but they keep themselves ahead here. Josh still not able to get by.
Well, we saw that, didn't we, with the Delta Sport U4K car? Two very different, shall we say, treatments to the Coanda car and the Williams car. Now, I'm sure that wasn't deliberate, but now, interestingly there, the Redline car goes up to the high side, pulls out of the way. Now, whether that's to, oh God, this could get busy. Oh, we come down to the bus stop, this is going to get very busy. Rogers is by. Is he going to get passed back by the Redline car? No, he's through safely. So, I don't know what you're talking about there, Connery. They're all best of pals. So after you. No, after you.
Yeah,
Not.
I wouldn't say that. I definitely wouldn't say that, knowing some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. But yeah, these guys. I mean, Redline will be able to take this as a fuel-saving opportunity for sure. So the longer they can stick behind Coanda here, the better. They can even be a bit of a nuisance in the mirrors, perhaps as well, if they're so inclined. But right now, Coanda 134.1 that last time by. Still not in the 133s for them on this stint. Williams Esports, they did a 135.1 for Williams on that last lap. They complete another one, though, here. And the lap time has been recovered somewhat, but not quite enough. They're actually a tenth slower than Coanda there. So a bad couple of laps for Williams.
Yeah, I think just the way the traffic's just sort of come back and forth, and it does give and take throughout the race. But Moreno Storica, all in all, doing a good job here in the number 6 car to match and in a lot of cases beat the pace of Joshua Rogers, although he does have slightly fresher boots by one stint, but certainly getting that car right back into the fight. I have to say, this it's a shame that we don't really see this Dallara P217 in top flight competition anymore. There is one of them runs in the World Endurance Championship with the Settilar team, an Italian team, of course. But of course, Dallara is such an incredible manufacturer of racing cars, run by Mr. Giampaolo Dallara, who's now the ripe old age of 83, but still runs the company from day to day. But their proudest achievement, even though they're the most successful Indianapolis 500 chassis manufacturer and have built so many great cars and have been part of so many great cars that you wouldn't really know about, but their most proud achievement was actually building the hand cycle that Alex Zanardi took to his gold medal at the London Olympics in 2012.
Yeah, and of course, Alex Zanardi in particular, what an absolute machine. Of course, he had his unfortunate accident I think it's a good couple of months ago at this point, and still in recovery from that one. But at least from the news outlets that I've seen, the signs are looking positive for Zanardi. I don't think anyone can really. Well, Zanardi's one of those people that just, like, any challenge he faces, he just beats it. Like, there's no doubt about anything. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to, hopefully be able to make a recovery. He's back at doing hand cycling and racing and everything like that, because I don't think anything will stop him.
No, I think would be the perfect subject to make a movie about. It is incredible. Reminds me of Nicky Lauda in many ways, the late Nicky Lauda, and I think that is why the news of Nicky Lauda's loss was such a hard one, was because honestly I think we all sort of felt that he was actually invincible, and Alex Zanardi is the same way. It just shows you that racing drivers of that caliber, they come out of a different factory than the rest of us, don't they?
They really do. They really, really do. A different breed is usually the term that's also used to describe some of the real life drivers in particular. I mean, so some of these sim drivers are not too shabby either. Let's just say that, especially those in the top flight of competition. But of course, some of those haven't had the hardships of a lot of the drivers in real life racing, like, of course, Zanardi, so not really comparable in that sense. But there's battle for P10 going on, though, still. Vila Racing involved, and Corsim Racing, and RHG Esports also on the tail end of this as well. So a little 3-car grouping going on in GT3s at the moment. It's a wild difference in terms of the stints here between Core, Bila, and RHG Esports. RHG Esports about laps more recent on their stints, shall we say. So they're a little bit better in terms of the fuel coming towards the end of this one. So, I mean, it is battle for relatively minor positions here in GT3, but for these teams, they're the most important positions, right? You know, we can talk about the race lead in each of these classes all day, but each team out there has their own goal that they set, perhaps before the race. Maybe even those goals have changed in the middle of the race, but they know where they want to finish, where's their best case scenario, and they want to be going for it.
They definitely do. Yes, absolutely. I think the goals definitely change from over the course of the race, and always having that carrot to chase is very, very important. If you lose the concentration, it can be really fatal here into your chances of a good result. But we can see, and this is fascinating because the Biela car, the 452 machine. Very, very interesting here behind the class leader. Now, the class leader is a lap ahead, but not actually pulling away, actually almost holding the 452 car up, which is currently 10th in class. James Saunders at the wheel saying, "Oh, do get a move on. You're holding me up, class leader." But just a little bit of an update on GTE, which is certainly a category which is a little bit more spread out. But that MSI Esports car, which ran out of fuel before the bus stop, had to take a tow back to pit lane, is now looking at my time screen, just 54 seconds from the lead. So it's better not to think what if. It's like because obviously that would be a scary thought. This car would be leading by a good chunk of time. But I think more it's looking ahead. What can Alejandro Sanchez do? These guys will be really on the charge, and we said it before. This would just be the most incredible story. And the head strategist at MSI Esports won't have to buy all the beer tonight.
Yeah, that possibly might be the case right now if they aren't able to get up to challenge for that race lead. We've just ticked under 3 hours left to go in this one, so the end is in sight, everyone. It's been a long old race since the drop of the green flag yesterday. Of course, we had that 4-hour delay before getting ourselves going here due to the sheer amount of people trying to access the iRacing service all at the same time, which caused a little bit of a problem, shall we say. But we are here racing. We have a Daytona 24 going on right now, and it's everyone is where they should be in terms of the teams that are taking part in this one as well. So despite the 4-hour delay, at least we've been able to get things going here, and nothing was postponed for too long. But MSI Esports on their recovery drive somewhat. I mean, even finishing P2 here after what happened is still a massive accomplishment. It might be a little bit too much to ask to go for the race lead, especially with how far they are back at this stage in the race. But I mean, you have to go chasing for something. You have to have a goal, even if it's way optimistic.
Absolutely.
Chasing goals, especially small goals, is one of the biggest parts in endurance racing because, well, without goals you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to lose track of pretty much everything that you're trying to work for till the end of a race. So it's probably one of the most important aspects, apart from getting your strategy down to a point, to actually have those small goals that you can set yourself and all the drivers that you want to go for, either if it's fuel saving to get to a certain lap or whatever, and what have not. So really, really important stuff. And it is also a good thing because it keeps your mind focused on something, even if you're like right now Williams Esports, you're 20 seconds down on the leader. You don't really have any clues on how you're doing against that leader that you're chasing down, so you have to have those small goals set for yourself, that you know that you're on point, that you're still doing good, that you're hitting your marks and everything. So right now, this is probably one of the most problematic hours that you can be in, apart from obviously the graveyard shift, because right now all you're doing is counting down the minutes and seconds on the clock until you hit that checkered flag.
Yeah, we're getting very, very close right now. Well, close in the grand scheme of a 24-hour endurance race. You'd still look at 3 hours just like, oh, that's a still a lengthy amount of time to go. But trust us, we are nearer to the end than you think at this point. Williams Esports just getting the traffic done through the kink there. It's always a slightly risky spot for a prototype to be diving in, especially because the GT cars are basically on the limit of adhesion coming through there. They're not going to be able to deviate from their line too much if you send a surprise move on them. So the drivers have been dealing with it well so far, but it's just one thing to keep in mind. The GT cars aren't as maneuverable at high speed as the prototypes are because they just don't have the downforce to do that.
No, they don't, and it's always having that kind of that understanding of what the GT machines will do. And the good thing is for the prototype guys is that sometimes we'll have the Ferrari 488 in GT3. We'll also have Ferrari 488 in GTE. Now we don't have that to worry about in this particular edition of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, but I always find that an absolute nightmare because they look very, very similar to the, certainly unless you're very, very close up. It would take well, an even bigger anorak than me to figure to figure out the difference between the pair of them. So I'm sure that's a problem for the drivers too. That's where the sort of different coloured number boards come in very, very handy indeed. We're looking at, well, we were just looking at on the number 89 machine, the BMW BS competition car of Ryan Barneveld, currently sitting in fourth. But just an update on the gap at the front. On the last lap, there was 0.7 of a second in favour of Williams Esport over Coanda in the lead, and then the very recent lap, a whole second. So the gap is starting to erode once again. So Joshua Rogers starting to come under pressure, and it's almost as if we're reaching that, it's not a cliff edge, but we're starting to go down the descent of the life of these Michelin tyres on Joshua Rogers' car, and Moreno Sorica's are still well in their sweet spot.
Yeah, and well, Josh has to be nursing those tires for the rest of his time behind the wheel of the car right now, because these prototype teams, have been taking the common sense option of taking the driver change and the tires at the same time to try and minimize the time lost by doing either or. So that's going to be the plan, I suspect, for VRS Coanda Sim Sports. But again, there's just always this looming threat of Williams Esports and them, putting in some good laps right now, pulling in the gap somewhat. Whether or not they're doing it by as much as they would like to give them a chance at the race win at the end of this race, that still remains in question. But the most important thing you have to do at this stage for Williams Esports is keep yourself in it. That's just what you have to do, because you never know. You never know in the final hours of this race what circumstances might arise.
Indeed, yeah, and I think with Williams Esport as well is that they've been putting more pressure over the last 3 or 4 hours than Coanda have felt over the entire race, and that's critical. The more pressure, the more likelihood of a mistake or a slip up. And you've got to force the car ahead into taking more chances in traffic rather than having the luxury to be able just at the bus stop, those 50-50 moments that cost a lot of time. You've maybe got to go for them when you've got a car chasing you down, rather than just backing off thinking, well, we've got a good lead anyway, we don't need to take this risk. So those little sort of those either way decisions can really play into it. But quite a lot of traffic here for the number 6 Williams car. Is going to catch the GTD leader right at the wrong point, right on the apex. That hurts. That is exactly where the prototype car is at its fastest, and the GTD car is it's hanging on there going through the bus stop.
Yeah, that's not a great point for the traffic to beat for Williams Esports there, but traffic giveth, traffic taketh away sometimes. Sometimes you get the better end of the traffic and your opponents get stuck, and sometimes it's the other way around. So you just got to hope you're on the better end of that more often. Whoa. In that instance, there's a little bit of a close moment there between the 2 GT cars coming through turn 1 there. But we haven't seen massive problems from anyone recently in this race. We see Team Fordzilla down on the pit lane right now. They were in 4th place in class, but they're going to be cycled back a little bit as this pit stop is in progress for them. So Team Fordzilla will be out and away soon. We only got a couple of stints left, actually, for GTs in particular. Of course, there's still this hanging question about how long the splash and dashes are going to be for both the GTEs and the GT3s. But of course, they'll be done with all their pit stops much sooner than the prototypes will be.
They will indeed. I mean, if you were fueling up now for a GT3 car or a GTE car for that matter, you likely have, what will that be, 2 more stops to go after this one if you were pitting right now. So, yeah, it's this is where we might see drivers getting put into the GT machines who will be taking those cars to the finish. Whereas in the prototype ranks, it's we've got a lot more pit stops to think about. I would think we've got about 4.5 stints to go thereabouts for the prototypes. We think maybe about 3 hours 20. It was 5 stints, but we're now getting towards the kind of 4 to 4.5 mark. So it's just too hard to tell. And I would be very surprised if Moreno Sirica or Joshua Rogers, if either of them take these cars to the end. I think we've got one more driver to come in both of these cars.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you very much everyone for chatting in the stream chat. We do see it and we do take note. Andrew saying, battle for second in prototype looks close. Can we see that? Well, I don't think it's close, to be honest. You can see the battle in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is the interval between each car. That is not the gap to the leader. So it's 19 seconds between Commander Simsports and Williams, and it's another 21.1 seconds between Williams and Mivano. So in fact, the battle for the race is a little bit closer than the battle for second in that instance. But of course, we still got strategy to be factoring in terms of that one. So that's going to become much more prevalent towards the end of this race. Remember also, since we do see the stream chat, you can engage with us there. You can ask us even a couple of questions. And I'm going to refrain from saying what I was about to say because I know people will do the exact opposite. So that is a very bad idea. But feel free to poke and prod our brains there in the chat, and we'll be able to respond to you if we know exactly what you asked.
Now, a battle that we have is a battle in the GTD class. It's an age-old battle. It's written down in history books for the last 400 centuries. It's Van der Waal Sim Racing Blue versus the Biela Racing Team Euronics 451.
It's always these two, and it's always Marla in the background, just watching and waiting about a couple of seconds back off of this one. So Van der Waal and Biela, I gotta say, they've gotta have, some meme or something on their Twitter to try and commemorate this, because they've been best buddies throughout this entire race. They've been pretty much identical in terms of pace. They've been slipstreaming off of each other since, as far as I can remember. They were even doing it before I went to bed last night. That's how they were. That's how often they've been this close together. And here comes Biela Racing Team the long way around through the tri-oval and the entry into turn 1. Van der Waal will let that happen. So Biela back up into 5th place. But yeah, they've been doing this sort of slingshotting action for as long as I can remember.
And still, even the driver of the 142 Van der Waal sim racing machine of Braden. Now, yes, it is Braden. No, my apologies. I'm getting myself all mixed up. I'm looking at the others. The sister car. Oh, I've got myself all in a muddle here. Wyatt Gooden. There we go. Wyatt Gooden at the wheel of this Van der Waal sim racing blue. He's been there, of course, driving side by side with this Biela machine the whole time. But still, he still can't decide. He goes, Biela with Euronics with Biela team racing powered by Euronics. He said, I just can't. He says, but I know where I'm going to buy my next television from.
Possibly. But I'm seeing a lot of Spanish in the chat right now, which is, there's a reason for it, because MSI Esports Red, Alejandro Sanchez, probably the best in terms of skill Spanish driver on the iRacing service. Is behind the wheel of that MSI Esports Red car. And of course, MSI in general is a Spanish sim racing organization. So there's a lot of their fans in the chat right now. And thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. They're really cheering on their man to go chasing for this GTE race lead in the final 2 hours and 45 minutes. He has about 47.5 seconds to make up. So it's a big old gap. But I mean, the crowd support means a little something.
My life has just been complete, Connery Maddock, because Andrew 1 in the chat has just likened me to Alan McNish. That is incredibly appreciated, but I couldn't even begin to imagine myself in the same universe as such a legend as Alan McNish. I did get to interview him on my on my podcast, and he apologized for being 60 seconds late. I was like, please do not apologize. That just shows you the level that these guys operate on. But yes, that's very, very, very kind. But no, I no comparison at all between me and Alan.
Yeah, exactly. He's more like the Paul the rest of things. But Williams Esport into pit lane
I'll
now.
take that too.
Williams Esport into pit lane. They have completed their first stint here since Moreno has taken over. So should be interesting how that gap is now developing between Williams and Quandra.
Yeah, so there they are, down on pit lane. We're expecting fuel only here for Williams Esports. And they'll be back out in a way in about 15 seconds time. I'll just pull up the pit stop time for you there. They're about 20 seconds stationary on the pit lane right now. Once they hit about 33, 34, they'll be heading off and away if it is indeed fuel only, which we expect it to be for the number 6 prototype. So in just a couple of seconds time, you'll see the car move forwards, and there we go. That's the pit stop service done for Moreno Surica. Heads his way out between the green cones through that very, very tricky pit exit here at Daytona. We have seen a couple of teams hit the pit wall coming out of the pit exit there, which again is a common thing here at this track. It is pretty tricky. You've got the sausage curbs on the left-hand side, which if you hit, launch the car in the air, and you've also got the wall pretty close on the right-hand side. So you kind of have to thread the needle through there. And speaking of threading the needle, Moreno Surica has to do something about this ahead of him.
This is a disaster. This is really, really, really vital right now for Moreno Surica. The only slight maybe... no, I was about to say it with the cold tyres. I mean, the tyres are the same, and you can see the time just eroding like sand through the fingers. He will be just desperate to get on the throttle, saying, please, the sea, just part in front of me for once. Oh, gee whiz, that was close. That was so close. My word, Moreno Surica gets through that whole bunch of GT traffic, and he's probably thinking, could have done without that. That really, it's that close a battle that those sort of episodes are vitally important.
Someone in the chat said, Joop Delict. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, but saying in regards to Joopie, I'm not convinced Peter isn't secretly Dario Fanchini.
Well, one can only wish. One can only. If I could have any of his bank balance, Indy 500 wins, car collection, or haircut, I'd even settle for the haircut.
Yeah, possibly. Loved your all for this race. I can say I still miss John Heinholt. Yeah, he's a legend as far as endurance commentary is concerned, so I'm not surprised. I don't feel bad that you think John is better than us, which is because he is. Fair enough. He has decades more experience than we do, so it's fair to come to that conclusion there. The rest of the discussion is about, of course, is Max in this race, is Jimmy in this race, and some such, which we've had throughout as people find the stream and wonder where their favorite content creators and drivers are. You got to remember, there's about 47. I think the count was 47 other splits going on right now. So it's a lot of 24-hour races going on right now, and not all of your favorite drivers are going to be in the same race.
I'm just happy that Pablo Lopez is in here. Big fan of this guy. I'm always joking that he is the only true winner ever of the iRacing World Grand Prix Series Championship. Probably mispronounced all of those words in some form or shape. But yeah, it is obviously a lot of famous people are taking part in this, and not everybody is having enough iRating to be in the top split. We're looking probably somewhere around 7,000 iRating to even make the cut overall to get into this top split.
Now here's a suggestion, guys. Please shoot it down in flames if it sounds silly, but this is just it occurred to me this morning, because I thought, well, yes, okay, Alonso and Tony Kanaan and Rubens Barrichello are racing, but I thought there's no way they'll get in the top split because of the iRating system. Now, would you think that there's a merit for maybe 1 or 2 cars per class in a kind of wild card system where you could sort of have invitations to come and take part in the top split televised race? Discuss.
it sounds like a good idea, but my fear in that instance is the wildcards being nowhere near the pace of the rest of the splits, because that raises its own sort of problems, at least in my opinion. It's a good idea, and I bet we'll probably get about 5 times the viewers if we had Jimmy in this split, but
well, I was more thinking real-world racing drivers.
Oh, okay.
In like, for example, your Alonso's, your Barrichello's, your well, we do have Sage Karam in this particular race. He knows a thing or two about going very, very, very fast at super speedways.
See, here's my point of this, and I'm gonna make it short and rather straight to the point. You've got to earn your way into this. No shortcuts. Get up there.
Wow. Okay, that's quite a statement there, Stefan.
I know. That's why I'm a 3K R racer and not a 7K R racer.
That's still mighty impressive. I wish I could reach to those dizzying heights. That's why I'm a commentator. That's why they say those who can't commentate.
Yeah, I mean, I gave up on being good on the actual racetrack. I thought, I could just do commentary, and then that was about 4 years ago. It's coming up on 5 years ago at this point that I started doing sim racing commentary, which is a long time. And it's been fantastic that this has been part of my life for so long. But yeah, less me reminiscing about days gone by and how long I've been here. I've definitely not been here as long as some other people. Let's just say that. I remember, Will, who's our co-CEO here at RaceSpotTV, Hugo as well. They've been here way longer than I have as part of sim racing broadcasting. And of course, there's some other names that go back even further than that as well, both in iRacing and other sims. So yeah. I'm basically pretty fresh compared to a lot of those guys. We do have Syandra waiting in the commentary booth here. And Peter, you're going to be leaving in about 15 minutes, so I'll give you the task of interviewing the driver from the Satellite Racing Car. This is his 4th time in the commentary booth. He's been really obsessive about joining us here, but I'll drag him in now. And Peter, you have the questions.
Well, Syandra, welcome back to the RaceSpotTV commentary box for the Daytona 24 Hours. What are your thoughts on the race so far?
Well, hello again. I think this is the 4th time in the past 24 hours I've been up here. It's been a bit of a ritual after I finish my stint. Kind of cool down, come to the broadcast booth, say hi, and then go take a nap or something. But it's been a good race. A little bit of attrition means we're up to 8th, and I think we're in the hunt for 7th if a couple of things go our way. But besides that, it's been, I hate to say it, but fairly uneventful for us between the last time I spoke to you.
Uneventful is good in endurance racing. So that means things are going to the plan. Now, we've got Dallas Pataska on board your car right now. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, Dallas had a very good run here at Daytona in the majors last week. If I'm remembering correctly?
Absolutely. Majors was one of the races Satellite as a team sort of targeted to prepare for the Daytona 24. That and the Autobahn Sports Car Racing League. So it helped us get a lot of testing done on the setup, gave us a lot of data on fuel and sort of tire wear, and sort of helped us set our strategy for this race. And Dallas, and put the cherry on top of the cake, Dallas brought home the win.
He did, that's right. Yeah, my memory's not going just yet. Now, this Dallara LMP2, this is its debut here at Daytona. Of course, came onto this the service since last year's event. How have you guys enjoyed the car? It's quite a bit quicker than the previous P2 car, and it's a lot of power. How are you finding it?
It's a dream to drive, especially with the most recent suspension updates. Before, it was a bit of a tough thing to handle, especially at low speeds, putting down the power. But with the reduced power and the reduced camber limits, it makes it actually fairly, I wouldn't say docile. It still tries to kill you every chance it gets, but it's not as dangerous as it was before, for certain.
And it certainly is. It is a bit better in that sense. You couldn't imagine that in the real world, this is mainly a pro-am racing car. It's I have to say, as an amateur racing driver, even if I'd paid for the car, I have to say it would scare the daylight out of me in one of these things.
Absolutely, I've worked on GT3 cars in real life before as part of my day-to-day, and this car is about, like you said, 12 seconds a lap faster around here at Daytona. And the GT3 car is not slow at all. It would absolutely scare anybody who's not prepared for it. So marketing a P2 towards an AM category is brave, and honestly, the fact that they made it work is impressive in and of itself.
I agree, yeah, completely. It's and there are some great. I mean, for example, one driver who stands out to me is Ben Keating, who's a motor dealer, and he just hops in and off he goes and does a mighty good job. And just I would imagine the neck strength you would need for one of the P2 cars in the real world as well. Of course, we've got the real world Rolex 24-hour next weekend. Will you find yourself down there or watching on TV?
I'll be watching on TV, unfortunately. I was hoping I'd be there for real working with the team, but a couple of things came up and that didn't come through. Unfortunate, but it happens. But kind of happy it didn't happen, otherwise I wouldn't be here racing. I'd be down there sort of working with the teams, but you know, good things and bad things.
And which team is that you work with, Si?
I worked with a couple. Mainly, I worked with Allegra Racing, worked on the Porsche GT3R with them in the SRO, formerly Pirelli World Cup series there. I worked with Daniel Morad. You may have seen him on iRacing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my main in with them. I actually met Daniel on iRacing, and he decided to recommend me to the team as a junior engineer, and they picked me up, and that's how I started out.
What a fantastic story. And of course, Daniel, a winner here with the Casadas in 2017, I think, if I remember correctly, when they won the race as well. And of course, back this year with the Mercedes. Well, Si, it's wonderful to have you in the commentary box. Please never hesitate to come in and chat to us. It breaks up. It very much breaks up the sound of our voice, and we love to hear from you. So good luck for the rest of the race, and looking forward to chatting again very soon.
Absolutely. I hope to speak with you after the race, if possible.
Absolutely.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much for joining us, Si. We'll let you get yourself back to your team of that Satellite Racing number 67 prototype. A little bit of activity in the chat here. Jordan saying, am I able to stream other splits with commentary, or are there none available, similar to how this is produced? There are other people that do stream other splits. I'm not sure if there are any active right now that do the traditional race coverage like you see on TV, like kind of what we do. Though saying that, I wouldn't be surprised if Bottom Split is streaming right now, which is sort of the meme broadcast of the iRacing world. But everyone else, I'm not entirely aware, because obviously I've been focusing on this broadcast and this broadcast only. I haven't had time to go looking for anyone else's broadcast, unfortunately. But I wouldn't be surprised if they exist.
Indeed, yes. Now it seemed the wild card. Top split wildcard debate, set off a wildfire in the chat. I didn't mean to be so inflammatory, but it's interesting. There's a good mixture of opinions in there, and I'm not one for the, shall we say, the celebrity aspect, but for, I think, what we've seen over the last year or so with the huge boom in sim racing, turbocharged even further by obviously lockdown and pandemics, etc. But I just love the dynamic of the very best sim racers in the world going up against the very best real world racers in the world, who also need to have a good level of sim experience as well. And seeing them going together, I think it's an amazing dynamic.
Yeah, it really is as well. 2020 was kind of a breakout year in that regard for sim racing. Of course, with the whole pandemic and things like that, everyone having to stay home, and for a good part of last year, most racing series, if not all racing series, just simply could not race because of what was going on. So everyone kind of transitions here over to sim racing, because you can do that from the safety of your own home, and it's brought a lot more legitimacy to sim racing. I mean, we were on an upwards trajectory anyway. It's just that it's given us a little bit of boost here on this side of things, and a lot of people are starting to wake up to the fact that, yes, this can be entertaining. It can be just as entertaining as it is in the real world. Of course, the main complaint is that there's a lack of danger here. There's a lack of feeling like you're on the edge, and any moment you can find yourself in the wall and hurt yourself. But I think, and I hope, what a lot of people watch racing for is for the excitement in terms of the battles more than any potential crashes.
I couldn't agree with you more. I've never subscribed to the fact that there has to be an element of danger to induce excitement. I think that's silly, to be very honest. I mean, I remember the complaints, shall we say, when the Halo came out, saying, "Oh, you can't see the driver working their arms." So what? You're not the driver. You're not behind the cockpit, and you're not the one sticking your neck out for other people's entertainment. To be really brutal about it. And the same thing with the IndyCar Aero screen. I mean, the Indianapolis 500 is about the closest thing on land you can get to being a fighter pilot. And when the Aero screen came in, I think that's such good work from IndyCar and actually Red Bull technology that developed it. If you can create ways to keep the driver as safe as possible and race at the ever-growing speeds that we see in motorsport, that's a good thing. We have to preserve the sport for future generations. And you know, actually having such good sim technology that people can have in their homes actually gives the fan a greater understanding of what a real world driver goes through as well. So it's I'm totally with you there, Corny. I'm not one of these people that think, it was better in the old days when it was dangerous. There were certain things that were very cool. I love old racing cars. I'm a complete anorak with old racing cars, but unless you're the driver sitting behind the wheel, they're the only people that can comment in my view.
So Andrew bring up a very good point in the chat. The crash itself might seem exciting, I guess, in the real world, but how boring is the hour of racing a safety cars afterwards?
Good point.
It's a very, very good point. I mean, we do have the option of enabling safety cars here in iRacing, even on the road side. It's just we don't, and we don't have any way to automatically trigger the safety car in road racing. You do on the ovals; they have their automatic cautions, but any safety car that gets triggered in iRacing has to be triggered manually by a race steward or race admin. So, and we don't have any of those. I mean, iRacing staff members have admin privileges in all iRacing sessions, so they could come in and spice it up a little bit by throwing a safety car. But I doubt they would be willing to do that. But yeah, it's I completely agree with what you said there, Peter. The excitement from racing comes from the battling and the strategy, in my opinion. It doesn't come from any perceived sense of danger. Of course, a lot of people will say, what about like the behind-the-scenes part of it with all the mechanics in the garage trying to scramble to repair the cars and things like that? And I will concede that point at least.
Well, you still have the people behind the scenes that do all the setup work for the drivers. I mean, sometimes it's the drivers themselves that also do the setup work, but especially in the dedicated teams, you have those dedicated setup builders and driving coaches that work with your drivers that actually make the racing happen. And I mean, if you want to have that little bit of sense of danger when you're crashing, you can always ask a mate to stand by for you, and when you crash into the wall, they throw a pillow into your face or something like that. So you still have that kind of option. And to go back a little bit into the real world with the sense of danger, it probably were one of the most dumb comments that you were able to hear from real world racers, where when the Halo got introduced into the Formula scene, that it doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. Safety doesn't have to look good. Safety has to save drivers, and quite ironically, Romain Grosjean got saved by the thing that he criticized the most on a Formula 1 car. And thank God that happened back then in Bahrain.
Indeed, I remember the vitriol, the bit that drivers you can to me they've earned the right to comment, but the bit that really annoys me is that as a fellow journalist, you see journalists who get to know the drivers very well, and they become friends with drivers because they travel around in the circus. You're seeing a battle here with BMW getting in amongst this Lambo love-in here as well, the Malakar. But yeah, I mean, you see journalists that get to know the drivers and have been there when drivers have been lost, and understand that pain, and then they write that, this Halo is spoiling the sport. And interestingly, I think it was 6 races in, it was the Belgian Grand Prix, and it was Charles Leclerc's first ever season in Formula 1 when he raced for Alfa Romeo, and there was a typical pile-up at La Source, probably instigated by Roman Grosjean quite lately. I can't remember. I'm being nasty now, but the Nico Hülkenberg, I think, it was sort of one of those kind of chain reaction accidents, and an entire car, I think it was Alonso's McLaren, got pinged like a bowling ball and actually the whole car bounced off the halo of Charles Leclerc's Alfa Romeo. And had the halo not been there, well, you don't need much imagination to know what would have happened. So, and funnily enough, the criticism for the halo went awfully quiet after that.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I guess you have the justification of it, at least in the first generation of cars that had the halo, it didn't quite fit into the overall aesthetic of the car. But, once we started seeing cars like actually be built with a halo in mind, it blended in a lot better. But I completely agree. You shouldn't compromise safety just because the cars look a little bit weird. Like that's the thing. The safety of the drivers is the most important thing to consider. The aesthetics is probably not even second, but maybe even third or fourth on that list.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna throw in one big quote from the late Enzo Ferrari. A race car is not a beautiful car. It only becomes beautiful when it starts to win races. That's the point. Race cars aren't beautiful. Formula 1 cars are one of the most ugly cars you can have on a track. Even a Corvette is more beautiful than a Formula 1 car, but they only become beautiful because they win races.
Just like Corvettes do.
Yeah, but a BMW still beats it.
Not statistically, Stefan. I think that given that I'm going off air in 2 minutes, I think I need to set the record straight. And I prepared a statistic for you, Stefan. In 2015, the Corvette C7R, built by the great Pratt & Miller, did the triple crown of sports car racing, winning here at Daytona, then at Sebring, and then at Le Mans.
Well, there we go.
There you go. Silence from Stefan Schlacker at last.
I think you've made your point, and you've made it quite well. So,
yeah, but
response.
see, where are the C8s right here at Daytona? I only see BMWs, I see a Ferrari, I see a couple of other cars, but not a single Corvette. Where are they?
You mean the IMSA championship winning Corvette C8R in its first year? The same championship the BMW M8's never won.
It's I think we'll move away from this topic pretty quickly because this is an absolute savagery going on here. That I don't know, Stefan, you're digging yourself a bit of a hole here. That I doubt you'll be able to climb out of, so.
At least I don't have to look at the C8R, so that's good.
Absolutely. So the top of the hour has arrived here, at least in real life, not so much in the sim. And Peter, you're going to have to be going towards other commitments, shall we say. So, but thank you very much for joining us for the portion of this broadcast that you've joined us for. It's your expertise has been very, very helpful indeed, and best of luck on your next broadcast you're moving to.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to spend these few hours with you guys. It's been great fun, and I'm very jealous you're going to call the end of this race. Who's going to take it? Williams Esport or VRS Kwanda? I will having one eye on the broadcast. Good luck, guys, and see you soon. Thank you.
Well, that was Peter McKay, of course, alongside myself, VCO Sydney Award nominated commentators. Of course, we had Lewis McGlade on for the first part of the broadcast, who actually won that particular award. So there we go. We'll just move on from that. But 2 hours, 22 and a half minutes left remaining in this race. We're still keeping a track on how things are going for the overall race lead. It's gotten itself into a bit of a situation now with these cars just over 20 seconds apart, but obviously on completely different strategies, those two. So we'll see that come to a head coming up into the final couple of hours of this race. We are still trying to keep track of MSI Esports and their progress. We're trying to surmount that massive gap between themselves and AAA Esports for the race win in GTEs. And of course, this ever-present battle between Biela, Mahler and Van der Waal in the middle of the GT3 pack. Or at least normally it's in the middle. They're in amongst a pit stop cycle right now, so they've been promoted up a couple of positions that they will then lose once they come down on towards the safety of pit lane. Whoa. Hello, there's a Kwanda car going very wide. It's not the race leader, but it's the VRS Kwanda Sim Sport number 18 car that had a bit of a wide moment coming through turn 1.
And this is interesting. We haven't watched that battle between those three cars in quite a while. As we go on to triple once again, Chastain Warren a little bit wide there, a little bit too hot into turn 1. And Andre Butcher of the Male Racing team, he was actually able to catch these two fighting Bila Racing team, or Euronics, and the Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue. So impressive driving from Butcher here to actually catch up those, I think it was at 1.15 seconds back on those two to get right into the mix of that battle.
Yeah, so great job to be able to cover things somewhat. Having a look at the, because we had this thing earlier about this battle between the two Redline cars in prototypes. We'll just have to have a look to see what the gap is right now. It stands at about 3.5 seconds between Redline Ice Blue and Redline Purple, so that's starting to come back in again. Of course, they're about 6 laps different in terms of their stints here. So they're off cycle compared to each other a little bit. So again, that will become a little bit more obvious as to where each car is once we get towards those final couple of stops. But I'm just going to take a very, very quick break here. We're going to go RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board, I think, with Team Redline Purple here as they try to chase down their sister car in Team Redline Ice Blue. Let's go for a couple of laps on board with Matt Farrow. that was a couple of laps on board there then with Matt Farrow as part of Team Redline Purple. We are coming up to, well, we just crossed over 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go in the 2021 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. And we'll recap the classes from prototypes to GT3s here. The order in LMP2s looks like this. VRS Co-Anda SimSport leads by 22, well, rounded up to 23 seconds over Williams Esports as their strategy battle continues there at the very front of the prototype class. Movano Sim Racing, they are in third place at the moment in the number 5 car, still on the leading lap there. Team Redline Ice Blue and Team Redline Purple will reside in P4 and 5. Delta Sport U4K there in P6. Yassi Richard Mill in P7. And so you have the rest of the names there all the way down to P20. We've had a good couple of retirements from this class after our motorsports are out. Team RSO are not out. They are still out there lapping as they took about a 10-hour break in the middle of the race due to damage, and they've come back and decided to lock the laps, which is good to see. RHE Esports in P17 are out. MB Racing are out as well. Same with Coanda 81 and Yassi Microsoft with those early problems. But Stefan, you have the GTE class here to recap.
The 210 of AAA Esports White, still leading Texans Cecil Hallow right now behind the wheel. Obviously, they have taken over the lead after the big unfortunate event that sealed the deal pretty much for MSI Esports Red. They're still chasing their hope of getting back into the lead, but obviously losing about half a lap because of a miscalculation on fuel levels sees them only in second place right now. They just got past a Lamborghini there of, I think that actually was Vendaval Racing, as it was Wayne quite good there. Third place right now in the GTE class, BMW Team BS competition. Ryan Barneveld still behind the car, the wheel of that car, sitting in third place. The Kova Esports team, the 707 Anti-Alo, fourth place right now. They have been on an extremely quiet race thus far. I don't think I have seen them really involved in any mishaps or even slides out of the racing line throughout this 6-hour stint thus far. Completing your top 5 in the GTEs is the BMW Team Redline team. Jonas Wallmeyer right now behind the wheel of that car. They are already though 1 lap down rather on your leader. BMW Team GB, another BMW here in this competition, sitting up top in this beautiful livery on 7th place. Further down, Astro Gaming Altus Esport, a very quiet race as well for these guys in the Porsche 911, and it goes all the way down there. You can see 2 laps already behind 6th place, another 2 laps down to AAA Esports Black. They also have been quite unfortunate in a big wreck, and it's quite a lot there. Distance between the cars in the back end of the field here, and a lot of GTEs have already crashed out sadly in this 24-hour event. But we still have one more class. It's the GT3s, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you raised the correct point, as GTEs have had perhaps the worst attrition in this race so far with the amount of retirements, but GT3s are giving them a run for their money. That's for certain. Team BMW Bank are leading in GT3s by a lap over Vendaval Sim Racing Red. They have been unchallenged at the very front of this class for such a long time, and they're looking to finish this race in quite convincing fashion over the rest of their competitors there. Vendaval Sim Racing Red in P2, Dakota Fripp behind the wheel of that car at the moment, and Bieler Racing Team Euronics are in P3 here as things go. We are still kind of in the middle of a pit stop cycle for GT3s at the moment, so some of these positions have shuffled around over the past couple of laps or so. There's Vendaval Sim Racing Blue there down in P4. SimRC Carbon P5 just scattered a whole load of cones all over the grass, so someone has to get a marshal out and try and put those all back. Team Fordzilla, they're down in P6 in this GT3 class as well. And then we get to the area of the GT3 class, which has been pretty close amongst multiple teams. You've got SLC Squadra Corsa in P7, Oris Racing Team P8, Marla in P9, and Bieler Beeler Racing Team Euronics 2 in P10 in that number 452 car. Corsim Racing also, and RAG Esports on the back of them at this stage in the race. And of course, you got the retirements further down as well. You got AAA Esports Green, BS Competition number 91, Maniti Racing, Sim RC Titan, and Irano Esports are all out of this event. So that's the look top to bottom in terms of your overall classes at the moment. We'll get the graphic showing all three up in just a couple of moments. There it is. So the main storylines here coming into this second to last hour, shall we say, are going to be the battle for overall race win between VRS Grinder Sim Sports and Williams Esports. This one has kind of calmed down a little over the course of the last 40 or 50 minutes or so, because they're just less fighting out there on circuit and more fighting in the pit box right now. So we'll have to see what comes of that one a lot later on in the race. Maybe even at the time of the final pit stops is when we'll finally see where they are in relation to each other in reality. In GTEs, the story has been recently, you quite rightfully mentioned it, Stefan, when you were doing a rundown of the GTE class. This MSI Esports car residing in P2 at the moment. They were the leader for the vast majority of this race. Well, they were kind of sharing leading responsibilities with the AAA Esports cars. They were off cycle in the strategy compared to each other, but a fuel miscalculation for MSI Esports Red a good couple of hours ago has meant that they have had to drop back through the field. They even had to take the tow back to pit lane, but they've gotten themselves back up into P2 and they are trying to charge down the race leader. They're about 10 laps apart on the stint right now, but they're only 13 seconds apart on the track. So things continue to go back into the favor of MSI Esports Red there. In GT3, well, I already mentioned it on my rundown, Team BMW Bank have been absolutely incredible at the very front of that field, but all the action is in the mid-pack of GT3 though, at least in terms of your slowest class.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how MSI Esports Red was able to close in so much time. I was really wondering why have they been able to close in 30 seconds since the last time I have checked. And the reason is because AAA Esports, they have actually switched drivers on their last pit stop. Jackson Suslin Harlow is in that car now. And obviously they took tires with that driver change, and that's why they lost 30 seconds, because it takes that much time to switch your wheels all around.
Yep, so that gap looking a little bit closer than it is in reality, I would say, between P1, P2 and GTE. So the likelihood that MSI will be able to make anything happen towards the end of this race is going to be slim to none, but don't tempt the endurance racing gods, just let me tell you that. And if anything's going to happen, it's going to be in these final couple of hours, as drivers are at their tiredest. They see the light at the end of the tunnel, but you can't keep focus for hours upon hours on end without any other side effects. And also, they'll be perhaps not as easy going with the traffic as they would be compared to the start or the middle of the race, because they know if they are in a battle for position, there's not going to be a lot of time left to go to sort that out. So they'll give the traffic the hurry up a little bit more. And if you're in the GTE and the GT3 class, as the traffic, you're also not going to be wanting to let prototypes by too easily if you're involved in your own battle.
Obviously, you have to give it a little bit of the think. What is more important right now? That you don't lose the few tenth or even a second, depending on where you have to let them by, or if you actually want to fight it and potentially lose more time because of that. It always depends on what is more important for you right now. Obviously, if you have somebody right behind you as well and you're gonna have to let somebody faster pass, there is a chance that that guy you're fighting with right behind them, that they might also slip past. So you have to be a little bit careful with what you choose to fight for. Obviously, our lead battles, they don't really have that option right now. They just have to minimize the damage they are gonna receive from lapping somebody. So really interesting, especially in that battle for this car against the Quanta Simsport number 8, Williams Esports number 6 into pit lane. Morena Sirica, that is the end of, I think, his second stint, if I am correct. Yeah, should be the second stint. So we're expecting one more from Moreno before he gets the car over to probably Michael Romanidis.
Yeah, that's what we're looking like. That's what we're looking at, because we got word from one of the team members of Williams Esports that Josh Thompson, who was scheduled to be in that car for the final, for one of these final stints, unfortunately is having a couple of technical problems. So therefore, he won't be able to make an appearance, at least as far as we know, before the checkered flag comes out. So I think that's his race done for now. But Renan Srika, fuel only on that stop. That's what we expected to see. So making those tires go that another stint longer here, and we'll be able to rejoin. There's a lot of traffic here in the infield though, so it might not be the most ideal outlaps here for Moreno Srika. He's stuck behind the Marla car, the BMW here, and well, he's going to be able to get him disposed of coming off the International Horseshoe, but you know, it's all about the luck in terms of the traffic, catching the GT cars if you're a prototype in the right place.
Yeah, and both the last two times now, he has been really unlucky with his pit exits, always getting thrown out in the thick of traffic, like once again here. So Srika really unlucky with his pit stops, whereas it has been really the opposite of the story for Joshua Rogers. Every single time he was in pit lane, he came out in pretty much clear traffic, as actually he is now being joined by the double 8 of Bobby Solinsky right behind him.
He is. So just another little situation out there. Moreno Srika again dealing with more traffic on the way into the bus stop. He's going to get stuck up behind the BMW here. He's going to look for the launch off the corner and try and get that pass done the long way around. But it's not been a great outlap here for Williams Esports, and you know, in a situation where they need all the advantages they can get, they're just drawing a bunch of disadvantages right now.
Yeah, and we're getting word from Josh Thompson that actually Diogo C. Pinto will be heading out this car in the race. So Srika probably on his last stint before he heads over the car to Pinto. So it should be really interesting what Kwanda is deciding then, because obviously Joshua Rogers, pretty sure he's not gonna do 6 stints here in a row. So he is right now on his 4th stint, and we're expecting him to also give over the car probably to Mitchell de Jong, but it's kind of uncertain on this car because every single driver is right now in that session.
Yeah, and well, it's a 2-car tandem here for VRS Quanta prototypes. Not on the same lap, of course. That leading number 8 kind of car, leading the pair of them. That's the number 18. No, not the number 18 actually. VRS Quanta car behind. That is the number 88 car. That says number 13 on its car number because that's the number that it's been assigned in the session. But they've our graphics hide the car number that they've put in themselves. But they thought they were going to grab the number 88 coming into this race, but they are not the 88. They got assigned the 13. So I guess there's hard luck there.
Lucky number 13 for Bobby Zelensky and his team, sitting right now in 10th place, by the way. 5 laps down in total on your leader. And Williams Esport is now a minute behind. Yeah, of course, they have just made the pit stop while VRS Quanta still has to make the pit stop. But it's really interesting as well between that 2nd and 3rd car. Mivano Sim Racing right now 2nd place. If Mivano only loses like 20 more seconds in the next few stints, it will actually be a case that every single time Williams pits, they will even come out ahead of Mivano. And just going into these last 6 hours, we were actually looking at Mivano battling versus Williams Esports for that 2nd place. So just incredible how much Williams has been able to pull out the gap to that Mivano car.
Yeah, they've put in a massive amount of work here in these final, I would say, about 4 hours or so. Well, at least these past 4 hours for Williams Esports to be able to at least mount a challenge to Coanda. But I think the more time goes on and the more I'm seeing this race develop right now, the more and more that I think VRS Quanta Simsport are secure in their P8, because I don't think Williams Esports are gaining enough time on a stint, each and every stint, to be able to surmount the gap. They've have been closing in on some occasions. They've sometimes been closing in a couple of tenths of a second a lap, but right now, with Williams Esports stuck in traffic, they're going to lose a couple of seconds on this lap, which is not ideal by any means. So at this point, the chances are that Williams are not going to be able to get to P1 are looking very, very slim at this point. I mean, they were looking kind of slim already, but we were kind of just hyping up the perhaps the chance, the 1 in 10 or 1 in 100 chance that they would be able to get up and fight with the Coanda Sim Sports car. But Coanda, they are the kings of Daytona for a reason. So many Daytona 24 titles to their name. They know exactly how to manage these sorts of races, and with 2 hours to go, they're in the best seat in the house.
In case you don't know the history of Coanda, this is, if I remember correctly, the 7th edition of the Daytona 24 Hours on iRacing, and they have won all but one Daytona 24-hour race. So Coanda really is the king, or are the kings of the Daytona 24-hour, and quite honestly, it looked a very long time for a 1-2 finish for these guys until the 18 car, the sister car, one of the 2 sisters of that 8, had that big trouble moment with a GTE car that sadly was unavoidable for them. Massive damage to them, and they are now sitting all the way down in, where are they? 12th place right now, 7 laps down from your leaders when they only were about 20 seconds down on the 8.
Well, look, from this point forwards, for the number 8 Coanda car, it's just about getting home at this point, I think. You just sit there, manage the gap, manage the strategy back to Williams. I don't think, unless there's a massive change in circumstances, that Williams are going to be able to do anything about that number 8 car for the moment. But again, this is endurance racing. We never know the finishing order until that checkered flag drops and the cars come across the line. That's just the main thing here. And this goes for Coanda, they got to get to the end. It also goes for AAA Esports, leader in GTEs at the moment. They have a strategy advantage over MSI Esports, so they're looking pretty good there. The MSI are closing in by bit each and every lap, but I'm not sure whether they'll be able to get to them by the end of 2 hours. So AAA Esports are also in a position where they can't afford any mistakes towards the end of this race. Otherwise, MSI Esports will be all over the back of them. The situation in GT3s is similar as well, because Team BMW Bank basically have 1 foot on that top step right now. But one little mistake, one little spin, one little bit of contact, and get a little bit of damage onto that BMW, and the situation completely changes. So just because you see the gaps quite wide for race leads right now, does not mean the race is over with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, most definitely. I just hope on the MSI Esports Red team that Salva Talens isn't kicking himself too much for the mistake he made with the miscalculation of fuel. Things like that happen. He probably was alone and didn't realize that he had to pit that 1 lap that he ran out of fuel. So unfortunate, obviously they lost the lead with that. They probably even lost what looked like a very secure first place. But things like that happen. You get tired, you have a lack of mind, and things like that just happen. It is endurance racing. You sometimes, not always, you have your spotter with you that can tell you how many laps to go. So it is just like that. Yes, they have lost the win, but most definitely they have still won that second place.
We have Marius Gollenbeck waiting for an interview, of course, part of Course Sim Racing. Also does some things with Porsche as well. He does do that, so we'll drag him up into the commentary booth. Marius, in the number 3 Core GT3 machine. It's been an interesting race for you. He's down in P11 at the moment, which is towards the bottom of the order as far as currently running GT3s are concerned. But I want to hear it from you. How's your race been?
Well, you said it interesting, to say the least. I mean, it's basically ever since lap 2, I don't know about the BMW prototypes, but I guess prototype stands for failing brake pedal or something. Since, I really don't know if you have to do this. And ever since then, our car's just been half a second off a lap. We did fix the damage in the pits. Unfortunately, it didn't give us any pace back. So at this moment, we're just literally going 100% ever since then, and just fighting with blunt weapons.
You're currently about 24 seconds behind Oris Racing Team, although you're off cycle in the strategy compared to them. What's the target now for the final 2 hours of this race? Can you improve on P11, or do you think that's going to be where you're finishing?
I think it's going to be hard. Judging on the pit cycle, we might be slightly behind, so we also need to catch up on track, and then probably some more. We'll just go 100%, hammer and tongue to the end, and try to make the best we can. And there's an off chance we might get a top 10 here, but yeah, it's just disappointing so far.
But you know, that's just sometimes how endurance racing goes. You sometimes have some good luck, you sometimes have some bad luck, sometimes you're on the pace and sometimes you're nowhere near. But how's the vibe in the team right now? Are you still positive? Are you still keeping the spirits up?
Yeah, I mean, preparation's been awesome. It's basically just everything except for that incident, and the car now being half a second off is awesome. I mean, looking at the pace, if we just had 2 or 3 kilometers more top speed, without the damage, we would be right up there, and I think that's just kept everybody going. Preparation's been awesome, everybody's putting in the work, and we already decided early, I mean, we're not going to give up here, even if it's not going to be the result we would have hoped, but for the team spirit, since everybody prepared, and it's always a good practice run, also in strategy, communications, and there's like a big sort of chain connected to all this, and it's never really an option for us to give up.
That's the endurance racing attitude that we like to see. You know, happens in sim racing, happens in the real world. Just get to the checkered flag, you know, because finishing a 24-hour race is an accolade in and of itself. You know, you've done well if you see the checkered flag at the very end of the race. And I just got to say, Stefan, I was going to say, do you have any questions for your compatriot? But you're not actually from the same country. It's Austria and Germany in the commentary booth right now, rather than 2 Germans. But Stefan, do you have any questions for Marius?
Yeah, obviously you had your bad run of luck early into the race. How frustrating is it knowing that you actually did have the pace to be up there with the guys fighting for at least the top 5, and now finding yourself that far back? Because obviously you had your run up to this race, you had the waiting period, you were getting hyped up more and more about this race, and then, I mean, obviously it is a little bit disappointing, but give us an outlook for the coming events, especially Bathurst 12 hours, which isn't too far away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just annoying that it happens so early. Like Connery said, it's always endurance racing. It can always happen at any corner during the 24 hours at any point of the track. But it happening so early, and then, I mean, you do take the pit stop early, you do take the tires early, you get the optional repairs rather, and you're sort of in the hope that you get at least a bit of damage back. But then you realize quickly, well, it hasn't fixed anything, compare top speeds and realize it's half a second a lap, and that's all you could do at that point. So it's really disappointing, and I really thought about this earlier, and I've said this to a couple of people. I'm not sure what's worse, really. I mean, looking at SimRC, they were also involved in the incident, and they had to retire early. I really don't know if that's gutting right away. I don't know what's worse, going for 23 hours 58 with a car that's basically in another class, or having to retire early. I think I'm not really sure what's worse yet.
Well,
yeah, going on forward. I mean, Bathurst's going to be interesting. Not really sure if we're going to run it, but it's always an interesting thing. So if there's an off chance, we're going to go for it. But next couple of weeks are going to be packed. Next weekend with the Porsche Esports Super Cup again, and then it's Watts Car Open, and it's basically week after week, and we're always racing every weekend nowadays.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much for joining us, Marius. You know, despite what has happened to your car, you know, earlier on in the race, it's good to see you guys still going, giving it a good effort here towards the checkered flag, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of your race.
Just got to keep going. Thanks, guys.
All right, there we go. That was Marius Gollenbeck, representative of the number 3 Corsim Racing GT3 machine that has not had the best of luck in this race, but like I said, that just kind of happens. You get caught at the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, with lap traffic and some such. You get involved in an incident that wasn't your doing, and you just have to recover from that point forwards. But while that was happening, by the way, Viers Coranda Simsport did come in for their stop, and this is going to be their final tire stop, I believe, and their final driver change.
Probably, yeah.
Because they've put Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel of the car now, and they are only 4.2 seconds ahead of Williams Esports. So
honestly, honestly, I'm a little bit proud of myself that I actually called Mitchell de Jong as he is going to get into the car. So well done me, I guess. The only thing I've well done thus far. No, Williams Esports, yeah, they now have quite honestly something to chase with. So Moreno Sirica, his times were starting to lag a little bit. So maybe he can all of a sudden get much better.
I just saw that number 8 car go very wide for turn 1, and I thought if he was going to hit the grass here, he might have a spin. So panic over. Mitchell just getting used to the car, I suppose, and also on those cold tires since he has recently changed them. So you got to be a little bit careful out there. But yeah, sorry for the random noise, everyone.
Yeah, you said it. He is now in the car. He hasn't been in the car for nearly 200 laps, actually, 150 something laps, actually. And Moreno Sirica, as I said, he now has something to chase down, so maybe his times will start to pick up once again. So it should be a little bit interesting to see what Moreno can do here. Going forward, though, I honestly have to say I kind of forgot that Porsche is on next week. I thought it's in 2 weeks, so obviously also something for Golombek and the core sim racing guys to chase after.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, you know, the Porsche Takoyo Esports Super Cup, the top level of sim racing here on iRacing, is the top league. It's basically our World Championship, if you want to call it that, as you know, it's just the best drivers on iRacing all going up against each other in the well, driver head-to-head sort of championship. There's no constructors points, there's no teams points, even though there are teams. But yeah, fantastic racing all round. And of course, before those races, you have the influencer races as well. So if you want to see Jimmy in one of these commentated races, then well, look to the races before the Porsche Takoya Esports Super Cup whenever they're on. So, so yeah, that's what you should do. Back to this LMP2 race lead battle, though. I still don't see it happening for Williams here because they're not only at a tyre deficit now, so they'll start sliding further back. Compared to VRS and SimSport, they are still having to take about a quarter of a tank more fuel in the final stop, if my estimates are right. So that's going to be another 7-8 seconds on the pit lane in the final stops for Williams Esports. So they're going to have to make up this time that they have right now on all tires, plus 7 or 8 seconds for the difference in terms of the fuel in the pit stops. So yeah, unlikely.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I think Williams actually has to make one more splash and dash than VRS Corner SimSport. A calculation that I read, I think it was actually from Josh, but don't quote me on that, was that they have to save 2, possibly 3 laps of fuel over 3 hours. Now, that doesn't sound like much, but it still is some hard work to have to extend your stints by that much, because you're already extending your stint by a lap anyway. So it might actually be that the Williams Esports guys have to make that one more splash and dash that Kuanda doesn't have to do, because they are those, I think 7 laps now ahead in the pit stop strategy.
So there we go. That's the situation. You've got Williams Esports closing in by a couple of tenths of a second, but that's because the Kuanda car had to deal with a bit of traffic that now Williams Esports is dealing with. I saw the red line car go very, very wide out there in the background. I'm just going to have a look back to see if I can catch this one. Flashing of the lights, trying to get by around the outside of the Marla GT3, and I think red line have just overcooked it.
I'm not sure. I think that was actually a touch between those two. Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a netcode there between them.
Well,
it did look a little bit weird,
but we have a policy here at RaceSpotTV. But yeah, coming down in towards turn number 1, it's a wiggle. I'm not sure if there was a touch.
Wiggle at least, yeah.
Let me see if I can get a better view of it. Sometimes it's quite difficult here with the cameras, but we'll get to see. This is on the back of Jonas Wollmeyer, so he's going to go around the outside here. You'll start to see the Marla car come into the picture on the right-hand side. Ooh, there might have been, but it's quite hard to tell there.
It might have been a tappity tap tap tap, but either way, Atole Hook and Jonas Wollmeyer continue unhindered without any damage to their cars. Both BMWs continue nicely on the way. And is that actually full position ahead of Jonas? I'm not sure. No, he's a lap down on the Bureau Suite competition.
Coming up to 1 hour and 45 minutes left to go in the 2021 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. VRS Grand Sim Sport number 8 in the overall race lead, trying to extend the gap over Williams Esports. They have an advantage in terms of the strategy as well, so things are looking pretty groovy for the number 8 VRS Command Sim Sports car, as you know, they had a bit of a scary moment a couple of hours ago, seeing how fast that Williams Esports car was closing in on them. But I think they've seen that now and have reacted to the pace, and they've been able to put a stop to the charge that Williams Esports were putting in on them. Of course, it has really helped that they were able to get Joshua Rogers behind the wheel of the car for a couple of stints, and now they have Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel, so you know, two very, very quick drivers in that VRS Kind of Sim Sports team to bring that car to the end of this race. So you know, it's a good plan, putting in your strongest drivers in the final couple of stints to make sure there are no challenges from behind.
And obviously Mitchell de Jong, one of the most consistent drivers on the service. If you really want to look for someone consistent to close it out, you don't really have to look any further than Joshua Rogers and Mitchell de Jong. And yeah, Mitchell de Jong, he did need a little bit of time to get up to speed with his car, but obviously, as you can see now that he has gotten his tires warm, as he has gotten warm with the track condition, he most definitely is starting to pull away from Moreno Sirica once again. As actually last lap he once again lost a little bit of time, but only in the 100th of the period.
Yeah, so not too much in the grand scheme of things. Williams Esports still remaining about that 4.1 seconds behind, but they're going to have to deal with a little bit more traffic here further down the road. They have a, I suppose, unwelcome prototype that's currently in their wing mirrors right now. That's the number 30 Obsidian racing car, which is the not the final running LMP2 car out there. That title will go to Team RSO, who are now 270 laps down on the race leader in P16 in class, but they are only one lap away from being able to pass a retired Alfa Romeo Motorsports car. So Moritz Lerner might be able to get himself up into P15 here in about a lap's time.
270 laps down on your leaders, still racing. That is the spirit of endurance racing if I've ever seen it. These guys just didn't want to get disqualified earlier on, so Angelo did take over the car, and then they just said, all right, you know what, let's just continue, why the heck not? It's for the fun of it, and also quite some good practice.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's like I said before, it's the spirit of endurance racing. Get to the checkered flag. Say you've completed the 24 hours, and you know that's an accomplishment in and of itself. So that's the task for Team RSO. They're also getting a little bit of airtime because they are so far, so many laps down. So I bet their sponsors are happy about me showing them on the broadcast so much because they're actually that far down the order. Just having a look at the chat, Spec Agent Aiden says, I love how accurate the Porsche sounds. And yeah, the Porsche RSR GTE is, some people were saying when the Porsche was released, I'm trying to find the Altus Esports car. I believe they are, I'm looking at the wrong class, that's why. There we go. We'll get ourselves, there they are. Just wanted the Porsche on screen just to demonstrate my point. Some people were complaining that this car was way too loud in the sim when it was first introduced. But no, if you look at any footage from any track with this car on it, it does sound like that, and it has that rasp that's, you know, just completely deafens you. It sounds completely different to any other GTE.
Yeah, that's your Boxer 6. So it is just that incredible scream this car has on it. Kind of, you could nearly compare it to the late rotary cars. It just is such a loud scream this car has on it, combined with the turbo it now has. Just incredible. You can hear it from miles and miles until you finally see it blitz by you. Just an incredible car, and you love to see it. It's just a little bit sad that they are that far down the line.
Yeah, but it is just a little sad. I mean, Altus, they're fans of that Porsche. They run it in a couple of leagues as well that have the GTE class in it. So they seem pretty committed to that Porsche. I think they are the only Porsche in the field. No, they're not the only Porsche in the field, because you have this one, Alpine Eagle Racing, who has a unique solution to rear wing design, rear spoiler, as that has been damage that they've been carrying for a very long time at this point. Can't be helping them at all in a straight line.
No, and it's also not the active rear wing system that one of the, I think it was a Dutch manufacturer that debuted that at the Assen TT circuit a year or two ago. So Martin Ascher of the Alpine Eagle Racing, also quite in the spirit of endurance racing, about, what is he now, laps down, 4 laps down on the next car in class, and a whole 14 laps down on your leader of AAA Esports White.
I just want to bring up the race lead battle for GTE at the moment, because yes, the gap on track is 5.3, but there is still a rather large difference in terms of the strategy here between these two cars. But the point I wanted to raise is to do with that strategy. AAA Esports are on fresher tires for this stint. MSI Esports, we're still closing them in on older tires though. So that doesn't bode well for AAA Esports White, despite them having a slight advantage in terms of the strategy towards the end of this race, especially with like fuel mileage and some such. Sanchez is still driving the wheels off of that MSI Esports red car. He's down on the pit lane right now. I have to wonder whether this is a fuel-only stop for Sanchez, or they are going to go for the tire change as well. We'll see in just a couple of moments' time. If that car goes up on the jacks, that means they are taking the tires. We're coming up to about 30 seconds on the stop now, so in a couple of seconds we'll know if he goes off and away, drops down, and goes ahead towards those green cones at the end of pit lane. So fuel only for MSI Esports Red, and as they look to try and go on this monstrous adventure that they're on right now after that fuel mistake a couple of hours ago where they ran out of fuel, had to take the tow back to pit lane. They were pretty comfortably in the race lead at that point. Now they've been put into a situation where they have to race from very far behind. They're giving it their best effort, but I'm still not entirely sure how this one will turn out between the two of them.
You obviously have to keep an eye on AAA Esports when they are going to pit in. It is right now obviously still way too far back to actually make it on just one stop, so MSI has to do another stop to get to the end. About 1 hour 40 minutes to go in the race, and if AAA Esports is able to get it to the 55-minute mark, which I think will be very hard for them, they will make it on just one more stop. So yeah, we might still see a shakeup in this battle here if AAA also has to make 2 more stops from here on out.
The iRacer says, can you guys do an onboard with the Altus 911 RSR? Yes, we possibly could do that. There they are, out there on circuit right now. We'll just ride on board the roof cam just for a couple of moments here on the NASCAR banking. So I'll just mute our microphones and just enjoy the Porsche just for a couple of moments. A big lift and coast in towards turn number 1, and it was even a bit of clutch action as well to stop the engine braking. So big fuel saving for Bo Albert behind the wheel of the Altus Esports car. He's not too close in terms of battles right now. He's actually on a lap of his own in that GTE class right now, so the next car further down the road is a lap ahead of him, and the next car back is a lap behind him. So a little bit lonely in that GTE class, but still continuing on. I hope everyone enjoyed the roar of the Porsche, or rather the screech of the Porsche, as I'm now going to say, I'm now going to describe it. But fantastic car nonetheless. Someone said what happened to the battle in the overall race lead, because that was a little bit larger during the nighttime hours, and yeah, it was. Williams Esports have been on a bit of a charge, but they're still not quite in the position where they can say that they can actively challenge for the race lead, because Commander Simsport still have a pit stop strategy in hand. They might even have a whole pit stop they'll be able to skip out as well, but we'll get more news on that the closer we are to that time when we do those final stops. But number 8 VS Commander Simsport, they don't have to worry too much right now. I think they still have this one quite comfortably in their grasp.
And a big thank you also to Dominic Steib there in the chat, giving us all the input from the Williams Esports team. And he confirms it right there and then that the Williams Esports guys, they have to make a splash dash because obviously they have been going flat out. So yeah, expect that gap to grow by another probably like 15 to 20 seconds just because of that one pistol.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the battle that we've been hyping up for the race lead is going to maybe fizzle out a little bit towards the end of this event. We could still be hopeful, though. That will give us a grandstand finish. But number 8, Kwanzaa car, is certainly hoping that they don't have any dramas in the latter portions of this race. But their other cars have had dramas. You know, we had the incident involving number 18 at the start of this segment of the broadcast, where they had a Ferrari on their inside that missed their braking marker slightly for the turn 5 and went directly into the side of them. You know, so you can't count, you can't get complacent here. Meanwhile, number 18 Kwanzaa car is involved in a lot of traffic here towards the end of the infield and up onto the NASCAR banking. But they'll be able to get that sorted in quite short fashion. Dominic Stave from Williams Esports saying, at least it looks close, and I think we can all vibe with that.
Yeah, by the way, speaking about close, this is actually a battle for position here between the 18 and the 24 of Oskari Rinne. So this should be very interesting because they also have the traffic of Delta Sport U4K. They have flapped them, so I don't think that will be a problem, but there's a GTE just ahead of them.
There is, so yeah, more traffic ahead, and Inertia will have to dive down onto the apron to get it done, and they get the pass back on Kwanzaa as well. That's a bit of a daring move to try and keep that number 18 car behind as Kwanzaa look for the cutback off the corner, but 10-1 isn't really a place where that option is available to you. But, well, passing down on the apron is legal here in this one. It's not like NASCAR where you can't do that. The below the yellow line is fair game. So I guess Inertia using and abusing that rule.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it is a little bit frowned upon, but I guess you're this late into race, you're wanting to defend that position, might as well go for it.
You might as well. 18 still very close. The Kwanzaa car not giving Inertia a lot of room to breathe here. And right now, Kwanzaa car does seem like the faster of the two. Of course, Charlie Collins is on a bit of a recovery drive for Kwanzaa after the incidents that we just talked about moments ago. Look at the outside, inside, and looks like we're going to get 3 wides down in towards the bus stop here. Battle for P11 in LMP2s, and Kwanzaa clean down the inside for the first apex and get that pass complete. Brilliant move there from Charlie Collins.
Also, that speed difference through the bus stop, really impressive between those two. Let's see though if Oscar is going to be able to do something into turn 1. He is a bit far back though, as also Charlie Collins, who is in and out of traffic here now, just too far back now. Oskari Rinne is, so he's going to have to give up the chase there for 11th place, for now at least.
Yeah, coming up on a bit of same class traffic here as well. That's not for position, the number 5 ahead of them. So they're going to have to deal with that at the moment, having to deal with the Biela car as well. I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for Inertia to come back at Kwanzaa here, but ooh, big slide there for Kwanzaa as they try to get the pass done on the Lamborghini. Coming through the kink now, still no window, still no opportunity for Inertia to make any sort of dive, so they'll just remain in line for now. But yeah, this is getting interesting here, but I think the number 18 Kwanzaa car will be able to extend the gap now after they clear this traffic.
Yeah, and I'm also pretty sure, by the way, that the Inertia Sim Racing team is on new tires. They last stopped on 8:23. They also changed drivers there from Matti Kadesoya to Oskari Rinne. So pretty sure they are on new tires, where Charlie Collins did stop on 8:28. But that was only a 1-minute pit stop, so pretty sure he did not take any tires in that stop. So old tires versus new tires, really fast driver versus a really fast driver, and it seems like that battle is going to Charlie Collins.
Yeah, it looks like it is, as discussion of is XYZ sim racing personality in this race? Usually the answer to that is no here for Top Split, unfortunately for everyone, because everyone is grouped up with their own skill level in terms of iRating. So unless the sim racing celebrity, sim racing influencer in particular has a high iRating and is running with teammates that also have a high iRating, then there's not going to be no chance that they're going to be in this split. You just have to watch their own POV streams to see how the progress in their race has been going. BMW Team Redline, though, they are down onto the safety of pit lane, and Jonas Vollmeyer still behind the wheel of that BMW Team Redline car. It's been a bit of a quiet past couple of hours for at least the mid-pack of GTEs. They kind of got all strung out, and I remember that happening in the early portions of the race as well. They got quite far away from each other quite quickly, so as a result we haven't had that many battles down here in this class.
Yeah, it is though kind of the flow of a GTE race. They always spread out quite a bit. You never really see those very tight GTE packs, not even in the real Daytona 24 you see that. It's always the GT3s that are up to the task to deliver for the GT side of racing, and I think somebody just... No, sorry, that was a pit stop that changed positions there. It's interesting because even the GT3s are really starting to spread out, even in the midfield where we had those tight battles.
Yeah, everything can close up though as the final stops happen and everyone finds themselves in a position where they can actually, the gap they are away from each other on track is the actual gap rather than a facade, because they've been fighting inside the with the strategy for all this time. So I'm certainly very excited to see when that's going to happen. We'll see Sebastian Carbon down on towards the pit lane. They're going for a driver change as well, so Bram Van Putten getting behind the wheel of that car. It'll still be another spot, another stop and another splash and dash for the GTEs that are pitting at this point in the race. So yeah, GTEs and GT3s can really only go 50 minutes on the fuel tank. So it's going to be a big task for them to be able to try and sort that out for the end and get the field numbers right. It's usually what you'll see is drivers in the final 10-20 minutes coming down in for splash and dash, and just to get the fuel to the very end of the race. Some teams would have even counted back from the end of the race, so they look at the average amount of laps they're able to do on a stint, and they're going to say, okay, we're going to make it so that we time our stops so that we have exactly the right amount of laps left in the race to be able to get to the end when we come into the final stop, so we can take a full fuel tank. So that's the situation for many teams. Other teams will also split it evenly maybe from this point forward to try and gain a little bit of track position, gain a little bit of an advantage in that department as well. So a lot of decisions need to be made behind the scenes, and we have to remember for a lot of these teams, and I had to guess most of them inside this top split, are going to have people behind the scenes working out those little strategy intricacies instead of the driver. Of course, we had the kind of opposite of that happen with this MSI Esports car a little bit earlier on, with Salvatalians thinking he could go one more lap than what the car was capable of, and ended up running out of fuel coming up towards the third sector. But otherwise, most of these teams have people working in the background to make sure that something like that doesn't happen with their cars.
And speaking about fuel, AAA Esports White, your current leader of the GTE class, I've worked out that they should be coming into the pit lane in the next 2 to 3 laps. So even they will have to do an extra pit stop, thinking about a stint and a half-ish that they also have to make here at the end of the race.
So when you start to see, that timer creep below 50 minutes to go, that's the point when GTEs can come down in, get a full tank of fuel, and be able to get to the end. So you'll see a flurry of activity, especially from GTEs in that portion of the race. Similar sort of thing with GT3s as well. They'll start coming down in for their final stops around that time. But for LMP2, they are a little bit more constrained as far as the fuel is concerned. Speaking of pit stops, though, there's Williams Esports. Diogo Pinto is now getting behind the wheel of that car. He's going up on the drag. So this is the fresh tires going on for Williams Esports. This is the last little gasp of their chances for the race win. They're going to have a bit of a go at it, go flat out and see what they can do. I doubt it's going to happen, but they might as well try, and Diego Pinto is the man to do it.
Yeah, and he has been told to stand it. So should be really interesting what Pinto is going to be able to do, especially on the new tires. Because we know that Mitchell de Jong, he also got new tires, and he is also due a pit stop quite soon. About, what are we talking about, 5 laps, if I see that correctly?
Possibly. So, I mean, this is still, I think still Williams do need to have that splash and dash that Coanda don't at the moment, though. With coming in about 1 hour 25 minutes left remaining, that is still, well, they're going to need to do a lot of fuel saving, let's just say that, to be able to get to the end without the extra stop. VRS Kind of Simsports are still in a very, very good spot when it comes to that. They are 17 laps on their stint right now, and they're going to be able to do 2 more stops until the end of this race. So they're in a great spot right now, and Mitchell de Jong, probably out of all those drivers, probably the best man to bring it home for them. Very, very consistent. I think Lewis McGlade, who was on the first portion of the broadcast, said that he'd led over 90% of his laps ever run here at Daytona in this, in as many iterations of this race that there have been. So it's a good couple of years at this point, and Mitchell de Jong has led 90% of those laps over those years. So I guess if there's one man, like I said, that you want to bring the car to the checkered flag, it's going to be him.
Yeah, sounds about right that he led about 90% of the laps he ever done here. Mitchell de Jong, always one of the best sim racers when it comes to pure speed and consistency, and he once again pretty much shows it in this race as well, with most of his lap times that weren't affected by traffic within 3/10 of each other.
So there we go, Dominic Staib again. I'm very thankful to Dominic because he's giving us a lot of insight here into the thinking of Williams Esports. He says no fuel saving, just full send, which is, I guess, it's a ballsy move. I mean, at this point, you got to have some fun with it and just try and go chasing for the gap and chasing for the positions. But again, it's probably not going to happen without any outside influences or any other unfortunate events happening. So that's the option for Williams Esports. They're just going to go at full chat now to the end of this race. They'll be able to get P2 at least from Vivano Sim Racing, I believe. So that's kind of on lockdown for them. But it is a shame to see them not be able to challenge for the race leads like we thought maybe 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah, but Dominic Staib did put that one out in chat a little bit ago. This P2 still feels like a win to them because, remember, they had an incident quite early in the race. They even thought that their car is done at that point, but they carried on, lost 10 seconds in the stint, lost another 35 seconds on the pit stop that they had to make for the repairs. That even made them do another pit stop extra. So, really, it's just incredible how much speed they still have in that LMP2, and it is even more incredible that they have found their way into P2. And really, you can't give them any wrongdoing here. They have been excellent, and it really shows. And really, really excited for what holds them in the future.
Max Esselstyn for Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue on his way out of the pit lane here, and able to rejoin the track safely here behind a couple of the, behind his fellow GT3 cars here in this situation. He's got SRC Squadra Corsa just ahead of him, so he just came out behind there. That is a battle for position. It's a battle for 7th in class in GT3, so SRC Squadra Corsa just squeaked themselves ahead of Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue. There is a 4-lap difference in terms of the strategy between these two cars, though.
Yeah, basically what the 452 of Bila Racing Team Euronics was is now the SRC Squadra Corsa Black for Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue. Since the Squadra Corsa team has caught up to them, they have been a nose to tail for the rest of the race. And oh, what is that?
Oh, that's a little sketchy, isn't it? That's pretty close on the way down into the bus stop there, and they got to be careful coming through those apexes. They don't have front to rear contact. SRC Squadra Corsa trying to run away from the Vendeval car. They put a bit of traffic between themselves and that competing 142 car. Prototype around the outside, high side of the banking. And BMW will come back at them here. Not exactly sure what the situation is amongst all of these. In fact, they pull out of the way to let the Vendeval car by. So there we go, getting that traffic done in quite short fashion. That was same class traffic, in fact, for these guys. So always a tricky predicament. Vendeval going very wide there through the middle of turn 1, looking for the late apex to get the speed off and maybe make a challenge into the International Horseshoe, but I haven't really seen the big lunges down here. Well, it forces SRC to go slightly defensive, so they're feeling threatened.
And rightfully so right now, that Vendeval Sim Racing team, obviously they are on that new tank of fuel, so a little bit heavier than the car had, but as we said, not too much heavier. And kind of interesting, Caden Bean right behind them, really kind of pushing that car into every single corner. Has to be a little bit careful not to give it the slight tap to the Vendeval Sim Racing blue up ahead.
So as we continue to watch these cars cycle around, it's again mid-pack in GT3 that is giving us these close battles that are within a second here in this one. That was the theme throughout the past 5 or 6 hours or so, where it's been just GT3s having their own little scraps for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, that sort of area for them. SRC able to keep themselves ahead coming through the bus stop though, but it's only a handful of tenths of a second back to Vendeval, so Vendeval are definitely using as much slipstream as possible. You can see them tucked in there. Maybe doing some last-minute fuel saving as well. That could also be the situation for them. There's one of the GTEs trying to go high through NASCAR Turn 4 to try and get both of them done by the time they hit the start-finish line. Yeah, this is bubbling along quite nicely.
Max Esterson actually clutches in the car here for turn 1, so he is still full in stride of fuel saving for his team. So they most definitely haven't hit the target yet that they want to unleash the beast that is the Audi engine underneath that car.
Yeah, it is a beast, isn't it? As continue to head their way around. Again, if Vendeval are heavily lifting and ghosting and clutching it into turn 1, then I don't think they're in too much of a hurry to try and get their way through. They might just be relying on the fact that they can get the fuel saving done and then make the pass when the final stops arrive for this class. That could be what they're going after here. So, it's a different way of going about things. The more exciting option, at least for us as spectators, is to see them going side by side and battling door to door. But the strategy pass is also a valid option to go for. I'm also seeing someone for Delta Sport UK, the P6 in the LMP2 class at the moment. They ask in the chat, will you have a replay file after this race? The answer is yes. We do save all the replay files for these special events. So yes, we will have that to hand. But yeah, we are getting very close to this final hour, Stefan. I'm kind of rubbing my hands together because I can't wait to see what it has in store.
Yeah, and I have been running the numbers here a little bit now. Mivano Sim Racing versus Williams Esports. We might actually see a little bit of trouble there in the case of Williams Esports for that second place, because Mivano is also on quite a different strategy than Williams, and I think it actually goes so far as Mivano doesn't need that extra stop that, oh, there we go, Williams needs as they go into pit lane.
Yeah, Mivano in, so that's going to be the second to last stop in this race with 1 hour 16 minutes left to go here. So at least that's by my calculation. But down in towards pit lane then, getting themselves stopped and waiting for that fuel to flow. There's Williams Esports now heading their way across the start-finish line, so they'll be able to pass them in the pit lane here, but it's still going to be a 5 laps difference in terms of the strategy here, in terms of the stint lengths between the two of them. And Yeah, Williams, I thought P2 was pretty secure from them, but they're starting to, well, in reality, they're being threatened a little bit by that Movano car, by the, just through the strategy.
Yeah, should be interesting to keep watching that gap develop between the Movano and the Williams. Obviously, they were fighting 1 point, and yeah, since Williams has been going flat out compared to everybody else, Movano was fuel saving. Honda was never not fuel saving. So yeah, it should be interesting with Williams what they can do, and especially how far away they come out of pit lane from their last splash and dash compared to Movano.
So there we go. That's the situation there for P2, P3 in the LMP2 class. We are 1 hour 15 minutes away from the checkered flag here in this one. Of course, the race start was delayed by about 4 hours due to a couple of technical problems. I'm sure everyone's heard about it, but that's the reason why we're going a little bit deeper into the afternoon and the evening here, European time, compared to what we usually do. But it's been a pretty interesting race all the way through AAA Esports, all over the back of your GT3 race leader. So that's GTE race lead and GT3 race lead almost coming together. Certainly don't want to be having those close moments this close to the end.
No, not at all, but thankfully everything worked out for both of those. Kai Kashube right now behind the wheel of the number 7, as well as Jackson Suslin Harlow behind the 210. And yeah, honestly, I'm expecting smooth sailing for both of them. No risky moves whatsoever for them in the future. And they will have this pretty much secured till the end.
Guess what? It's a 3-car train, all for precision in GT3s. My word, what a surprise. Yeah, not so much of a surprise here in this one. We've seen this one ebb and flow over the course of the race, and it's around about that time in the stint where we see this happen. So the battle in GT3s for P6 out there on circuit between SRC Squadra Corsa Black, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, and Marla Racing Team, all within a second here on the way across the start-finish line and into turn 1. It's an interesting dynamic amongst these three, because the SRC Squadra Corsa Black are about 4 laps behind on the stint compared to Vendaval, and Vendaval are behind about 3 laps on the stint to Marla. So these final stops might decide everything here in the mid-pack of GT3.
Yeah, most definitely, and obviously advantage to the Mali team with 7 laps over the Squadra Corsa and 3 laps over the Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. And the good thing for them even is they are 3rd in line here, so they just can sit back, relax, watch what the 2 guys in front of them are doing, and save even more fuel because they have that double slipstream from the 2 cars ahead.
Yeah, they do. They really do. So they can really extend that advantage that they have in the strategy, being able to put less fuel in at that final stop, and getting a whole bunch of time on pit lane as a result to extend their advantage over everyone else inside this battle. So it's looking okay for Marla here. They might be able to get these 2 passes done inside the final hour, be it on track or be it in the strategy. Ooh, that was a sketchy moment. And which car is that one? That is the
Collins.
Yeah, it was the 18. So yeah, Charlie Collins having a big moment there. I mean, inertia about a second behind, so you can't really afford to lose too much time, but that was almost a little bit too frightening for Commander.
4 wide down the backstretch with being on the apron once again on the RaceSpot replay here. Just incredible stuff from Charlie. Very calculated move. He actually nearly lost it coming down from the banking as well. Wow.
There's the 4 wides. So we've had it in this race. I'm not sure if we actually had it in the night hours. We might have had it, but that's the first 4 wide that I've seen in this race. So good to get that one in the bag. Charlie Collins going for a pretty daring move there down the left-hand side, driver's left-hand side of the traffic, to make sure he doesn't get slowed up massively coming through the bus stop chicane. But yeah, a little bit of excitement into our veins as we steadily approach that final hour. The closest battle on circuit is, of course, this one for P6, involving 3 cars in GT3s. SRC Squadron Corsa Black currently lead from Vendaval from Mahler in this particular train. But like I said, they all have a difference in terms of the strategy here by a couple of laps apiece. So Mahler, being the car in this situation at the moment, are going to be able to take less fuel at the end of this race. But saying that, they might have short-fueled it already, because they were 33 laps on their previous stint. Meanwhile, Vendaval were 34 and SRC Squadron Corsa were 36. So there might be some pit stop shenanigans going on there. But yeah, I would have thought, 33 seconds is about right for a full tank of fuel for Mahler. So I'm not exactly sure what happens to SRC or Vendaval's stops.
Yeah, it does sound a little bit like that. And I have to say, it's not too far away from them, from what do I say? That team Fortzilla, they're not too far away either. It's just 9 seconds up the road from this 3-car battle. So Team Fortzilla, I don't know how their strategy looks like, but they also have to be careful, because 9 seconds is nothing if you're standing still.
Yeah, it is absolutely nothing. And an end of endurance race as well. At the end of a 24-hour endurance race, if you're separated by a competition by, well, even a couple of seconds, even just under 10 seconds, that is still a tiny, tiny gap in the grand scheme of the entire race, especially considering that we have no safety cars. We have no Code 60 or slow zones or anything like that. We have just green flag racing all the way from the initial lights out all the way to the checkered flag. So for these drivers to be able to keep themselves as close as they are is a big achievement, and hopefully it'll give us some excitement as we get nearer and nearer that checkered flag.
Yeah, and the problem is, for a lot of people, you can't be sure where you're finishing until the tablecloth has been waved for the last time. So a lot of these people still calculating very, very hard to see how they're looking compared to their competition, especially these 3 guys here. I mean, we were said the advantage most definitely goes to the BMW of Mali Racing Team here, because they have the advantage in fuel. But obviously, just a little bit of an overcook on the pit stop, which also can happen. We have seen it many of times that somebody did brake a little bit too late, overshot their pit stop, and have to back up. That already can cost you enough that fuel difference you have in the car, all of a sudden gone, done and dusted.
Yeah, just one error can throw it all in the bin. So you got to be so careful in the very dying moments of this race to keep it on the grey stuff. You don't want to be that guy in your team that binned it with an hour to go. Believe me, you do not want to be that person. And it has happened before, even in the top splits of these special event races. Someone, even in the top couple positions, just has a lapse of concentration, and they find the grass, they find the wall, and they have to take the tow back to pit lane. And all that hard work them and the rest of their team did over the course of 24 hours goes to waste. And that is such a tough situation to be in as that person. I fortunately have never been in that position, but I do know people who have, and they've told me it's never a nice feeling, because you feel so responsible for everything that happens.
Yeah, you're feeling like you have just caused the end of the world just because you crashed the car, and that's why you're not gonna finish where you were gonna finish. Don't think anything is gonna happen here though, as they have been all rock solid for the past 7-8 hours even. And Archulé Hook should be interesting. I'm saying interesting so often in the last few minutes here, but really is the battle to watch out, because let's be honest, P1 is really going to happen, but we still have to keep that eye between Williams and Mimano. So yeah, there are a couple of things that aren't decided yet, so don't worry, these last hours, or this last hour will not be.
So we are just a couple of minutes away from the commencement of that final hour, and they're having to deal with a bit of traffic once again. Going up against the BMW on the inside. Of course, that is the number 4 sport team. No, that's AAA Esports Black there.
AAA, yeah.
So that's a class ahead of them that they're having a bit of trouble with at the moment, as that BMW now looks to the inside on SRC Squadra Corsa Black, but no way through for that BMW at the moment. It's causing a little bit of a palaver here in the GT3 battle, but I'm sure they can get it all sorted soon. But this is the last thing that you need right now if you're involved in this train, is some traffic that's just taking an age to try and get by and disrupting things. But soon, that BMW will be able to go to the high side of the NASCAR bends and able to use the higher straight line speed to try and get by, and that's exactly what they've done there. And SRC Squadra Corsa have actually gained a bit of time out of that.
So once again, a little bit that the Van der Waals Sim Racing Blue has to catch up. Not the first time they have to do that, but they have been much stronger through the bus stop than the Squadra Corsa Black. You were able to see how much the gap closed in just through that bus stop, and they are once again pretty much right on the back of that Squadra Corsa Black team.
We'll have our last RaceSpotTV fan immersion of the broadcast, everyone, just before this hour mark. We're going to be riding on board with the Mahler Racing team. Arthur LeHook behind the wheel of that lifting and coasting and clutching BMW in towards turn number 1. We're going to be riding on board with them for a couple of laps, but don't go away because we have the final hour of the 2021 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona just after this. that was a couple of laps on board there with Marla Racing Team as they have to deal with the Lamborghini on the inside there. That's the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car that they've been locking onto the back of for the past couple of laps. Well, everyone, we are inside the final hour of the 2021 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. We'll do, for the final time, a rundown through each and every class here today. And, well, we look first to the prototypes because it's been VRS Co-Anda Sim Sports number 8 leading the way for the vast majority of this race. There were a couple of stints that Williams Esports were holding on to that front spot, but VRS Co-Anda Sim Sports number 8 has been the class of the field here today, and Mitchell de Jong is the driver to bring that car home. Everyone in this entire race, actually, at the moment, still has that one more stop to go. We're coming up to GTE and GT3 stops in just a couple of moments' time to get them to the checkered flag. We have to wait a little bit longer, though, for the final stops of the prototypes. But VRS Co-Anda Sim Sports number 8 going along well. Williams Esports with a late race charge. They can't make it on fuel on one more stop here, I think they said. So they're going to go and send it, is what they said. That is literally a quote from Williams Esports. They're going to send it on this race and see what they can, in this final couple of laps and couple of minutes and hours. And, well, they're going to go and try chasing for some time out there. Tommaso Carlo, though, Movano Sim Racing, they are in this little challenge here for Williams Esports for that second spot. We are still yet to see how that battle is going to turn out between the two of them, though. Team Redline Ice Blue in P4, Team Redline Purple P5, Delta Sport for U4K is in P6 here today. Yassi Richard Mill P7, VRS Satellite Racing Red in P8, Energy Sim Sports in P number 9, VRS Co-Anda Sim Sports number 8 in 88 in P10, and Inertia Sim Racing P11. VRS Co-Anda Sim Sports number 18, Racecraft Esports and Obsidian Racing will be the, couple of your last runners. Your actual last runner is Team RSO, who is 271 laps down at this point. Everyone else further at the bottom, you can see they are out of the race. Alpha R Motorsports, you got R8G Esports, MB Racing, Nordic, VRS Co-Anda Sim Sports number 81, and Yas Heat Microsoft, all out of this event at varying stages during this race. And now, Stefan, you are prepared, you are ready to take us through how GTE looks.
Well, it's still AAA Esports White leading the way here with under an hour to go. They are having also an advantage in the pit stop strategy. They are 10 laps shorter into their stint right now than second place MSI Esports Red. They are charging down though on that first place, but obviously 10 laps worth of fuel sitting in the pit stop, that is quite a thing to overcome for them. Right now, third place BMW Team BS Competition for 1 lap down on both your leaders right now, with Kova sitting in fourth place. That's the 707 car. Anti-Alo right now behind the wheel of that car. And they have been on one of the most quietest races I have pretty much seen throughout all of this race. So good job for them keeping it quiet, and especially keeping it fast. BMW Team Redline, 5th place for them, just followed by the BMW Team Great Britain. They are both on the same lap as well, although they are separated quite a bit, about half a lap between those two. Rest of your field, Astro Gaming Altus Esports, that's your first Porsche in the field. AAA Esports Black, they are further lapped down. Then 2 cars that are heavily down on the rest of the field. 4 laps down, Sport Team Competition, and another 4 laps down is the 27 of Alpine Eagle Racing, your second Porsche of the field. And they're also the last car in the GTE field to still race. They have been riddled with DNFs, sadly, so we only have those few cars remaining. How are we looking in the GT3s?
Well, the GT3s are looking a little bit like this. BMW, Team BMW Bank, 1 lap ahead of Vendaval Sim Racing Red. That happened a while ago, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're 1.5 laps ahead at this point. A very, very comfortable race for Team BMW Bank here, with Kate Kashube currently behind the wheel of that BMW. Vendaval Sim Racing Red, P2. Like I said, 1.5 laps down at this point. SimRC Carbon in P3 here today, with Beeler Racing Team Euronics number 451 in the 4th spot there. Team Fordzilla holding on to a top 5 at the moment, but they dive down towards pit lane for their final stop, and I think that's the first final stop of the race that we've seen in GT3. So Team Fordzilla will be good on the fuel to the end here. It's going to be a bit marginal, but I'm sure they'll be able to make it work. And we have Oris Racing Team in P9, Beeler Racing Team 452 in P10, Corsim Racing in 11th, RHG Esports 12th, Pure Sims Esports in 13th. And the last remaining running GT3 is SimRC Titan. And then everyone else is out of the race as well. I was going to say that SimRC Titan car is running. It's actually 6 minutes on pit lane right now, so I guess you can count them out at this point. But AAA Esports are also green, are also out. BS Competition 91 are also out. Minity Racing GT3 and Urano Esports all out of the event in GT3. So that's the look top to bottom then in each of your 3 classes inside this final hour of the 2021 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing. And let's check in on Williams Esports, because they unfortunately weren't able to save enough fuel to try and cut out a pit stop, so they'll need a very short splash and dash towards the end of this race. And the commands that was given to Diogo Pinto was just send it. So let's see.
The best command you can get from your crew chief. Just send it flat out all the way to the finish. Don't have to worry about fuel, tires, nothing. Just go out, do it your best, give it all you can, and see what happens at the very end. Obviously, sadly, this means that Williams has to make that one more pit stop, but could be worse. They are second place, and at one point they thought that they are done and dusted out of the race, but they kept crawling back, and look where they've ended up.
Yeah, and you know, they're just a testament to the endurance racing spirit. Never give up. You know, especially if an incident happens to you early on in the race, you know, the race can come back to you. If you get any damage repaired and the car still handles fine, you can still be very competitive. You can still climb up the standings and be able to challenge at the very end of this race. And that's exactly what Williams Esports have done. It's also exactly what MSI Esports Red have done in GTE, because a good couple of hours ago now, they made a miscalculation on the fuel. They went 1 lap longer than the fuel tank would allow. They ran out of fuel 2/3 of the way through the lap, had to take the tow back to pit lane. They were comfortable in the race lead at that point. As a result of the tow back to pit lane and the unscheduled stop, shall we say, they were cycled back. But they've been able to claw their way through, back up into second place. They're 11.5 seconds behind AAA Esports White here, but they have to take a little bit more fuel in this final stop than AAA. So it's still looking unlikely for MSI Esports to get to the GTE race lead, but again, we cannot say for sure.
Yeah, still a lot of question marks throughout the field. Now, looking at the pit stop clean gap between Williams and Mivano, it is about 40-ish seconds between those two. And I think at this point, unless something happens to them, fingers crossed nothing happens, Williams should be good to go and finish in that second place ahead of Mivano.
Yeah, that looks to be the case. You can see the gaps up on screen now. That 19-second gap to Kwanza as the race leader is a little bit deceiving there, because the Kwanza car basically has a pit stop in hand at this point over the Williams Esports car, at least. So that's going to extend by quite a bit by the time this race is done. Williams Esports have, like you said, been able to get the gap over Mivano, so even if they have to take that extra stop and Mivano do not, they will still be in a good spot, at least as far as P2 is concerned. At least that's what it looks like right now. But then again, sometimes what it looks like isn't what it is in reality, and we are about, what, a lap or so away from Williams Esports heading in towards pit lane for what is not going to be their final stop, but their second to last stop.
Yeah, they have done, quick calculation, 19 laps. Yeah, 19 laps, 20 laps in their fuel stint. So they are 4 or 5 laps away from pitting, and that leaves them with about 10 minutes fuel that they still need to pit for at the end of this race, which is unfortunate, but as said, it shouldn't be any trouble to lose 4th place. And actually, they have decided they can already go into the pit lane, so that's what they decided to do.
Yeah, so they pit in at the 50-minute mark, which is, again, not enough to be able to go to the end on a full fuel tank. So they'll have to take, they'll have to come back in at some point and take an extra 10 minutes of fuel to be able to get. Oh, he's missed his pit box. Oh no, that is unfortunate right there.
Well, we have been talking about that, but in a different sense of meaning with the GT3 battle. And yeah, it was about 2 meters that he overshot his pit stall, so not too much damage done there. As I wonder if he also takes tires. No, he doesn't, so off he goes.
He's actually taken the shorter stop now, I think, because that was only a 25.7 second stop for Williams Esports. So they're going to take the short stop now, and the next time they'll come down in will be, unless they're splitting a 50-50, they could also be doing that as well. So in that case, they'll be coming down in, basically half the current time away from the end of the race. So that could also be the option there. But their options are kind of limited at this stage, at least because they kind of shot themselves in the foot with the fuel economy by pushing so hard in the morning hours of this second day of racing, I suppose.
Yeah, they kind of went for the midway glory of having to say they have led a lap after, and I'm going to say it again, after thinking they're done and dusted for this race. So I kind of understand that mindset to say, you know what, just screw it, let's go out and push and have that few moments of glory where we're actually leading that race. So yeah, just go for it, have that fun now in the last few laps, knowing that you just can't push away. As long as you don't throw the car away, you are glorious.
So, with 47 minutes left remaining in this one, let's try and check in on MSI Esports in GTE, because this has been a story and a half, because they were through the middle portion of the race, they were trading race leading duties with AAA Esports due to them being pretty much half and half off cycle compared to each other. So MSI would lead for half a stint, and then they'll come down in, and then AAA Esports will lead for half a stint, and they were just kind of swapping spots like that throughout the middle portion of this race. And it looked like at the time MSI Esports were going to have the upper hand when it came to this portion of the race, the very end of it. But like I said, MSI Esports had a bit of fuel drama and had to take the tow back to pit lane and lost a lot of time. But this has been a spirited fight back for Alejandro Sanchez. 12 seconds adrift of AAA Esports right now. Again, I don't think this is likely, but we would like to see it to happen, I think, as spectators.
Yeah, and one thing I have to say, it's really something I would like to know in that MSI Esports team. Why did that happen? Why did they accidentally go that one lap longer that they didn't have? Were they occupied with actually calculating the fuel, or was it just a miscalculation, or nobody was watching with the driver how far they can go? Would be really interesting. Obviously not to put blame onto somebody, that's just not something you should do in such a circumstance, because obviously the driver is kicking themselves already enough that they have gone that one lap too long. Just a little bit of an interesting why it happened, because it also helps you to prevent that sort of issue in the next few races. Why did that happen, and what can we do so that never happens to us again?
Yeah, that's the important thing. You've got to, especially as one of these big teams, you got to look back on events like this, and you just got to analyze, okay, what went wrong? What can we do in the future, like you said, to try and make sure it doesn't happen again? And the best teams learn from their mistakes. It has to be said. That's the reason why Coanda are so good at what they do, is because they have a lot of feedback sessions, shall we say, in amongst all the drivers, trying to help each other out. A lot of them live together in the same house, so that really certainly helps to keep everyone on the same page. And they are a team unit. There's no infighting, at least from what we can see from the public and from my side. I see no infighting amongst the drivers of VRS Coanda SimSport, which the same cannot be said for some other teams. Let's just say that. But for Coanda, they are one cohesive unit. They all help each other out. They all know what's up. They know the order of things, and That's why they win races, because they just have that mentality of always wanting to be the best. And even if you are the best, you still have to have that mentality. Otherwise, you get complacent and everyone catches up.
A little bit of an interesting statistic that I've just realized looking at the entries list. Mevano Sim Racing, the number 5 car, actually just now in this lap is actually officially completing their fair share for this race. They have just ticked over. It's now 45 or 44, so they are now good to go and they won't be disqualified.
Yeah, that's a close one, and it's a topic we can bring up towards the end here, because the iRacing system says that the drivers will have to complete a fair share of the total race laps for each team. So you can't just have one driver do like 2 stints in the middle of the night and then that's them done. That's not going to happen. You're going to need to have more equal effort amongst all the team members to be able to comply with the fair share rule. So, of course, with the more team members you have, the easier it is to complete your fair share, because that number is divided amongst more people. But if you're in like a 3-person car, a 4-person car, it's a little bit trickier to get everyone above that. But these guys are good enough to make sure that they've planned everything in advance, even with the slight delay that we had, to make sure that everyone can come in under the fair share rule and not get disqualified for the end of this event. There are people that intentionally kind of flout the fair share rule and get disqualified at the end of the event because they tried to do the entire 24 hours on their own. And that is for charity, a vast majority of the time as well. So that is a big effort. I mean, I thought about doing it once, but I don't have it in me to do something like that. I think it'll be more of a danger than anything else out there on circuit after 24 hours. But yeah, some people do that, and fantastic work for charity for them, and they tend to keep out of the way of the other drivers in their split as well, considering what they're doing is quite demanding.
Yeah, have done, been there, not gonna do it ever again, let's just put it like that. To put it into some perspective of what 3 driver teams have to do, they only have to do 73 laps to be classified. That is in the case of a LMP2 entry. 3 stints and you're good to go. For Mevano Sim Racing, the number 5 car, they have put in 5 drivers. Tommaso Calla is now on his 46th lap, and they had to drive 44 laps to be counted. So Tommaso Calla hasn't driven in this car until 46 laps ago. So talking about a fresh driver, can't get more fresh than Tommaso Calla.
So Mevano putting the car in the fresh set of hands for the end of the event. But of course, an influencing factor there is because he hadn't hit his fair share rule yet. So they kind of had to put him in to make sure that they don't get disqualified at the end of this race. You might see a little bit of weirdness going on there with Team Redline Purple's gap on the bottom right. That's because they're about to be lapped by Williams Esports here. That will just happen, and then they'll fall further behind, so therefore everything will fix itself in just a couple of moments' time. There they are, further down the road, so it'll be a little bit of time before that happens, but Williams Esports in their full send-it mode will make short work.
Yeah, and in 1 lap time, we actually will surpass the threshold for LMP2 drivers to come into pit lane and make it till the end of the race on a single stop. So looking at lap 8:73 for them to pit in, and they are most definitely going to be good to go for the end of the race. But obviously all of the teams that are right now out will drive till the last drop in the tank, and then they're gonna go to pit.
So there's Tommaso Calla. He's coming towards the end of his stint right now, so Mevano have actually timed this quite well for the checkered flag. He can maybe even dive in at the end of this lap and be able to call the pit stops a day, as he will have fuel then until the end of the race. It's going to be a little marginal for him, but again, should be good enough to be able to get himself to the checkered flag with a full tank from this point forwards. Going to go the long way around on one of the bits of GT traffic coming through the NASCAR turns, but that's not going to be a problem for him. 40 minutes left in this race. Still things yet undecided. Of course, right now, even though Mevano's in P2, Williams Esports have the advantage here, considering that they've They do still have to take another stop, but it's going to be a very, very short stop, and Movano will have to take a significantly longer stop here, if not a full fuel tank, to be able to get to the end of the race. So I expect Williams to come out perhaps, I would say, 15 to 20 seconds ahead of Movano once they come in for their final session dash.
Yeah, but the thing is, for Movano, they are actually faster each and every lap than Williams, except for last lap, because Williams had a lot of draft. They were 6/10 faster that lap, but apart from that, they're most of the times 3, 4, sometimes even 5/10 faster than Williams right now. So I still wouldn't put it out there that Movano might not be able to catch them and maybe battle for that second place on the podium.
They might still have a shot at it. It just depends on how these next couple of laps go. In-lap pretty crucial here for Movano. The out-laps especially so, as they try to make sure the gap to Williams is as small as possible. So when Williams comes down on towards the pit lane, they'll be as close as possible. Definitely won't be ahead. Like I said, I think the gap's going to be around about 15 to 20 seconds once both of them have come down on towards pit lane. But I would like to be proven wrong. I would like to see a little bit of a fight here for the second step of the podium. If we can get that, that would be absolutely fantastic. Meanwhile, there is a battle going on down in GT3, because this is for 4th and 5th right now. Well, it's 4th and 5th right now because they haven't come down towards pit lane just yet. But Vendeval and Mahler, they're at it again. And still, about a third of a second behind is Mahler.
Yeah, but of this 3-car battle that we had, SRC Squadra Corsa Black has already pitted. They have just pitted 1 lap ago, so it will be interesting to also have a look at that gap, how that's developing, because now obviously Vendeval Sim Racing Blue, they're in clean air. What can they do with that? And especially, what is Mahler Racing Team doing? Because once those 4 laps are up for Vendeval Sim Racing Blue, all of a sudden, Mahler Racing Team, 3 laps for them to just gun it and see if they can just on outright pace overtake them, because they have the overcut.
Yeah, so again, still strategy intrigue in the final moments of this race. GT3s as well, like you said, the fuel gains are certainly going to be affecting the end of the race here. Mahler's going to be able to take less fuel than what Vendeval are going to have to take. And look, they're going around the outside now, coming in towards turn number 1. They don't want to get it done on track. They don't want to get it done in the pit stops. Looking to go the long way around here are Mahler. They try to cut back down to the inside, but there's no space to work with on the inside there to get the cutback moves done. So Vendeval hold on to position for now. Mahler, again, they're sizing up for a move into the International Horseshoe, but again, nothing doing there. So Mahler, they wanted to get this pass done on track rather than in the pit stops.
I'm not liking the strategy call right now, because obviously that is going to lose them a lot of time here. Probably already a second or so lost to the Squadra Corsa team, so they really have to be careful to not even lose sight of that 48 machine that has been so victorious in the real-life counterpart of the Daytona 24.
Movano are in from second place in prototypes, and they get themselves stopped in the box okay, so no overshooting for the number 5 prototype. So they'll just wait for the fuel to go in. It's just fuel only to get to the end of this race now. Williams Esports have already gone through up into P2, but they are still due down on towards pit lane before the end of this race, due to them having to take about 10 minutes of fuel, we expect, before they can say they're fine on the fuel mileage until the end. So Diogo Pinto still has to bring that car down in, but it's going to be a shorter stop than Movano, and they're going to gain a whole bunch of time as a result, and they should come out ahead, but it's just by how much. Flashing of the lights behind with a fellow prototype. That's number 12, Delta Team Redline Ice Blue. That's in the back of the shot there. And, well, hopefully Redline won't be wanting to disrupt Williams Esports any here, even if they feel that they're a little bit faster in this stage of the race. Of course, you can't unlap yourself here if you feel like you're fast enough. I don't think you'll be doing the lead lap cars any favor, but it's certainly a possibility that you can go for. We did have iRacing themselves in the chat a little bit earlier on, saying hello to everyone. So thank you very much, iRacing, for coming in and saying hello. We very much appreciate it, and you know, we need all the support we can get coming into the final half an hour of this race. So let's have a look back to Let's have a look back to that GT3 battle, because I think it has been just disrupted because Van der Waal came down on towards the pit lane. There they are coming out of pit lane. So yet another stop. Well, the final stop for Van der Waal is complete. Where are they in relation to SRC? Well ahead is the answer to that one.
And that's 4 laps worth of fuel there for you that they didn't have to take on, that Swatter Corsa Black had to take on. So Emanuele Petri now on the back foot, trying to catch up once again to Max Esterson, Tyler Hervias of Pure Sims Esport. No, I'm looking at the wrong car. Max Esterson, there we go, of Van der Waal Sim Racing Blue. Similar cars. Mixed myself up there. But yeah, so that means if Mali Racing just can keep their car clean for these next 3 laps, they are also going to get out in front of that Van der Waal has. They're actually in. Interesting.
They are in. That's a little early, but maybe they're wanting to cover off something here as they head their way down the pit lane. They were only about 25 laps on their stint, I believe. So it is a little early for them because these GT3s can go 32, 33 laps on their stint. So stopped in his box now. We can get that pit stop time up for you now. 10 seconds on stationary on the lane. What are we expecting for Arthur Le Hook? It's going to be about, I would say,
25, I think, should be good. Also, that car could use a little bit of clean.
2/3 of a tank, maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with running a white livery on the front, is that all the dirt comes up. So there, 26.5 seconds for Arthur Le Hook as he heads his way out of the pit lane. And where does he come out in relation to Van der Waal? There's Van der Waal. There's Mahler coming out of the pit lane, and Mahler are going to be ahead coming off the pit lane here by, well, a good gap, but it's not as big as I expected it to be.
Yeah, no, not really. So Max Esterson really did a great job on his pit entry and exit, because as said, he has 3 laps disadvantage on fuel load that he had to take on. So yeah, good job by Esterson keeping that a time loss to a minimum. So we might still see something happening here between those two.
Yeah, we will keep our eyes on it, because now this is, well, no strategy involved in this race anymore. Everyone has done their final stops in this battle, so it's just driver versus driver here, rather than trying to figure something out in terms of the strategy, trying to get those fast stops done with the fuel saving. It is just these 3 out there trying to fight it out for P5 in the GT3 class. And, well, certainly going to be some fantastic stuff in just a couple of moments' time. Maybe if they all close up on the slipstream and give us a great 3-car duel for the end of the race. Van der Waal taking some liberties with the track limits through the last apex of the bus stop chicane. You got to be careful coming through there, because if you cut it a little bit too much, iRacing will give you a slowdown penalty.
Speaking about slowdown penalties, it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of incident points these teams have been on, especially because it's so easy to pick up an incident point out of the bus stop. But I don't think we have seen a single team having to go into pit lane because they have hit that 100 incident limit.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen that as well, so which is good to see. I mean, Daytona isn't exactly the easiest track to get instant points on. Of course, you know, that becomes more of a problem at tracks like Spa, for example, but you know, you can get instant points coming through the bus stop in particular, so you do have to be somewhat careful. But yeah, I don't believe we've seen any penalties as a result of instant points infractions. So everyone keeping it clean out there. Mahler still ahead of Van der Waal, but Van der Waal have closed up in the draft here. BMW versus Lamborghini. Battle between the 2 manufacturers with 30 minutes left remaining for P5 in GT3.
Have to look at when they took tires the last time around. So Esterson did jump into the car on lap 740 that is. So his laps are on 55 laps So that is quite a bit already, although it is only 2 stints, 1.5 stints. Actually, Hook, let's see, when did he jump into the car? 7:37. So yeah, his tires are actually older than the one of Max Estersen, so that also is a little bit of a reason why he has been able to close in on that BMW.
Yeah, it is. So just that tire advantage going the way of that car behind, looking to the inside, maybe for turn 1. It's a show of the nose, but Barlow will continue to hold on in this battle for 5th place in GT3s. Still very much undecided in this battle. It's going to be, well, perhaps even a door-to-door battle in just a couple of moments' time. If Venderval can get a good run on that BMW and bring it side by side, maybe into the bus stop, maybe into turn 1. And they might have a run here through the kink as well, as it was a bit of a mess of an exit out of the International Horseshoe for the Barlow Racing team. Here comes one of the BS competition cars that's currently looking to try and work its way through in the GT BMW. There's a bit of a sketchy one there, but I think that GTE just has to be a little patient with this, because these guys are fighting for position in the final stint of the race.
And we're gonna get a 3-wide situation here in a moment, because we also have Mivano now going to the very top side. They're all gonna get passed cleanly, and so that means they're not gonna have any issues into the bus stop. I actually saw Andres getting close to them. No, he's not able to catch him. He's actually waiting a little bit in behind to get the nice shot of the bus stop to easily overtake them around the banking.
Here we go then. Here's the big old draft from Venderval Sim Racing Blue. Max Estersen behind the wheel of that car, looking to try and promote that Venderval car up into 5th place, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle here in the final moments of this race. He's going to lift out for now. He's not going to capitalize on the run in towards turn number 1 just yet. Now he picks up a bit of speed. Now he lifts out. Now he goes for the dive down the inside, and that is a authoritative move there from Venderval Sim Racing Blue. And I don't think Marla fought it too much. Maybe they have a bit of a fuel concern for the end of this race. Maybe they need to save a little bit more. I would have thought they'd be good, considering how deep into the final 50 minutes they were coming down on towards pit lane. Maybe they just want to bide their time and just be the intimidating factor behind at this point. Maybe a bit of mind games.
Yeah, or maybe they know the writings on the wall, because they might also have a tire disadvantage, even more than just those, what I think 3 laps I calculated out, that Agile Hook has worse tires. So have to keep an eye on this, but also have to keep an eye on the guys ahead. Ivano versus Williams, it's right now about 48 seconds between those two. So I think at this point, or I said once, Williams still get to go till the end with their pit stop and not going into any problems with the Mivano Sim Racing.
I think no problems is the term that everyone wants to embody coming to the final moments of this race. You know, we have seen last 10-minute problems for multiple cars, multiple teams in previous special events. So you just want to keep it on the grey stuff, keep it clean, make sure you get out of the way of everyone, make sure you don't get caught up in other people's mistakes, because this is where it can all come undone very, very, very quickly indeed. But everyone's seeming to be going along well at the moment. Pinto is putting in a good stint right now, is maintaining the gap back to Mivano. Of course, he needs as much of a gap as possible so that he can fit his splash and dash in and still come out ahead of Mivano. Still looks likely that that's going to happen at this stage, because I don't think Tommaso Cala in the Mivano car has really been able to gain all that much. In fact, he lost a lot of time on that last lap. So it's not looking good for Mivano and P2 at the moment, but I'm sure they'll still be happy with the podium.
Yeah, most definitely. And looking at the podiums, BMW team Bureau Suit competition, they have just been into pit lane for their last pit stop of the race. I was a little bit worried that they might have to concede their 3rd place, but no, Kova is still about half a lap behind them, so they're also good to go, safe on their 3rd place, unless something happens to them, which obviously we don't hope will happen.
just a little bit of an update on GTE. I think MSI Esports ready to run out of steam here. The gap was challenging, and I don't think anyone would have said they'd be able to catch the race lead before the end here. They sit 25 seconds back now off your race lead, but that gap was at about 50 seconds at one point, not too long ago, so they've made some good progress, but unfortunately it was too big of a gap too late on into the race for MSI Esports to really do anything about AAA Esports White. And remember, they put themselves into this situation as well with that miscalculation on the fuel. If they didn't do that, we might be talking about a very different story here for the race lead in GTE. But endurance racing is a cruel mistress. You make the one wrong decision and it sets you back so much. And AAA Esports, they've been pretty clean in their racing so far. They haven't really had too many errors. They've capitalized on that opportunity, handed to them on a silver platter by the mistake of MSI Esports. And with 24 minutes left to go, they're going to be looking to win here in GTEs. But again, get to the checkered flag first before you celebrate.
Yeah, I'm right now trying to think of anything that happened to that AAA Esports White beat, even ever so minor, in the last 10 hours. And quite honestly, I can't think of a single mishap they had, like going off track, going a little bit wide through a turn. I don't think we have set them a foot wrong, even in the whole race. So really clean performance by that AAA Esports, and obviously a very well-deserved win if it will happen for them in the next 23 minutes.
Yeah, possibly. So, yeah, but sometimes it's the hardest portion of the race now, because if you're that last driver behind the wheel of the car, your responsibility is get to the checkered flag, and sometimes you just get a bit nervous that something might happen ahead of you that takes you out, and you know, you have to deal with that sort of pressure being put on yourself, which is a different kind of pressure. So you got to keep cool, just run your own lines, but don't completely step off the throttle though. That's the thing, because if you park the bus a little bit too much, shall we say, then you start making some lazy errors, and as a result, you'll be put into more dangerous situations. Here comes Williams Esports then, down on towards the pit lane for the final time in this race. What a big effort it is inside these final hours for Williams Esports to do something about your race leader, but they haven't been successful. Instead, they're having to scrap over P2. It looks secure for them for the moment, as long as this pit stop goes according to plan. It's going to be a pretty short stop indeed, but we'll wait to see what the exact figure is for them as they wait for that fuel to flow into the car to get them to the end of the race. 17 seconds stationary on the pit lane, 20 seconds stationary on the pit lane. Soon, surely they'll be off and away. 25 seconds rounding that up, and they'll be off and away. But where is Mivano? They are just coming up across the start-finish line. So it looks like Williams Esports, I was right, they were able to come out clean ahead by a good margin. So that's a good result there for Diogo Pinto and his team. And now they'll be able to look forward to the checkered flag at this point, because they have the fuel to the end. They have an 8.5 second gap back to Mivano. Mivano shouldn't be able to challenge from that far back. But again, I will reiterate what I've said so many times in this race. Traffic can ruin your day.
Yeah, I mean, Williams is in clear air, but they have to be careful because it is only, 8 seconds? 9 seconds between Williams and Mivano. So setting your foot wrong twice in the second horseshoe, going off track there, and you have already lost 8 seconds, and you have the other guys in your draft. So even though it is only 20 minutes and you still have 9 seconds of a gap, you still have to be very careful because that is a very short margin.
It's nothing in a 24-hour race. 9 seconds, nothing. That can be gobbled up very easily by a slight error, massive traffic, anything. So, again, can't get complacent here at Williams Esports. No one can get complacent at this stage in the race. Looking back to GT3s, though, because we still got this P5 battle in this class. Still very close indeed between Vendaval, Sim Racing Blue, and Marla. Of course, Vendaval able to get that pass a good couple of laps ago. but I don't think Marla really fought it, and they just slid back in line and thought, okay, you know, we'll look maybe to make something happen a little bit later on in the race. Of course, Vanderpoel has the slight tire advantage in this battle. They're trying to pull away, and in fact, they're finding some success right now with about 2/3 of a second being pulled out. It'll be reeled back in by the time the bus stop arrives, though, because of the draft. But Marla are still keeping themselves in this, and if they can make a last moment, maybe even last lap pass to get up into P5, that would be incredibly enthralling, but it requires the right setup in terms of planning.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a give and take here between those two. While the Marla Racing team is able to get close to them right up here, they still have the problem that they are not really able to fight the Vanderpoel team through the infield of the Daytona International Speedway. So, I don't know. Right now, most definitely, I would give the advantage to Vanderpoel Sim Racing, because it seems like they are still able to be quite aggressive on the tires, and they still get a lot of grip from their car. Like, once again, you were able to see Marla Racing Team a little bit of a wiggle out of the International Horseshoe, costing them a few inches once again to that Vanderpoel, and it's all time that they have to catch up till the end of that long straight into turn 1.
Yeah, you have to think about this move. You need to plan this move. Unless that car ahead of you makes a mistake, you need to manufacture your own luck in this situation. There's some traffic coming through, which might give a lucky break here, but I think they'll just about be clear coming up in towards the NASCAR banking. There was a bit of a slide there. I think that was from the Racecraft Esports prototype that had a big moment coming up onto the banking, but thankfully they were able to hold it all together. We've seen some incidents already in this race where some drivers have lost it coming onto the banking and have collected some innocent drivers. Thankfully, it wasn't a repeat.
You know what? Something that is really sad to see is that SRC's Quattro Corsa Black in behind. They have been consistently faster than both of these two cars ahead of them, but because of their pit stop strategy, they got thrown so far behind that they have no chance of catching up in those last 17.5 minutes. And they just have to cope with the place that they're in right now. So a little bit sad for them, but obviously we still have that battle just ahead of them.
I wouldn't count them out, though. I wouldn't count them out.
No, most definitely not.
Because they're sitting about 5.5 seconds behind this battle at the moment. So in the event that there's any extended side-by-side between these two cars, they're going to be gaining time hand over fist. They're already gaining time when they're not fighting. They gained about 0.2 of a second on that last lap. Well, 1/10 of a second on that last lap. So a marginal gain there for SSC's Quattro Corsa Black. Not enough to be able to make the gap, well, get onto the back of these guys before the end of the race under their own power. But if these guys slow each other down, then definitely still count SRC in this battle for P5. Thank you very much to. Oh yeah, you posted you posted the strength of field in the chat there. Yeah, 7,176 for LMP2, 7,427 for GTE, and 7,085 for GT3. 7,213 overall. And if you don't know what a soft means, maybe you're new to iRacing. That means that's the average I rating for both each of the classes and of course overall at the very end there. So. These are some very, very skilled drivers here, it has to be said. And it was, you know, it's a big effort just in general to get into these top splits, to get your I rating high enough to even be represented in this race, let alone get to the front and lead these sorts of races. So, you know, even though we see some cars, you know, down towards the bottom of their classes, like Obsidian in LMP2 and Alpine Eagle in GTE and Pure Sims in GT3. That doesn't mean they're slow. It's just that, you know, things might have happened in the middle of the race that put them there, or if their pace is perhaps not there compared to some of the other teams, they're at the bottom end of top splits. I bet if you put those guys into second split or third split, they'll be inside the top 5 cars easy.
Maybe even challenging for a win quite nicely. And Yeah, by the way, I've ripped those numbers from Bo Albert, who has been publishing them about 2 hours ago or so. Yeah, it should be really interesting what they, or it would be extremely interesting what they would have been able to do in that second or third split. But obviously, it still feels a little bit, yeah, I have 1 second split, but it would have been really nice to see what I could have done in first split. So it always gives you that kind of feeling. So better to be in the midfield of a top split than be fighting for the win in second split, even though that is still a very great honor. And since I've seen that question, 3,100 and I think 41 is my average.
There we go. Under 15 minutes left remaining in this one, everyone. It's been a bit of a wild ride since the very start of the race. Finally getting underway after a little bit of a delay, but it was worth the delay in parts because we had a very exciting first 6 hours. We've had some intriguing battles throughout the middle hours of this race, and now we have this final battle for P number 5 in GT3 between Van der Waal and Mahler Racing Team. Cars that have been, well, finding each other on track more often than not throughout the race. These two cars were involved in that pretty commonly occurring 3-car battle pack that we saw throughout the middle portions of this race in GT3. So they've kept themselves together and kept each other honest until this very final moment. Ooh, differing lines coming through the International Horseshoe. Prototype trying to get its way through without disrupting things too much. They go to the outside, coming up towards the kink. That's the second place Williams eSports car, who really can't afford to be getting themselves involved in an incident right now, considering how close behind Mivano is, and they are starting to catch at this point. That gap was 10 seconds, now it's 7 seconds for P2 in LMP2. So Williams do have to be careful here that they don't lose too much time, otherwise their second place will come under threat. But yeah, I think Mahler are just watching and waiting and planning their move here. They're trying to see where Van der Waal are strong, where Van der Waal are weak, and they're going to plan their move accordingly, maybe for the final couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, the last 2 times Mahler was actually trying to eye up the run onto the finish line, and I think if they would have kept their foot in, they would have actually been able to get that run happen and be able to overtake them at the start finish line. So Arthur Lehouk, I think he's done with saving fuel, and it's flat out for him now, and really testing out what his car is capable through the bus stop. What kind of run can he get through turns 3 and 4 of NASCAR? And yeah, right now I'm still giving the advantage to Van der Waal if they can keep the car under control through the infield. But Arthur Lehouk starting to really eye up, and you can see how much of a pole he is getting here down the front stretch, really getting extremely close to that car, even though he was lifting there slightly.
Yeah, still lifting, trying to make 100% sure that he's good on fuel to the end. He should be, considering he went the deepest into the seconds last stint of any of these GT3s. So maybe just making 100% sure, or maybe he's just trying to deliberately stay behind and wait for a better opportunity to be able to get his way through. I think that's the case, because even if he does get through, that doesn't mean the battle's over, because then Van der Waal are in Mahler's slipstream, and then they do the exact same thing back on them. So they need to plan this move accordingly, and they have to plan it carefully, because if they can't extend the gap once they get the pass done, then they're on the defensive positioning coming in towards the final couple of laps then. So yeah, it's a bit weird here. Do you prefer to be the driver attacking or the driver defending? That's the question.
If I would be in the case of these two drivers, I would most definitely choose Arthur Lehouk's point of view, because I really like to be the guy attacking somebody. Also, one thing we have to mention, the SRC Squadron Porsche black car, they have been trying to chase these guys down, but they have been actually in really bad luck with traffic, and so they lost about 2 seconds in the last 3 laps. So yeah, unless something happens up front, I don't think that they will be able to get up to these two and fight for that position.
All right then, it's still very, very close. 10 minutes to go in the 2021 24 hours of Daytona. Here on iRacing, battle for P5 here between The Lamborghini of Vendaval Sim Racing Blue and the BMW of Marla Racing Team. It's being disrupted by a couple of prototypes that try to squeeze their way through. Disrupting the battle somewhat here. Vendaval being able to get a little bit more of a gap, but perhaps not as much as thought they would have wanted. They want the traffic to impede Marla more than it impedes themselves, to try and extend that gap and to mitigate the effect of the slipstream, but that hasn't happened this time around through the midfield. And Marla still well within contention here.
Yeah, that passing maneuver against Vendaval Sim Racing there through the kink at before the second horseshoe. I hate to be in that position. I always give that position over to the car that is lapping me, because it just isn't a great feeling having that car to the inside, having to really go hard over those curves, because it always unsettles this car weirdly. And so you never know really what the car is going to do, so you have to backpedal that car while also trying to keep your foot in. Just such a weird experience, but both of them made quite a good pass out of that.
Slipstreaming all the way down up to the start-finish line. Marla still yet to go for the move in this battle for 5th in GT3. Still staying in line, still playing it very, very patiently indeed. There's one of the Coanda cars looking to squeak its way through. Oh, that's a little scary, isn't it? Oh my words. Heart in mouth moment, and well, Coanda, number 13, are able to get their way through. Well, it's the number 13 car in Sim. It's actually the number 88 car, which is what they wanted to have on that car, but unfortunately we can't get all the team numbers correct. It's unfortunate, but we'll have to see this battle develop between Vendaval and Marla. Marla have been playing this one very, very passively so far, but that's not going to last for long. We're running out of laps.
Yeah, and I'm still not sure what Marla is wanting to go for. Are they gonna try to overtake into turn 1 on approaching the last lap, or are they going to go and try for the hero move down the draft, up to the finish line, down to the checkered flag, and try to snipe away at that position on the stripe? So I'm probably thinking right now towards more sniping it away, because Archer has been trying to really set up his moves here through the bus stop and getting his run perfect. But right now, once again, a little bit of a better run through the bus stop for Vendaval. It has been the case for about 60% of the time here that Archer Lehook was trying to set up this run down to the finish line. So, yeah. Marla Racing probably right now tending to more towards getting that run into turn 1 or rather than to the stripe.
Yeah, the run stalls out a little bit coming in towards turn number 1. I'm not sure whether that was because Arthur is still lifting out the throttle, or if the Lambo is just that little bit better in terms of the straight line speed at this stage. You see there's a little bit of aerodynamic damage to Arthur Lehook, I believe, towards the rear end. I was going to say that spoiler doesn't look that straight, although it might just be my eyes deceiving me. That could also be the option. Here comes the overall race leader, though. That's the VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 8 machine. Oh, it gets a little close coming up towards turn 5, doesn't it? And
yeah,
now,
most definitely, but makes good work of it.
Oh, he just about gets through, doesn't he? That was probably one of the most dangerous spots in the track for Mitchell de Jong to be fair, because you're trying to pick your way through as faster traffic on a very, very close battle at the very end of this race in the lower class. So that's probably one of the most sketchy situations you can get into as a prototype, trying to lap GT3s. But Mitchell's been able to get through okay, so no dramas for your overall race leading number 8 VRS Coanda Simsport car. They are 5.5 minutes away from continuing on their winning streak here at Daytona. They've since the history of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour race in the prototype class, Coanda have only not won once. That was back in 2018. Every other time, Coanda Simsport have won in the prototype class. So that's the legacy that's going to continue here today, or at least it looks like inside the final 5 minutes. Meanwhile, battle for P5 still raging on between Vendaval and Marla Racing Team. Again, just a handful of laps to go now. Marla, they're getting closer and closer in towards turn number 1. I have to wonder when this move's going to happen.
I've been really trying to think of who won that 2018 edition of the Daytona 24 Hour. I just can't put that down to who actually was it. But yeah, it is really an impressive run by Guanda, having won 6 out of the 7, or potentially 6 out of the 7 runnings that we had of the Daytona 24 Hour. One thing I also want to shed light on real quick is the battle between Williams Esports and Mevano Sim Racing for second place. The gap has been extremely stagnant, right around the 10 to 9.5 second mark between the two guys, separating them. So I don't think Williams is in any troubles whatsoever from Mevano pace-wise to lose that second place.
So here comes the battle for P3 and GT3 through the NASCAR banking. That's turn 1 and 2, if we're talking NASCAR racing. Now on the back straight down in towards the bus stop. Again, Marla just waiting. They're waiting for the perfect moment, but the perfect moment might not arrive at this stage. There starts to come a point where you have to manufacture your own opportunity instead of relying on an error from the car ahead of you. Because what they could be doing is waiting for that Lamborghini to make a slight error on the exit of the corner coming onto one of these straights, and then they'll be able to get an easier run to go through. They've got a massive overspeed here coming up to the start-finish line, but they stay in line. They stay in line. So either they're doing this deliberately, or which is probably the case. I don't think it's fuel-related, though. I think they just want to time it for the last lap.
Yeah. They're most definitely trying to time their runs here, and most of the times they have been successful. I've also been successful in searching out who won the 2018 edition. It was the Radicals Online Sick Sideways team, which was shared by our eNASCAR Coca-Cola champion Nick Ottinger, Alex Sadler, Carl Janssen, and Adam Tierney.
And guess what?
Winning that.
The other team, that was a last lap first corner pass to win that one. And what was the other team involved in that? It was Van der Waal.
Oh, no. It was Van der Waal. Was it Van der Waal?
Was it kind of Van der Waal? We have to check, but I seem to remember.
Oh, no. I think you're right. Coanda had quite some problems in that race, 2018. Yeah, I remember now.
Yes, I'm going to trust in my memory here because I was on that final portion of the broadcast at the time, so I hope I remember it correctly. Marla Racing Team trying to repeat that, perhaps. Maybe not in an as dramatic fashion as the 2018 battle for the prototype race lead in the final lap, because it was Radicals Online going for the absolute send down the inside of the first corner, completely barging Van der Waal Sim Racing out of the way to take the race win in that class, and it did cause a little bit of drama. So
it was quite the controversial pass.
It was. I remember making an edited video with the pass because that was around the time where the Titanic theme, "Your Heart Will Go On" meme song was popular, and I made a little clip with that. But look at this though, around the outside, Marla, big wide arc in towards turn number 1. Now they're starting to pile on the pressure. Now they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive and make that BMW big inside the Lambo's wing mirrors. Following closely, coming up through that international horseshoe. I think it's still going to be a last lap pass attempt here for Marla. That's what they've been setting up for, but they would also prefer that Lambo to make a mistake.
Yeah, either way, it is going to be a last lap pass here because, well, they are on the second last lap already because Mitchell de Jong is now coming up to, or it's actually through the bus stop already, and we only have about, 50 seconds to go-ish, so he is going to take the white flag in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, he will. I'm just going to have a very, very quick look back to VRS Coanda Sim Sports. They are coming up towards the... Where is that? They're coming up towards the start-finish line. So this is the start of the final lap then. VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 8 take the white flag here in the 24 Hours of Daytona. They're one lap away from winning yet another in a special event here at Daytona. Having a look back to the Vendaval Sim Racing Blue and Marla battle, they're coming up to 1 lap to go here in this race as well, as the tension is palpable here in this battle for P5 in GT3. It wasn't the battle for any of the class race leads that we were hoping for around about 5 hours from the end of this race, but we'll settle for this. Marla looking high side, coming up towards the start-finish line, 3 wide with the number 12 prototype around the outside. Marla's going to commit on the brakes here in towards turn number 1. Absolutely neck and neck. Vendaval have to be careful about washing out. Oh, they almost make contact with doors coming through turn 1, but Vendaval are just about able to hold on. Now coming up in towards the International Horseshoe. Again, outside line here for Marla. They're not able to get anything done. They look to try and cut back underneath, but it's simply not going to happen for them. There is the driver of Mitchell de Jong, though, in the VRS Kind of Simsports number 8 car. He's coming through the bus stop chicane for the final time in his race. Vendaval still just about holding on to Marla, back in that battle for P5 in GT3, but we have to look and turn our attention once again to VRS Coanda Simsport. They are the undisputed kings of Daytona. They get another race win under their belts in the prototype class. They win the 2021 24 Hours of Daytona in the prototype class. Coanda do it again, but we have to quickly look back to this battle between Vendaval and Marla for P5 and GT3s, because they are coming up towards the bus stop for the final time here. AAA Esports White are also involved in this, so they are the GTE race leader further back in the pack, so they'll just wait for them to try and sort this one out. There is Vendaval, there is Marla. Is Marla going to be able to get enough of a slipstream here coming towards the start-finish line to take P5 away over Vendaval? Here comes the run. He's gaining so much speed here on the NASCAR bankings. He looks high side here, coming up towards the start-finish line. A move to try and block the lane from Vendaval, but Vendaval, are they just about able to hold on? Oh, after the hook. That was a little bit naughty. He almost wrecked Vendaval out the race, but Vendaval are able to hold on here in the 24 Hours of Daytona. They come 5th in GT3s, and the rest of the race winners have headed their way across the line. There is AAA Esports White with, I believe, their first ever special event win in the GTE class. Fantastic stuff from Jackson Harlow and his teammates. Looking back to GT3s, there is Team BMW Bank with Kei Kashube behind the wheel in the final moments to win in the GT3 class by a huge margin. What a finish there we saw in GT3s.
Most definitely, that was quite the finish between those two. Little bit of a interesting move. I think it was just about the same point of time that they both went to the right side there that caused that contact between the Marla and the Vendaval sim racing teams. But just great racing from both of them. Much respect given to both of them. Just incredible.
There is your overall race winner, Mitchell de Jong. VRS Coanda Simsport add another to their already burgeoning tally of 24 Hours of Daytona wins. They've only dropped 1 race. They've only not won 1 race since the existence, the start of the existence of the iRacing Daytona 24. They are unbeatable here. They were challenged a little bit more this year compared to 2020. Williams Esports giving them a good fight towards those final hours, but in the end, it's the consistency, it's the speed of Coanda that reigns supreme once again.
No words. No words for this sort of dominance, not even known in the real world racing scene. No, I think the only thing that comes close is the age-old record of Porsche at Sebring, where they have won, I think, 8 straight or something like that in the very early days of that race. So just incredible feat by the Coanda Simsport number 8 and whole of Coanda Simsport.
This is great to see both the BS competition BMW associated teammates running side by side. We saw that with the AAA Esports cars as well. Both of their teammates going side by side across the line. Race winner in GTE for AAA Esports White. Team BMW Bank win in GT3s as they all trickle their way down on towards the pit lane to be able to just cool off and celebrate. But I kind of want to go back to that battle to the line, shall we? Because I want to see exactly how that happened again for maybe a little bit of a better angle. So I'm just going to cycle things back a little bit. It might take me a little bit of time to try and get this one sorted. But it was a huge, huge effort there from the part of the Marla Racing team trying to get through. They felt like they were blocked. And you can see the frustration. That's after the race. They felt like they were blocked coming towards the line. And we'll see if there's any substance to that story here. So this is the battle for P5 in GT3 at the very end of the race. You can see that Marla Racing team have the run. They have the speed. There's the move by Vendaval. There's a bit of a tap as well. Oh my word, I didn't realize that on first thought. And then you can just see that's a little naughty there from Marla Racing team trying to wreck out the Vendaval car to the line. I think the Vendaval car still would have won if they made contact. But still, Vendaval, I think they're entitled to defend their run there. They can push Marla all the way up into the pit wall if they wanted to.
Yeah. And
all the way up into the wall, excuse me, yeah.
Yeah,
well, not into the wall, but they have to leave a lane on the top.
Yeah, obviously. I think Marla can most definitely be a little bit salty about the late move from Vendaval. It still was on for Vendaval, though. But quite honestly, they have given it back with trying to cut below the yellow line to try and pass Vendaval. So I would say it evens out both the times.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we might. I'm just going to confirm this because I am not quite believing what I see right now. So we'll see what the graphics say. Let's go over and see the official race results in prototype in the prototype class. We'll see that in just a couple of moments' time, hopefully, our graphics will comply. And we'll be able to see the race results. There we go. VRS Grind and Sim Sports win in the number 8 car by 50 seconds over Williams Esports. And Tommaso Carla in the Movano Sim Racing car gets themselves a podium at the end here in LMP2. Patrick Wolf, P4. Enzo Benito, P5. Carl Modif, P6. Andre Martins, P7. So that's the red line cars, Delta Sport, U4K, and Yasi Richard Mill down to P7. Satellite Racing Red in P8, Energy Sim Sport P9, and VRS Kind of Sim Sport, the number 13 car in that 10th spot. I do say there was a little bit of confusion there towards the very end there, because I believe, and I'm seeing some comments on the chat saying that Marla actually got an incident point penalty after that. So
102 incident points for Marla Racing Team. The only team to go over the 100 incident limit mark. They have gotten a drive-through penalty since they can't serve it anymore. They have just been added that, I don't know what it is, probably 35 seconds onto the back end of their result. And that's why they have actually been dropped 2 positions that we're soon going to see in the standings.
Okay, so drama here towards the end of Daytona 24. Well, we're kind of used to drama towards the end of these races, let's be fair. But AAA Esports Whites, P1 for them, 26 seconds to the good over MSI Esports in GTE. BMW Team BS Competition in P3, Kova in P4, BMW Team Redline and BMW Team GB are 5th and 6th, Astro Gaming Altus Esports P7, AAA Esports Black P8, Sport Team Competition in P9, and Alpine Eagle Racing in P10. And then those are the last runners in GTE. Minisi Racing, DV1 Triton Racing, you got Team Redline Orange, RHG Esports, Altus Esports in the number 11, and Porsche 24 driven by Redline at the very back of the order. And now we see the drama, because we have the GT3 results. And you can see our graphics don't know how to deal with it, because the Marla Racing team have been put down a couple of positions there. I'll just go through without the graphic on screen. So Team BMW Bank wins from Vendaval Sim Racing Red, from SimRC.ee Carbon. Then you have Bila Racing Team 4th, and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, they get 5th, because they were promoted up into that spot due to the penalty that would have been unserved by Marla Racing team for going over the instant limit. So that is huge drama there. SRC Solid Corsa Black, they get promoted up into 7th. Team Fordzilla in P8. Marla Racing team get demoted to P9, I believe it is, at the end there. So that is crazy stuff. And then you've got Auris Racing Team, Core, Bila, RHG Esports, Pure Sims further back in the order as well. So that's some drama. Let's bring the let's just bring the cameras up for just a second, just to recap that entire event there, because My word, that was a dramatic finish. Again, not for those podium positions, but a dramatic finish nonetheless in the GT3 class.
I mean, it could have been dramatic for the podium positions, especially in the LMP2s, because in the very end, it was only 7 seconds that separated Williams from Ivano, so they most definitely had the speed in the last stint to get close to Williams, just didn't have the time in the very end to get there. They probably would have needed, let's say, half an hour, maybe 45 minutes to get there and challenge Williams for that second place.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting for a couple of drivers to start to get their way in for an interview here because, you know, we need to hear the emotions themselves from the drivers themselves, excuse me. So we'll just take a couple of moments here to wait for them to get themselves ready and prepared to talk to us here on RaceSpotTV at the very end of the 2021 Daytona 24-hour event. What a race we've seen. We got a grandstand finish. And we had some interesting battles up and down the field, even throughout the middle hours of the race, which can get a little bit spread out, shall we say. We had an enthralling first 6 hours as well. I don't think you could have asked for really much better than that, other than, of course, the battle for the race lead. But we will take what we can get.
Yeah, I mean, you can't complain about these Daytona 24 hours. Yes, we had the complications at the very start, which pushed back the start 4 hours rather. But the Daytona 24 hours still delivered quite the battles throughout the race, and it was action pretty much non-stop. So I really couldn't think of a better way for this Daytona 24-hour to go after the hiccup we experienced at the start of it.
Yep, of course. We do have, slowly but surely, the drivers start to trickle in at this stage here. First, we will talk to your overall race winners. That is VRS Coanda Simsports number 8. I will bring Joshua Rogers into the commentary booth. I will bring Mac Backham and Mitchell de Jong up into the commentary booth here. And, well, I'll start with you, Josh. It's another Daytona 24 race win in the prototype class for Coanda. That's got to be amazing, at least in your eyes, to do it on such a consistent manner.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was awesome to be able to pair up with Mac and Mitchell for this one. I think I feel like Daytona 24 was probably the first race or like main, big event that I did with Coanda when I joined in 2019, and to be able to win for the third time in a row now. Alongside Mitchell has been awesome, and yeah, everyone did their part. We all did the best job we could, and yeah, I think traffic management was strong. And I mean, in a race like this, usually that's kind of always what it comes down to. But strategy was difficult. We were constantly kind of playing around with things, testing different potential options throughout the race, especially with the changing conditions. But no, overall it was awesome. Everyone did a fantastic job, and a massive thanks obviously to everyone in the team for all the effort they put into it. Hard luck for a lot of the other cars, but nice to be able to get the win.
Yeah, and another win at that. It seems like you guys just turn up to Daytona, Mac, and just school everyone as far as prototypes is concerned. What about it is, what about your performance lets you do that?
Well, I mean, maybe I'm the wrong person to ask that, because this is actually my first time I win this race. And I think Mitchell and Josh have won it multiple times. But yeah, I think we just had a really strong team today. I think we were all really good on pace. As Josh said, yeah, I think traffic overall went quite well. And yeah, I think in general, we didn't really have any issues with our strategy as well. I think we were all quite linked up to the exact length of the race. So that played a big part as well. So we were able to go to the end without an extra pit stop. So that obviously helps. So I think everything just fell into place today.
It certainly did. And, well, if Mitchell is here as well, it seemed like, especially coming towards, I think it was about 8 hours to go, 7 hours to go, Williams Esports started to be a little bit of a concern in your mind, I think, because they were gaining on you for that portion of the race. You were able to bring it back in your favor, though. But was there that slight worry that Williams Esports might have been able to do something about you in the final moments of the race?
There's definitely always a concern. They were making a surmountable effort to make a comeback there, and I think they handled the race really well, personally. This is kind of why I love Daytona. You know, you have such a mix of strategies throughout the entire race, and kind of see how it comes out in the end is quite a cool thing. So I think we did a really good job with what we did, and just trying to manage the gap to them. You know, you gotta have to kind of know what your closest competitors are doing as well with strategy. So making sure you're still on the right one and adjusting accordingly. So fantastic job by, I think, Philip and everyone that was managing the strategy for us during the race. You know, it's such a difficult one in Daytona, especially if you guys notice how crazy the tire strategies were. It was pretty exciting, if I'm honest, just to kind of be involved in. So, you know, to have it all come together in the end is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff indeed, and a great effort and a great team effort as well, because you know, it's not just one single driver that you put behind the wheel of the car that can just go and win races. It's a team effort, and that's what it's all about here in these 24-hour special event races. Is there anything you want to mention, Josh, before we move on to some of the other class winners?
Yeah, I guess just again, massive thanks to everyone in the team for all the effort they put into to this event. You know, the 4 cars that we had were all strong. Unlucky for a lot of those guys, unfortunately, especially with I believe the is it the 81 car? Yeah, with their sign-up issues, but you know, obviously also Philip and Jörn for the strategy. You know, I think Philip's probably having some well-earned rest right now. He's been up for almost the entirety of the race. So, you know, massive thanks to him. Obviously, you guys, the broadcast as well, all our partners, you know, Virtual Racing School, VTech, and yeah, obviously, I guess Ollie for getting the liveries out for us this weekend too.
And Lego Technic, of course.
And Lego Technic, yes. Yeah. I'm sorry, I did not have a list with me.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us, and another well-deserved race win in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour event. You guys go and celebrate in your team house now, which you probably started celebrating already as you were coming to the start-finish line, let's be honest. But you guys go and enjoy your evening, and we'll move on.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There we go. That is VRS Commander Simsport there in the number 8 prototype. Doing so well over the course of this race. They were threatened a little bit coming into the final, I would guess, quarter of the race, but they were able to hold on. They were able to get their heads back in the game and pull out the gap once again to make sure they were clear. That is such a great drive from all involved.
Yeah, just incredible how much they were able to pull out that gap and pretty much control it non-stop. They were never really threatened. Yes, they had one time where they were not in the lead, but they still looked highly under control of this race. And quite honestly, I don't think that anybody in the near future will really be able to challenge Coanda for a Daytona 24 victory, because just of how incredibly consistent they have been at this event now, the 7th year running.
All right, we'll have a little talk to your GT3 race winners, in fact. So we'll bring Niels Koch up into the commentary booth, and we'll also bring Mr. Kei Kashube up into the commentary booth as well. So Niels and Kei, fantastic race win there in the GT3s. And Stefan, you'll take the questioning from this point forwards.
Well, I'm not going to do it in German because I don't want to stress anybody here on the translators. But guys, pretty much just like Coanda, you have been in control throughout all of this race. How were you able to achieve such a victory in such an incredibly new car?
Yeah, I think it just worked out very well. I mean, the car looks like new from factory. We nearly had no issues during the whole race. Strategy worked out perfectly, and yeah, I think once we had a bit of a gap, we tried to manage it well and keep the pressure away from us, and I think that was the key for the victory here.
Yeah, very much so. Now, you said it, factory clean, nearly looking, just need a little bit of polish to get all that rubber off and you're good to go. let's talk a little bit about the night stints. Obviously, you have the LMP2s, you have the GTEs barreling down on you. How difficult was it to keep that car clean in the night, especially?
Yeah, that was pretty hard, I have to say, because nobody wants to lose time, and we all know how it is when you're under a faster class and you are approaching the slower class and not so good section of the track. Maybe sometimes you just try to squeeze through, and then the slower class has to deal with it. We had these things, not too much. It was good. Most of the lapping was really fair, I have to say. Some scary situations, but we were just trying to watch the others, what are they doing, and calculate with some moves to avoid them then.
Yeah, now going forward, obviously Daytona 24, the big event on the start of the season for us here in iRacing. We have not too far away, obviously, first of all, the Porsche Super Cup coming up next week. Then we have SEO, and not too far away, we even have Bathurst 12 hours and Sebring 12 hours. How are you guys looking forward to these races, and how are you mentally preparing for such a stressful time?
Yeah, I think sim racing is getting incredibly busy at the moment. We are not doing the Porsche Super Cup stuff, but in almost every other series you just mentioned, we are taking part. So yeah, it's basically every weekend, or sometimes even between the race, there's between the weekends there's a race. So yeah, I think we have an incredibly good team together, and that's the way we are dealing with that.
Well, guys, before we let you go and celebrate some more of this incredible win, who gets it done for that number 7?
Yeah, I mean, the whole team. Thank you to BS Competition. Thank you to BMW for the pleasure we have to race for them. And thank you to you guys for the broadcast.
Well, there we go. That was Niels Koch and Kei Koshube there, representatives of that Team BMW bank car that won here today in GT3s. An absolutely fantastic effort there from everyone involved. Of course, we didn't see Lauren Henry, who is the other driver, as part of that particular team that did a lot to get them into the position that they were in towards the end of that race. We have also one more interview here. We have the driver of Andreas Joachimsen, the one and only representative in our TeamSpeak right now from that AAA Esports white car, the 210, who came home first place in that GTE class. Andreas, it's a special event win. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, it's a very nice feeling to be here and winning this race. I mean, it was a long race for us, and I think it was for a long race for most of them. It was a lot of chaos during the race, so to finish in P1 was definitely a perfect way to end this.
Yeah, absolutely perfect as well. And you were kind of in the right place at the right time in the final couple of hours of that race, because the MSI Esports red car, who you'd been fighting with in terms of the strategy for the vast majority of the race, had an error on their fuel calculations. They tried to go one more lap than what the fuel in the car would allow, so they ran out of fuel midway through the lap and had to take the tow. At that point, did you guys just start rubbing your hands together and just say, hey, the race win is basically in the bag at this point, or were you a little bit more cautious than that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we wasn't still sure if what was exactly going on until a few laps after. But when we find out that they had underfueled, of course we knew it was going in our way. So we just had to stick to our own strategy and keep our nose clean and stay out of trouble, basically. But until that point, it was like a really open race, I think, because we was all basically through the whole race, we was battling each other, MSI and us, and also the both of the red line cars in the beginning. And we also had the BS competition in for the win for a long time. So there was a lot of cars in for the win until into a few hours left. But I think through the whole way we just had to have our head down and do the best job as possible.
Well, you did do the best job possible. You come away with the race win, this time in the Daytona 24 in the GTE class. Is that something you can build off of now for the rest of the year? You've gotten one of the best accolades in sim racing, a special event class win in the bag now for AAA Esports. Is that going to affect the rest of 2021 for you, knowing that you can now say for sure that you can fight in and amongst the best cars on the grid?
Yeah, definitely. It gives a confidence boost, of course. I think I felt like for the last half a year or so, we felt like we could compete against all the best, but we just, we was a bit unlucky sometimes, or just couldn't put things together properly. And now for this race, everything comes together, and yeah, which is making the win. But obviously, for the rest of the year, it gives a huge confidence boost. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of races to do, and it's gonna be the same next time. Everything starts from zero. I mean, I think for the whole team, our mentality is like you go to bed with a win, but you wake up with a lose. So you gotta keep working, otherwise you won't improve, and you will get overtaken by all the competitors.
So before we let you get back to your team and celebrate your race win, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, of course. I want to take the opportunity to say thanks to the whole team, and all the sponsors in the team. Of course, my teammates Jackson, Rafael, and Chris did also a huge job. And I think the whole week has been a proper job. Also from the sister car with the Ricardo and Carlos Diegos and Moises. So I mean, I think the whole team came together in the whole pack, and I just wanted to say thanks to them, and thanks to the sponsors of the team.
Well, there we go. That was Andreas Joachimsen there from the AAA esports car that comes away with the race win here today in GTEs. Fantastic performance there, Stefan, from a team that we always knew that could potentially fight their way to the very front of the field, and they have done so here in this race. And, this is a big stepping stone for them now, looking into their league commitments a little bit later on in coming months, and, of course, future special events as well.
Yeah, and you have to give it to them. Yes, they have been given that win sort of by the MSI esports team, but you still have to be there to win it. Like a lot of people quote Christian Horner, you have to finish first, you have to finish first. And that's exactly what they did. They were there, they have taken the opportunity, and they didn't look back. And one thing I want to add to this race as kind of a finishing note here, the real winners of your heart are most definitely that RSO team. 298 laps down in the very end, that 97 team, and they have finished that race. If that isn't the true spirit of endurance racing, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You get back out there, you try to get to the checkered flag, and, you can call it a day at that point. It's a fantastic effort there from the guys over at Team RSO for them to, stick with it and get to the checkered flag. Of course, it's so easy to give up in these sorts of races, especially if the early part of the race doesn't go your way. But even if there's really nothing on the table for you later on in the race because your car's so damaged, or if you have a very lengthy repair, still get out there, still log the laps, and still get to the checkered flag. But with that, I believe we will just about be closing the show here. Thank you very much, everyone that's been involved here on the RaceSpotTV broadcast. Of course, I've been Connery Maddock. That's been Stefan Schalaka. We also, of course, had many commentators join us over the course of these 24 hours. We had, in the early portions of the race, we had Arjuna Kankapati, who's really put in a huge amount of effort over the past 3 weeks or so to be able to put together a lot of the graphics that you see here, and a lot of the pre-race show was organized by him as well, so massive thank you to Arjuna. Of course, we had Lewis McGlade as well join us on the commentary for the first part of the broadcast. I was there as well, and then shout out to the night crew as well. We had Justin Prince, we had Lorenzo Bonda, we had couple of others as well. We had David Haynes and Chaz in the well, the stint before this very final one as well. I'm probably missing someone out, and I very much apologize if I am, but our very special thanks will want to go to our graphics designers for this one. We debuted our 2021 RaceSpotTV theme here in this race. I've been seeing a lot of compliments about it over the course of the race, and we feel that this group of 3 people have done an amazing job. Nick Thyssen, Simon Grossman, and Kevin Yatola. Thank you so much for putting in so much work to try and get those overlays done for us by this race, because I know even in the days leading up to this race, there was always updates coming out. There are always slight tweaks coming here and there, and the work that they've done is absolutely fantastic. Those are the guys over at ATVO, if you don't know, the graphics developers for many broadcasters here on iRacing. But that's the end of the 24 Hours of Daytona here, powered by iRacing. The 2021 special event draws to a close, but of course we have more big races coming over the course of this year. You don't want to miss them, but for now, it's goodbye.